Welcome to another exciting edition of the Collar Nation Radio Show. I'm the chief host, your Collar Rumble, Collar Genesis, your culture critic slash geopolitical pundit slash PhD of Negroology. I'm the one and only host. Now, when you come in the chat room, right, hit that like button. Let's not do this again tonight. Last night I had one time I had 45 people, and I only had 20 likes. Man, that just. I mean, I know you motherfuckers are cheap, but goddamn, you mean to tell me you can't even spare a like? You know, that doesn't give me good faith when I start being able to super chat. So it means super chat's not gonna be that good. If I can't get people to like, how am I gonna get people to super chat? But I got a job to do, so I do this show because this is what I believe in. This is what my soul is, my conviction. This is my life. And basically, I share my life with people, what I've observed in my life, whatnot, what I see and whatnot. And I'm a just person. I am not a bigot. I am not a racist. I don't hate anybody for their race, their race, color, creed don't matter to me and everything like that. But there's some things that I have to, what we call keep. And that's what the Collar Nation is. Collar Nation is a circle of keepers, right? And what do we keep? Now, you give and you keep in the world, right? I give a lot to the world, right? I'm a successful businessman. I'm a community leader where I live at. I'm a role model to everyone, black, white, Filipino, and everything like that. That's what I give. But what I keep is this idea that my people deserve a nation of their own. That's what I keep. Everybody gets to keep something, right? You can't give everything. What the system in America does is it wants us to give our soul, right? I keep that. My soul, I get to keep, right? That means I cannot, people always say, well, Carla, how come we don't do the red, white, and blue? I cannot do that. That I keep for myself. I'm not on an iPhone, Dark Migo. I'm not on an iPhone. What are you talking about? Oh, you talking about my ring? Yeah, this dollar bill, text me something. Yeah. So therefore, there's always giving, right? You give what you can give and you keep what you must, right? I don't think anybody has a right to tell black people to go out there and raise the American flag and become full Americans. That's you were asking too much. And so therefore you got so I hear these black conservatives talk about how they're American. Look, America has never earned, let me say it again. America has never earned our respect and love. White America has never earned our respect on that level. Now we can give respect as in people with a fellow human just to get along with society, but we have to keep something, right? We can't be out there celebrating like they do on the 4th of July and Memorial Day. That's something we keep to ourselves. So therefore, so this is we talk about a flag. I want the African American also to have his own flag. I want to keep something for my people. As an African American person, I want something to reflect my history and my culture. Now, if you want to buy into that, that's fine. But I don't believe in this. Oh yeah, everybody. Look, we have given access to Black Americans given access to everybody for hundreds of years. Everybody joined our movement. Everybody wore our flags. Everybody adopted our music and everything like that. What do we get to keep for ourselves? Is that a good, fair question? What do we get to keep? What's our keep? That's why I say we form the Collar Nation. Collar Nation is a circle of keep. That's why I don't talk about hip hop in the Collar Nation. Why? Because that's not ours anymore. We didn't keep that. What are some things we kept in Black culture? Gospel music is something that's kept. Some of the spirituals we had are kept in Black culture. It never crossed over. When something crosses over, it's no longer ours. The soul and the spirit of it is gone. Just like Black music right now. Black music don't belong to us anymore. So we can't keep it. We haven't kept it. We sold out for money, fame, and the red carpet and MTV awards, all stuff like that. Black culture is basically mainstream. That means That's why this is a void we have. This is why black people acting the way they do right now, because we don't have anything that we could come back to and say this is ours. Keep now, black people are trying to make a stand with Juneteenth, but it ain't a matter of time before everybody adopts Juneteenth and it becomes a mainstream holiday and everybody's doing it. We're not Juneteenth, That's what these Negroes are pushing for. They want white people to join in and everything like that. You say Juneteenth, you see the funny thing, you see these mixed couples out there, black and white, holding hands celebrating Juneteenth. Yeah, this guy bringing his fucking girlfriend to a Kwanzaa celebration. I missed the Moja festival today because it was too cold out. It was raining, so I didn't go down to Moja today. I went to my office and did some work. But I should have went to a Moja, but that's so far out, Portsmouth. I wish we had a Moja out in Virginia Beach. Gotta go all the way to downtown Portsmouth for a Moja festival, And if it was a nice day out, I would definitely went, but it was just cold and rainy today, Maybe the 4th of July would be good. I don't know if they're having a Moja on 4th of July, maybe like this. But it is what it is. So I didn't go to a Moja today. I went to the office, did some work, came back home, and sitting in my house all day, just taking a day off, So, yeah, so you have to keep something, folks. Be a keeper, I know you ate a lot of food, Dusty Brothers, because you're a Captain American Negro, Dusty Brothers, a Captain American Negro, You got to put the rib down, Dusty Brothers, right? See, I don't, hey, look, Memorial Day, 4th of July, I observed them. Hey, look, I'll get out there and I'll be like this, but don't tell me to go freaking waving the flag, and do all this stupid stuff and become a patriot for one day and whatnot. Look, I don't, look, America is the greatest country in the world. I agree with that, but I am not part of it. I am not part of it. I benefit from America, but America is not in my soul. My soul is not here. So Dusty Brother, because you're deep down inside a coon, an Uncle Tom, a fool, whatever like that, you can feel like that. But no real black man feels like that about America. No matter how much they give you, I don't give a damn if America makes you $1 billion and whatnot. Your soul, you cannot love a country that basically does not love you. You love America, but America doesn't love you, Dusty Brothers. You understand that? America doesn't want. Matter of fact, the topic of tonight's show is the changing face of Black America. The changing face of Black America. In other words, basically what's going on right now is white people are ready to rewrite the Black America story. In other words, basically, they're basically saying, something, we're sick and tired of the slave story as far as Africa. We're sick and tired of the slave narrative of the Africans. So we're ready to erase that or forget about that. And basically, write news. I think Dusty Brothers is probably an immigrant, Dusty Brothers is probably a Nigerian immigrant, America-loving Nigerian immigrant, so. Ooh, we got a hookup here. Kwame Maya and Mara Shai, man. Woo! You guys ought to both come on the tour next year, man. Y'all can get hitched or not, Ooh, Mari called Kwame handsome. Woo! We're making love connections on Colin Nation, man. Look, I'll bless your wedding. Mari Shai and Kwame, come on the tour next time. We can have a wedding in Liberia. You're going to have your wedding in Liberia, So don't be shy, put it together, man. Let us know so we can come on the tour with us next year, But yeah, so like I said, the topic of tonight is the changing face of Black America. Now, when look, when you got topics like the changing face of Black America, things are going to get hot tonight. What's going down in Colorland. Things are going right. The right thing to do is to tell a friend. You want to do it. It's the right thing to do. It's like, share, subscribe. Hit that damn like button, folks. Hit the like button. Everybody on here should hit that like button, If I turn on my phone, I should see 15 likes right now. Let's see. I got 15 people start off watching. Let's see how many likes I got. Let me see. Let's see. Wow. All right. Come on, folks. 17 people watching, only 5 likes, man. You know. Yeah, yeah. Kwame, remind Dusty Brothers, man. Dude's Dusty. Dust is getting into his brain. The Dred Scott decision, man. How can you forgive that? You know, how can you get up there? What you got to do is take the rib out your mouth. You know, stop sucking on a rib long enough, Dusty Brothers, to realize I don't give a damn what America gives you or not. You know, this thing is you got to think about your ancestors. You know what America did to your ancestors. So that we have to keep. You know. I'm the fifth light caller. Yeah, you're good. Well, good for you. I appreciate it, Eddie. And nobody else is okay. We're up to 11 likes, man. God damn, man. Can y'all spare the likes, man? Jeez. 20 people now. We got 11 likes, man. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. You know, the likes got to match the people watching it. So we got to basically do better with our likes, you know. I say all citizens of the African, yeah, all my Afristani people, you know. So you got to become an Afristani before the nation is born before. Look, this is how it works. We college genesis is the spirit, right? You people are the soul. The nation is the soul, right? The land is the body. The spirit. God basically gives you a spirit, and then a spirit creates the soul, and the soul creates the body. So if I'm the spirit, I'm basically using my tactics to basically teach people about the Afghanistan. You know, you guys when you guys start really believing this, and it becomes real. And I got like hundreds of bloggers and everybody contributing to what they feel an Afghanistan ought to be. It becomes real, you know. And once it becomes real, the last phase is now we got a place to put it in. Just like God, once He creates you in heaven, right? He places you in a body, and whoever's about to give birth at that time, that's who you come to. I could have been born a Hindu, you know. It's where God saw me. My mother was pregnant, a seed went out, so God put me in my mother's womb. You know, that's how it works. You know, He put my soul in my mother's womb. It was formulated in my body, and I was born. You know. So the bottom line is this, you know, you got to call yourself an Afristani. You say, I'm the Afristan. That means I'm the citizen of the returning Africans from slavery, the African American, right? And the land is called where we stand at, the African stand, where we stand at, you know. What do you talk about, Colin? You know what I'm talking. G, I think you know what I'm talking about. G, don't be stupid. You know exactly. But G, I understand you're scared. I get it. You're scared, man. I scare people. You know, this sort of talk scares people like G. You know, yeah. I'm watching Denzel Glory. Yeah. The caveat to that is our brothers and sisters, 54 Massachusetts. They all died landless, broke, destitute, and everything like that. The government never gave a damn about them. While they went off to, while the white man went off to compensate the slave owners and everything, it was 54 people died, poor, impoverished, and everything like that, with nothing, penniless, and nothing. So yeah, so it is like this. But this movement, right, is for winners. Colonization for winners, right? I'm sick of losing. I'm sick of glorifying losers, man. We made mistakes in our history we fought in the Civil War. We should have gained something out of that. You know, we gained absolutely nothing about that, you know. What's up, honey flower? Colonization princess, you know. Look, let me tell you something. Even though we're all African American, right? You know, if you're, I feel what I feel for my African sisters is they need a place, you know. And I think the African American man, we could build this Afghanistan for any African woman that want better, that want human rights with decency and stuff like that, respect. And the bottom line is this is why on this platform, and I'm not going to tolerate women being disrespected, because I want to show that women are respected in the colonization and the Afghanistan. What it's going to be about. What you see on the show is how in Afghanistan was going to be, how we respect women, opinions, stuff like that, even if we don't agree with them, you know. I think that the part Hollywood plays since the movie Birth of a Nation and the play in Facing Black. Yeah, the bottom line is this: Hollywood, white America is showing what they're about, you know, all the time. Dusty Brothers. Did he forget about Wilmington? You know, they burned the city down for no reason, just for being successful and black. Oklahoma, they burned this down, killed everybody. You know, I mean, massacres that we have to have in this culture before you start saying, you know, maybe America, despite everything, it's too late for America to make amends with us. You know, that's why I'm here. You know, I believe it's just too late. You know, and the part of me that basically wants a nation is always going to be there. You know, now I'll give the fact that I live in America, I pay taxes, whatever like that, and I try to get along in the society, right? But the bottom line is this: if you want me to be like, oh man, if you think I'm going to be one of these new black immigrants, no. The African American represents the old guard and whatnot, and we have never reconciled with America. They have never recognized. They never paid us reparations for slavery. They never gave us land. They never actually included in this country. We were basically, for the last 150 years, living on our own with basically no real support system, you know? And they gave some black people welfare, which created more problems than it solved, you know? We will never get enfranchised in this system, you know? No, it is what it is. So we're making it more perfect. Yeah, what perfect union? Dusty Bros is a clown. I think Dusty Bros is a fucking white. Only a white man think like we make it poor. What union? You ain't unified with anybody. They clearly don't want your black ass. You know, what part of that? Like I said, these people, these Dusty Brother types and whatnot, they know they're on their way out because people are angry. Because how does somebody like College Genesis, the all-American boy, grew up the all-American life? You know, America is not your business, Chukwo. America is a fucking empire. You know, so that's sad. Chukwo has a country, right? And the dummy he could make way more money in his own country than he ever could in America, right? But he chooses to come in America and live off crumbs and whatnot, you know, be obscure whatnot, and marginalized and whatnot. This is sad. So, like I said, we can't worry about people like Chukwo because he's a clown, you know, Chukwo the clown. Chukwo Igwe, you know. And like I said, Chukwo, you don't see, this is what I said. I set traps up for people like Chukwo. I said there's a part of America that we give. America's a place to make money, business. I make money here. Like I give, you know, I give. I look, I'm here in America to everything I can to make as much money as I can because it's the only place in the world I know I can live my life and make money, right? That I give, right? But as far as like me having a place where I know that this is my home, my homeland that I'll die for, I'm sorry, America's not it. See, see the difference? I'll benefit from America, right? But the bottom line is, will I die for it? Will I defend it? No. You know, there's a difference, you know. Yeah. Kwame, in the end of the age, you don't need to flee from your country anymore. I'm darker, you call it. I'm almost purple, but you know. Well, the bottom line, it doesn't matter how dark you are. You know, I know most people is way darker than me, but inside they be a white, man. They be just as white as I don't know what, you know. So, like say Jay said, Colin, you should have done part 2 of last night title. Nah, I did enough for that. The shucking and jiving of Black America. You know, we have our shucking and jive, just like Africa. They be shucking and jiving too, man. The whole black race be shucking and jiving. That's why we're in the situation we're right now. You know, that's why the black race, Africa's at the bottom of every index in the world thing. You say who's the least developed, the lowest life expectancy, everything like that. Who access to clean water, electricity, education. When that Africa bottoms out everybody, you know. So it's all of us, you know. I defend America. I made my fortune here. You ain't made no fortune, Chukwo. You made a little bit of money, you know. You may got $300 in the bank. You ain't made no damn fortune, you know. So I defend America. Look, I'm based like this. All I care about is I make money here. That's all I care about, you know. But if somebody comes over here and says, you know, blah 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 about America, I'm like, hey, that's the way you feel. That's what you feel. I'm not gonna get in no fist fight over America. I go to school like if I'm in Morocco and they say America sucks, blah blah blah, American policy. I'm like, hey, look, I got nothing to do with that. That's what I say. I say about the overseas. I say I got nothing to do with the United States. I just live there, you know. Truco Captain America playing. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm telling you. This is how I know slavery could have happened. Truco's evidence of what I mean by slavery. Slavery could have happened. I can see black people, Africans selling each other in slavery just for some crumbs and some trinkets from the white man. Yeah, like I said, what all I know is we're just superior to these people, because they're weak. Column or in my comments above that video. What video? Kyle, read my comments about that video. What video? What are you talking about, honey flower? What comments? I can't read everything. Hold up. Kyle, can you play a little bit of this video called Are You Black People? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Can you play a bit of that video called Are Black People Forced to Leave Atlanta by Shabby? So you got to post it, come in up on stage and post the link. I can't find that. I'm not going to find that. I'm too lazy tonight. Today's my day off. I ain't doing shit today. So please don't anybody ask me to post no video. If you want to come up here and share a video your damn self, well, not I'll help you out. But I am not posting nothing where I'm not typing in the search bar. I'm not doing none of that today. Today I am lazy. I'm sitting back doing nothing, Gee, it wasn't no Wi-Fi in 1980, bozo. God, I have no idea you talk about. I have no idea. G, I think you know what I'm talking about. I think G knows 100% what I'm talking about. But G is just trying to be stupid. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. What's crazy that means that the richest blacks on average, but yeah, it doesn't matter. This is what you're going to understand. There's this old saying, what's gains a man, the profits of man to gain the world, lose soul. Yeah, we gain the world. We got riches and riches, but doesn't mean anything, Chuko. If you was black or African American, you understand that. We always had rich black people. We had Madam C.J. Walker. We had Paul Cuffey. We always had millionaires in this country. But it means nothing. That means nothing. Wealth means nothing. That's the difference between us and you Africans. You Africans are savages. All you gotta know is money and whatnot. You don't care how they look at you. You don't care if they think you're a slave. You care if they think you're inferior. All stuff like that. As long as you got money, that's all you care about. That's why I said we can never get along because you guys are a bunch of savages. And that's why I call you savages. And Pokemon, savages, savages, oh, savages, savages. I wanted St. James a savage too. I don't know. I don't know much about Burkett, but I know Nigerians are savages. I know they're fucking British, right? Nasty savages, disgusting savages. Savages, 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 savages. Chuko will be snitching on rebels in the field. Yeah, of course. Chuko's one of those Chuko's a Catcher Freeman nigga. Remember that Boondocks Captain Freeman? That shit was funny. Captain Freeman, yeah, he would come out there and I said we got all these Captain Freeman niggas out here, and they're coming from they're like newly arrived immigrants. I think all the slave catcher Negroes back in the days were newly arrived Africans. That it's like this. Marshall, that's awful. That's the truth. Dusty Brothers a Captain Freeman Negro. I made $300 easy. Yeah, dude, I did. I did DoorDash. No, not me. I did Lyft and Uber before. Yeah, you're making money, Dusty Brothers. You're feeling good about yourself. You know. You're feeling good about it. You're making a little bit of money the first time in your life. When I know that feeling, man. When I was doing Uber and Lyft, man, and I'm looking at, man, geez, I'm making all this money every night and whatnot, man. Things change for you when you're not making money. The thing is, I'm not driven by poverty. I'm driven by my soul. That's what's different about me. Whether I have $1 billion in the bank, whether I have $1, I'm going to still be the same because I'm a man of principle. Yeah. No, it's not roast night tonight. I'm just having fun with my goofy ass chat room. Or it's Sing Colors of the Wind. No, I don't know that. No. I'm back. Testing. I have no idea what that was about. Like my Wi-Fi, my phone went out, so I'm using my hotspot for time period to my friggin' Wi-Fi comes back. I'm really pissed off, you know. So all right, press one in the chat room if you can hear me. You know, press one in the chat room if you can hear me. Somebody press one, so I know I'm back on. All right, good. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. My Wi-Fi in my house went down, so I'm using my hotspot for right now. See how this works till it comes back on. But yeah, so folks, we're gonna basically have some fun tonight, man. We're just basically talking, what happened. I don't know. My Wi-Fi went out, so I had to fire my hotspot, So it's a performance issue. Dismiss. So yeah, so we're gonna have some fun tonight, man. The topic is the changing face of Black America. What I'm saying is, this is a challenge that we as Black people in America have. We still have unresolved trauma and issues dealing with our history in this country. And so therefore, what complicates that is a new narrative about our history. Our ancestors have never received justice. What happened to our ancestors never received justice. And basically, you cannot basically have millions of people that got enslaved and stuff like that, and just throw them out like trash. When even though they were the initial wealth of America, you can't just throw people out like trash and be like, "Oh, well, it's time to move on." It don't work like that. Now, if I did that, I would be throwing my ancestors under the bus, and my ancestors will curse my soul. So I have to fight for my ancestors. So every decision I made in my life, who I dated, who I went out with, everything I did, the fact that I never chose a life of crime, I'm always thinking about not dishonoring my ancestors and everything like that. I never became one of the white man statistics or whatnot. I never gave into the white man system. I never sold my ancestors out. I never sold my people out. I never sold my race out. That's why I hate race traders, so much. People sell you out for a fucking for $1 and whatnot. So this is who you got listen to. You're talking to the college Genesis, the one and only, You earn it's like, yeah, whatever. I didn't look, I'm just doing what I need to do. I don't need no awards, I'm doing what I was born to do. I was made to do, I was put on this earth. There's no way in the hell I'm gonna fucking look at this white man and say, "Oh, you how grateful you are for them." No, get the fuck out of here. I don't give a damn how great America is, right? The fact of the matter is, my ancestors came here against their will. We're not moving forward. We got things to fix. I'm sick and tired of that. We got to move forward. No, the fuck we don't. No, the hell we don't. White people ain't gonna move forward. They still won't let this race shit go. They still won't let this color shit go. So hell, when are they gonna start moving forward? Why is it always us? Why is it always us? Because we got the changing face of Black America. We got Black immigrants like Chukwu who believe that. They always come in here, oh, we got to get along past slavery. We got to get along white people. Let's move on. No, get the fuck out of here. Black America is not moving on no place, Call finally sound like one. I've been sounding like this all the time. You just hear, you just choose to hear what you want to hear. I'm still a Black nationalist. I'm still a Pan Africanist. But I'm not gonna let people change my story. My story is here in America. That's who I am, and I'm not gonna just to make some immigrants happy and to get along. If they want to get along, white people fine. But I'm sick of them telling me, "Oh, well, y'all making things bad for us in America," because no, we got problems with white people and shit like that in America, right? So we come here. You need to understand that we're not gonna freaking change because you guys are coming over here. Even though the changing face of Black Americans, this is real. White people are going to basically big up these people that's coming over here as new immigrants because they want that to be the story of Black people. They want them to be the representation of Black America. So it's a changing face of Black America. You know. Yes, I have. I've been saying the same thing. What I'm saying right now, I've been saying it since day one. Just say you guys, but what you got to do is when you listen to one thing I say, well, like that, you just put me in a box. You know, I'm saying what I've been saying all my life. You know, I have never stopped being proud to be Black or African American. I think we're the most amazing group of people, most beautiful, amazing group of people that God's ever created. So the bottom line is this, but I do criticize my people and everything because I know I want to I want us to do better, so it is what it is. Kyle, I recall I implied that reparations and sentiment. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, all I'm saying about reparations is America made its choice. It's not gonna. It never paid Black America the says reparations, and it never will. So I can't sit there and dwell on it. All I know is that is the friggin' just more evidence against America, And I made a comment last night. Somebody asked me about a race war in America. If basically, let's say there is a race war or whatever like that, that would be a perfect time for us to appeal to the international community, particularly America's enemies, and say, you know something? It's time for us to have a nation state. But just the same way they're doing, Trump is trying to embarrass South Africa with these Afrikaners saying they're being persecuted. The same thing's going to happen in America, but on a larger scale. There's going to be people saying, you know something? We need to get millions of Black people out of America, right? And I'm going to be right there leading that shit. Yeah, America's been persecuting us. Yeah, we got genocide, police brutality. I'm going to throw everything out there. You'll see what sticks, so it is what it is. One day you're panel. Look, let me tell you something. I have my own definition. Look, when you study the colonization, right? The colonization has its own definition of Pan-Africanism, and it has its own definition of Kwanzaa, all these things, right? So if you study the colonization, I say I have always been but a colonization Pan-Africanist. I'm not your Afro stink tank Pan-Africanist or these stupid loving kumbaya Baruti Pan-Africanists. I'm not one of them. Yeah, it'll be a bloodbath, but we'll be free after that. We'll be free after that. We'll definitely be free. We'll be free to move on and find something new and build our nation and whatnot and be free. Have new friends and new outlook and whatnot. The only thing we need is to get away from the white Anglo-Saxon. We need to finally part ways with the white Anglo-Saxon. That's what it is. So it is what it is. So, you got to understand, man, the colonization is a colonization. Study the colonization, and you understand what college is consisting. You understand something, the colonization also is based on Taoism, the yin and yang, balance, harmony, whatnot. So that means I'm a little bit Pan-Africanist. Maybe you can say I'm a little bit FBA, I'm a lot Pan-Africanist and I'm very little FBA, and stuff like that. So it's a balance, it's harmony. It's harmony. I'm African American, but I'm also so it's a balance there, Yeah, saying, Kyle, will you run away? No, we'll be right here. We'll be right here. But after we're done, when America's finished, America's finished, So bottom line, America can never basically come back and be like, oh, let's rally around the flag. Let's be American. No more Grammys, no more NBA, no more football, NFL, no more everything. Black people will withdraw from American society and that'll be it, So let them start their race war. Why not? We'll finish it, Yeah, integration and multicultural societies, racial society do not work. They're not working. South Africa is a test example of you cannot put two enemy races together and say, let's build a nice, peaceful, harmony country. It just doesn't work. Same thing with America. It'll never work, But the thing is about us is we got to suffer while these small group of Black people have always basically told millions of Black people that we have to suffer, I don't care what deportation. Let them try to deport Black people in America. See what happens. They ain't gonna be. They don't have the money to deport Black people in America. They don't have the manpower, the money, nothing like that. They ain't no damn deportation. Chuko. Chuko's a fucking idiot. He wants to protect his precious white America, whatever. Please get out of here. with that mass deportation. I think, look, I think race war will be the best thing that ever happened to us. I just hope white people. I just pray, please, if you're a skinhead neo-Nazi out there, bring this shit. Let's start it. Let's get it over with. Let's get this shit cracking. Then once we get this cracking, then we'll be done with you people forever. Now we get a negotiation of nation building. Then the idea of nation. Then Africa has to step up, and they have to say, look, we want territory for Black America to come home and build and whatnot. So don't calm me down, boy. So it is what it is. Gee, man, this is an ugly part of my message, man. I know I say a lot of stuff y'all like and everything like that, but the bottom line is this, it's not absurd. That's real. Hey, G, was it absurd when your ancestors were on the bottom? Somebody had the idea of bringing your ancestors and putting them on the bottom of a slave ship. How do you think you got here? It's going to be the same thing on how you leave. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be uncompromising. When they change your ancestors to the bottom of a slave ship, and we had to freaking live for 6 months in our shit and vomit and piss and whatnot to bring us over here. You think that was easy? You think that was absurd? No, but it happened. So what makes you think the same thing is not going to happen in reverse? You're about that life. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm not about that. I am about that life. True quote. You don't know me, you fucking clown. I am about that life because I'm fucking for real. I'm one of those type of people. I'll give up to if I have a chance for freedom and nationalism, whatnot, I'll do it. But I'm not one of these stupid dumb Negroes who sit there and talk all this stuff, and then they go back. You see them on 125th Street out there talking. No, I'm like this. If we're gonna do it, let's just do it. Yeah. A race war is definitely. Look, these white people are gearing up for a race war. That's what they're itching for. All the stuff you see right now, they're itching for. They're spoiling for a race war. Can explain the point of mental picture you left. The concept of Mobutu's slant on Pan Africa. I don't look. Your slant on Pan Africa is kumbaya. I don't believe in kumbaya. This thing I need to know. I need to people need to understand something, right? I said there's 3 things Black America, the African American male. So you don't want us to believe. You say so-called African American. I say I'm African American. You say so-called. That's my identity. I'm African American. I resent people saying so-called. I know who I am. I'm the African that has a history, the story of America, the story of slavery in America. That's the African American. Now, that being said, right, there's 3 things that the friggin' African American has to fight against. He has to fight against the white man, particularly Anglo-Saxons, number 1 enemy on the planet, right? Second, he has to fight against the African, right? Who basically have never done anything for them, whatnot, and basically are hostile towards us, whatever like that. We can't really rely on them. Even though they're brothers and sisters, whatnot, we can't really rely on them. The last thing is the Black man in America needs protection from ourselves. The biggest threat to Black America is Black America. The friggin' toxic culture, right? Destructive culture, because we don't have a government, we don't have a reward and punishment system and everything. You can only do that when you have your own space and land, That's why people feel they could do it. And Black people have to suffer because half the Black population is out of control. We need protection from ourselves. We need protection from the white man, and we need protection from Africans. Those 3 things we need protection from, Ourselves, the white man, and Africans. Those are 3 biggest enemies, So with that being said, now if somebody wants to join us, an African wants to join us, hey, look, you're more than likely, you're welcome to the family. You see how things our way and you adopt our ways and mores and culture, that's fine. I know plenty of Africans who ride with us and whatnot. But if you're one of these stupid Africans like Chukwu, you got to stay far away. If you're a Chukwu or Zongo type of African, you got to stay like this. Look, the bottom line is this. America is not my government. America is a government that's imposed upon me, I don't give a damn about the 14th Amendment. I wasn't, look, was any Black people at the 14th Amendment signing that? Did anybody, Chukwu, how could you say this when every other thing that's written by everybody else, they have a treaty? You see your chiefs, even when the Africans lost all their land, the white man could say, well, you guys agreed to this. You signed it on a dotted line. There was no treaty with Black America. We were never invited to sit down and say, do you want to be part of this country? There was something that was imposed upon us, you know? And that imposition is the reason why I'm here today, because I know it's not real. You know, say no, if we didn't wasn't part of it, we didn't have elect people that we sent to a delegation and saying, okay, what do we sign? You know, you represent interests. I would feel like this, but since the 14th Amendment was something some white man signed and said, oh, that covers you. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. We're men. Like I said the other night, appeal to your manhood. If you're saying the 14th Amendment, you're saying I'm less than a man. Another race of people have to friggin' rights of me. The Declaration of Independence don't include me. That was included. Those are white men, you know. The Constitution wasn't written for me, so I don't give a damn if something was not written for me. To me, it has no meaning, you know. So I'm saying we're here in America. We look. The bottom line, I can't do nothing. I just have to accept what it is. But I'm saying I accept my American citizenship, right? But what I'm saying is that if I'm sitting here on my show talking about that how I really feel, let me be. What you guys want to do is this. Every white person, coon, and African immigrant, coon like you, Chuko, if they understood one thing, black people put on in fact, this like what we call double consciousness, you know? Double conscious means that what W.E.B. Du Bois talked about, right? He says there's a face you put on in white people spaces and whatnot, and then there's a face when we really talk. When you see online, when you hear from online, is how black people really feel. Now in public, most black people go around and they're Americans and blah blah blah, what like that. But when we get together among ourselves and everything like that, you know, this is what we think, you know, it's what's really in our heart. What Chuko wants to do is remove what's in our heart, you know. If I tell you what I feel, that's in my heart. I know I can't go out there and be like that because I got to live in a white man's world. We understand that, you know. Ancestors understood that, you know. But we want to be one day like the Jews. They had to do the same thing. They had to put on a nice face and whatnot. Then when they created Israel, they said, we're finally free. We finally could be who we want to be. I want to have it so that we could be who we want to be. We cannot be who we want to be in America, Chuko. If you didn't understand that because you're not one of us, you know, you're a stupid ass Nigerian, you know. So it is what it is. The changing face of Black America, you know. So with that being said, you know, I'm going to open the chat line up. You know, you guys can call in. If you want to rumble with Kyle Rumble, the PhD of Negroology, you know, come get your Negro on, you know. Come get your Negro on, you know. Yeah, man, I've been putting in work. I do this all the time. I don't know if I'm going to basically like do this every night, you know. I don't know what's like this, you know. Did I drink today? No, I didn't. I drunk, what was it, yesterday? Day before yesterday, I made some fucking shit. My brother's house, we had some new whiskey he had, and I mixed it with some fucking, so my niece knows how to make these fruit punch drinks with vodka and all this stuff, tequila all mixed together. So I mixed the two of them together, man. I blacked out, you know. You know. So that's what I said. Chuko, I don't understand. Does Chuko understand what I'm talking about? I don't give a damn if America has money laying on the ground. You don't understand. That's what I said. This is why I said we have to be separated from these savages, you know. You know, Chuko don't get it. I don't give a damn. Look, I grew up upper middle class. I don't give a fuck about money, you know. I want to know what it's like to friggin' finally be who I am and just basically stop putting on this fucking false face. You know, I want to be who the fuck I am. You don't understand that, you know, because you're a freaking buffoon. You're a Nigerian buffoon, you know. Y'all don't understand shit about real life, you know. Like I said, people say we're an African people. No, I strongly disagree with that shit. We're not an African people. We're different from the Africans, you know, for the most part, you know. Yeah, Shuko, he'll booty clap for money. You know, that's what he is. Yeah, Africans don't get it. Of course they don't get it. They're barely yo. You talk about people who are just one generation out the fucking bush of hunting and gathering. So of course they don't understand. You know, as a American, of course they don't understand. Yeah, you live in America. Look. I don't care about you living the American dream. I live the damn American dream, but it's not enough. There's also an American nightmare. When I think about what happened to my damn ancestors, I can't shake that. You know. So the bottom line is this: you guys basically, if you come from a culture that's one generation out of the bush, of course you're gonna think this is paradise. Rico, I believe you are a genius. Yeah, I know I'm a genius. I know I'm good. See, listen to me a while. You understand? I know what the hell I'm talking about. American dream. Nigga, shut the fuck up. You freaking stupid fool. So. My boy Nee must be listening. Oh boy. I am not no FBA, man. I am not no FBA, man. My boy Nee. We text this nigga back, man. Hell no. Hell no. Oh no. Yo, that's my good brother right there. Yeah, Kyle, you saw FBA. Look, I am what I am, man. I am not no damn FBA, but these Africans are pushing to that shit, so Chuko, they call it Chuko are appreciative immigrants. Unlike you, they appreciate this country. Look, what part of that you understand is this? I don't get. Look, I believe in taking everything I can out of America, but I don't give two shits about America. America's like a friggin' hoe that you got. America's like a jump off to me. That's it. So Africans don't understand the basic human concept of self-determination. Yeah, they don't. That's why they all believe in the global citizenship. They believe in being a burden and a parasite on the fucking rest of the world, Yeah. I am not no FBA. My boy inboxing me, man. He's coming at me talking about FBA. Oh my God. He's texting me. You're an FBA, Colin. Oh man. What's up, Kwame? What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, Kyla? That
Hey,
dude Chuka will push any man to be an FBA.
that's what I'm saying, man. The more he's talking, I'll become an FBA. Shit, man, God damn, he don't understand something. Like I said, didn't I say earlier, right? There's something you have to keep, right? There's a part of you. Let me give you an example. When I was growing up, right? There was I have different friends, Jewish kids, Catholic kids, whatever like that. At some point in time, they tell you, okay, you gotta go home. Or no, that's if there's some aspect about their culture you're not in on,
Right,
particularly Jews, they're like you see them with their Jewish thing and they're getting real religious, whatever like that, and okay, they're doing their Jewish thing. I'll see them later.
right.
But with Black America, right, we're not allowed to have any space. You ever notice that? If the Pan African Black nationals is a space, right? That's
Yeah,
where basically leave us alone. That's where we have our grievances and stuff like that. They don't even want us having that. They want us to be flag waving, flag saluting Negroes and whatnot. Right here talking about America. No, yeah, we could enjoy America. We could enjoy America, the greatness of this country, whatever like that. But look, at a certain point in time, man, it's time for you to go home. You know, you know what I'm saying? You ever go to your friend's house one night and all of a sudden your friend says, your mom says, it's time for you to go home, right? It doesn't play
right,
because they
right,
want to do their family business and everything, right?
right,
Because they have that space, right? Why can't
right.
people understand that shit?
I don't know.
We as Black America have no space.
I think every immigrant should know the dress code decision before they even talk about anything in America.
Yeah,
I think every black person should know should have that in their home, like how they have an American flag or a white picture of
yeah.
Jesus or
So bottom
something.
line, we don't know why here. Everybody should know about Wilmington. Then you make your decision. Everybody should know about Wilmington, what they did to massacre us in Wilmington. Wiped out a whole prosperous black city, Tulsa. Durham, North Carolina, all these massacres that happened in Black America, right? People should know about them, right? Before like this. Look, the bottom line is this, Chuko. So you guys say, where exactly? Look, we're here in the white man's United States, right? We carved out little spaces here and there and whatnot, but our land is not free, and that's just what it is because we never decided. Somebody else, look, somebody decided for us, right? In the 14th Amendment, he said the 14th Amendment. Kwame, do you know any black men that was at the 14th Amendment signing?
Nah, not at all.
Do you know any black men that was at the Declaration of Independence signing?
Nah, definitely not at all.
Was any black men at the Constitution signing?
Definitely not.
So how did we become Americans?
I guess through the 14th Amendment where the white man signed it.
So a race, your worst enemies are signing something and you friggin' abiding by it? Are they fucking crazy? I'm like this. I'm sorry, just by that fact, I have to be a nationalist because I know that my ancestors they didn't give the dignity of at least showcasing the fact that the top prominent black African Americans met with such and such Lincoln or somebody at the White House or whatever, and they had an agreement and whatnot. They came there representing different aspects of the black community, and they said there was never any fucking
The mere you said something earlier, and it kind of dawned on me. The mere fact that African Americans have no treaties in America, that alone should tell you something.
Never had one treaty. They tried treaties with the Navajo.
We don't have a treaty.
There's not one treaty. Black Americans have never had one treaty.
They don't focus. They
don't even consider we're human.
God,
the mere fact that the Supreme Court ruled that any African descent can't be a citizen in America, that alone should tell you something.
They said any African descent. They didn't say Native American. They said any African. You say you have no right that any white man is bound to respect.
And they said free or enslaved.
Free or enslaved. We're not like this. So and also the 14th Amendment didn't overturn Dred Scott. You know that, right?
I didn't know that.
No, I studied it. The 14th Amendment did not overturn Dred Scott. Dred Scott is still the law of the land.
Pit is on game. Why didn't overturn? I'm listening.
Well, the bottom line is this: people overlooked it. Just like all the states that signed the end of slavery, Mississippi didn't sign the end of slavery till 1995. They never signed.
That's true.
Oh yeah, you got niggas still picking cotton.
No, I'm not talking about slavery, but they said this even though there was no slavery. Come on, we honest with ourselves. Still, the idea that the state said, yes, we're going to comply. We'll illegalize slavery. Mississippi refused to do it.
I mean, and to think that was on a federal level where they said no African descent. That wasn't like a state level. That was on a federal level.
Yeah. So
and it's still like that. It's still like that, huh?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, no. In 1995, they looked at it and they amended it one night and they wrote it and said, yeah, it was a mistake in history. They were supposed to have signed it, but they never did. Whatever, like that. They were supposed to, in their state constitution, they were supposed to accept the 14th Amendment and ban slavery, even though they let all the slaves go. Right? They never officially signed it into law. That was the whole thing. Not to say slavery would come back, but it was a principle of the thing.
And the mere fact that the 14th Amendment, it don't really address African Americans in America. It just says
it never specifies. The Dred Scott specified black African Americans, right?
Yeah, that's the crazy part of the Dred Scott ruling.
Said persons born here. So if you go by the Dred Scott system, we're not considered a person. They could make that case that the 14th Amendment wasn't talking about African Americans, because the Supreme Court had ruled that we weren't citizens.
Yeah.
So, like I said, all these people, when they keep tinkering with the 14th Amendment, trumping them, they're gonna find a way how to get our asses out of here.
It's crazy. I told somebody that like they could rescind the 14th Amendment if they really wanted to.
Yeah, they did, and that means they could deport people. It's just it's highly unlikely, but the fact that black people have to walk around knowing that they could be deported.
Marcus, they said America wouldn't touch the Civil Rights Act, and clearly they already going after the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah. What they're doing is they say the Justice Department has the Office of the Civil Rights that was created in the 1960s, right? It never did it. To be honest with you, it never did anything in it. Only thing they were basically talking about was LGBT rights, abortion rights, and those kind of stupid feminine stuff like that. Now they basically trying to say, well, now they're gonna focus on the fact that Christians are being persecuted in America, right? And then all these liberals are saying, see, they're refocusing that. I say, yeah, had you guys made the civil rights office potent and dealing with black issues and racial issues, we've supported, but it's never done anything for black people. They took it over the gays, the immigrants, the
DI is
real immigrants,
is
all
a
these other
direct
people took it over.
DI was a direct attack at the Civil Rights Act, and now they trying to attack the national
We're not going to deport us.
naturalized citizenship. Yeah, I
Where they
mean,
going
you
to deport
said
us to?
the Africa.
Well, no,
Okay.
naturalized means you were born here and you became a citizen. Somebody was born here as a citizen. Naturalized means you came here and you became a citizen. By thing, or you were as a child of an immigrant that was born here and you decided to become a citizen or something like that. Black people in America is like this. All right, honey flower, what's on your mind?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so like earlier, when he was talking about like, oh, I came here for the American dream and stuff, like I just think about how when you watch those videos of the African people that's on those ships um trying to get to Europe or trying to get to
Yeah,
America and
so
stuff
that's so
like that.
sad, man. They drown and they have to basically go out there and rescue them because they're floating in the Mediterranean, they're floating in the Atlantic.
Yeah.
When that's sad, yeah.
And then also I watched documentaries about how Africa has the most largest growing population of children, and how they're trying to grapple with how they're going to feed all those children with their whole agenda of the climate change, or resources being limited, and
Right.
they
Honey
already
flat.
can't feed themselves. They need all this aid. So when you hear an African say, well, I came here for the American dream, meanwhile you have millions and millions of children back in Africa
We can care
who
less.
there's no jobs for them, there's nothing for them. It's like, what kind of messed up race is this? Like, they just care only about themselves. They don't think about the future of their people. They don't plan actively about the
Damn,
children
honey
or
flower
what they're gonna.
starting off on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
but that's
It be
a
going
it
hard
just
on them
doesn't make
too.
people don't
sense.
like hearing that, but
It be going hard on them.
that's the absolute truth. That's
Nah,
why.
she telling the facts though, and
It be going hard on the African brother.
cowardly for you to run to America or Europe, and there's millions of kids in Africa that
That need you to build something for them.
Or at
Like,
least when you see African Americans going to Africa trying to build something, stop attacking us as calling people like me a colonizer. Because all we want to do is see a better
yeah, I
continent for
feel,
everybody.
Kyla, I feel like yo, if you love America so bad and you love Europe so bad, then go to Europe and leave Africa to the people that want to go back and
That's what
fix
I'm
it
saying. Leave
and
it to
build it
us.
up.
That's what I thought. But all they do is friggin' stay in America, talk about stuff like that, and they basically want to basically throw shade in what I'm doing or Bomani's doing and stuff like that. Dynasty's doing and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
at the point now, we don't care anymore. We care anymore. If you get in our way, we're gonna crush you. You know.
As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even care if somebody called me a colonizer of Africa. Well, you left it, so I gotta do the job. You
Like
left, you
St.
ran
James.
for the
St.
job.
James hasn't been in his Burkini feces country in how many decades? Whatnot? He's always only talking smack. Hasn't done anything,
I don't know
man.
who the hell this St. James dude is. Huh? He just getting on my nerve.
Oh, he's a clown, man. He's a St. James
It's
clown.
crazy.
I,
You
I,
know.
it's like a
Crazy.
tie between the Nigerians and the South Africans for the biggest coons right now. They like tied up.
Yeah, that's a hard one, man. That's
I
a
think
hard.
Nigeria got that now.
Yeah,
Nigeria.
Nigeria's probably worse.
Yeah.
Nigerians are worse.
And Chuka's an Igbo, and it's crazy because the Igbo they trading they oil and they crude
Well,
gas for.
Igbos are known to be smart. I don't know what happened to Chukwu.
I mean they trading they oil and gas to convert to Judaism and give it all to the to the rabbinics.
Yeah.
have
Lord
you
Jesus.
guys ever seen those video discussions like where they're on the street and they're speaking with average Africans like in Ghana or Nigeria and stuff, and people are saying like their plan is to leave, go to the West,
Every
go.
time you talk to an African,
How many
the
people
whole
can
thing is
come here? Like it's too much.
90% of Africans basically they dream about coming to America or Europe. You know, that's sad. You
That's
know,
what's gonna cause these wars. Like I already know, like Portugal and whatever, Spain, they're sick of the African immigrants.
Yeah,
Italy, they're sick of them. Like they just keep going to these people's countries, and it's causing a lot of white
there's this
nationalism.
myth going around that like Africans they see Africans are not socialized to see color, right? And so they don't understand racism like we do. You know, they don't understand that white they don't care about your hard work. They don't care.
They don't.
White people don't care about your degrees. They don't care if you have good family values. They don't care if how you basically value education. All they think about is the fact that you could possibly impregnate one of their daughters. I'm saying to say this, right? That's what it's
Yes.
all about.
you,
Strom Thurmond in
They
1948.
see it as an invasion. That's
yo,
Yeah,
what
it's
they
yo,
see.
invasion.
Kyla, you know it's. I didn't mean to cut you. You know it's crazy. All of this African migrants and the stuff that's going on in America, it's making white people across the board unite with each other. Like, yo, we got a black problem.
Okay,
It's
yeah, we have a black problem. And the bottom line is this.
The black
And a lot
world.
of Africans and immigrants thinking, oh, no, it's not us, it's just the black Americans because we're hardworking. And we no, white people see their numbers coming
What,
under attack when and also, like
bro?
I said, you remember something. Strom Thurmond, right? When you look at the Democrat, the southern states, whatnot,
Yeah,
well, like 100 years, you know what the number one thing in the other parts of the country they'll talk about, even back then, climate change, the
yes.
economy, blah, blah, like that. You know what the number one thing that politicians ran about for 100 years?
What?
Miscegenation.
Mm. But check this out too. My people, my African homegirl in Dallas, you understand? She motherfucking hold on. Her uncle was shot by a white boy while he was doing Uber. You understand? And they were the main ones talking about, there's no racism. He was killed.
Yeah, that's been happening. There was an African man that was killed by a white man. It was like
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's my
It's called
people.
Guinea man or
Yeah, he
something.
from Guinea Bissau. Yeah, that's my
Yeah, I
people. That's
seen
my
it.
homegirl
A
uncle.
crazy white guy killed him.
Killed him.
I think wasn't an African just hung recently in
I
like
don't know.
one of these.
There was in New Jersey, South Jersey, there was a bunch of Africans hung, and people say there was no, that was no damn suicide, you know. Motherfuckers are constantly getting hung in places like South Jersey and stuff like that, rural areas, because they be going to these places not understand. We understand if you see a freaking country western redneck bar, you don't go in there, you know.
Yo, Kylie, you know it's crazy. They sending the Africans to the most rural areas, North
I'm like,
Dakota,
what the hell is
Idaho.
that all about? They be going to freaking Montana, they be
Yeah,
in North Dakota. I be like, what the hell y'all doing there? You know, Utah. Wyoming. I was like Africans. I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing up there, man?
even Minnesota, even Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Now,
I don't know how they ended up in cold ass
Yeah,
Minnesota,
why
man.
they send Somalians to Minnesota? That don't make sense.
Why? Because they don't want them on this
They,
coast.
they they don't want they don't want them mingling and you know what I mean with
the
the African
population
Americans.
of
Yeah,
people wasn't that high. That's why they want to, build up the economy in certain places. So they bring in Africans, but a lot of Africans are on assistance. So I don't get it.
I don't get that. Yeah,
but
They're
they
on
need
government
they
assistance
send them
food
they send
stamp.
them to these states because I think they need labor. They need a
they
labor
don't send
force
them
and
to the
stuff.
south. I noticed they don't really send them to the south where most black people live. They send them to like
Nah,
But
yeah.
I
Boston.
think they're starting to regret it because a lot of Africans are really on government assistance.
Hmm. I didn't know that.
The, the
And they
only
just
Yeah,
the
it
popping
only
is.
out
Yeah,
the
yeah.
only
babies.
state I really know the only state I really know with like an African population is probably like Houston and
Texas,
Texas.
Texas, yeah, it's Texas, and Nigeria.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick about this whole thing about what's going on with the white race and them being invaded? They already have an issue with the Indians invading them in Canada, and then they have
Yeah,
the issue
and it's
with
America
the
too.
Pakistanis in the
In
UK.
America
So
too. Yeah,
yeah,
like I
they're
said,
having a
somebody,
lot of
honey
issues.
flower, somebody, some ill-informed person, wildflower. So the Indians are doing. Look, the white people are waging war against Indians in America. You saw what they did to Vivek, man. They got him kicked out of the Trump administration. You know,
They just
I mean,
cut.
But
They just cut.
they're okay with India. They have ties. Like Trump
the
always
Nah,
thing
they
says
is,
just
good
thing
cut.
things
is,
They
well,
about
just
what they don't like is the
Modi.
fact that Indians are coming here, right, and they're out competing them, right. And what they don't want is this. This is what they don't want. Like you got to listen to that comedian Leonardo Joni, whatever her name is. She's a racist comedian. She said she was talking about Vivek. She was like, "We don't want Indians here. America is a white country." You know. She goes, Vivek talk about America's for anybody who wants to come here. She said, no, the people who wrote that were talking about white people coming here. You know, and so you can't change the face of white America. See, the face of Black America is changing because we have no power. You know.
my fault. Look at this idiot talk about Nigerians is in all 50 states. Is this guy serious?
I have no idea what he's talking about. You know,
No, they not. Truth is
Nigerians are
hard.
the biggest. They make up every last single. What they do is they go around. They're good at social media, right?
Yeah.
Like a couple of years ago, Nigeria, there was a Morehouse graduation, right?
Uh-huh.
Clearly African Americans, right? And then somebody took it and said African Nigerians are graduating for high numbers. They robbed the fucking Morehouse. Then people said, "Wait a minute, that's me at the."
That's sad.
They good at that. They good at freaking cosplaying.
Scamming and shit.
Yeah, okay, so like that. So they basically like when they say you go to let's say you go to the Eastern Shore of Virginia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clearly those are Black people that have been there for 300-400 years, right? And look at these Nigerians here, whatnot. They be robbing Black America of their heritage.
I'm not gonna lie. If I was like a FBA and I ran, I could honestly see. I could honestly see some of these FBA talking points. Like when you see some of these
Of
Nigerians.
course, that's why I'm trying to get ahead of this myself because I don't want that to grow. Because I know the FBA got legitimate talking points, you know, on some of the stuff they do.
And if it grows, it's gonna spread out of control.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to stop.
Spread.
I'm trying to prevent that, you know, because I don't want there to be a backlash against Africans in this country, you know,
From Black
by a
Americans.
few people talking a bunch of stuff recklessly
They,
online.
they they already took they like on Twitter they already talking about FBA should handle the Caribbean problem in New York. I'm like, yo, these
Oh
people
yes,
are crazy.
I see that too.
Yeah. So what are they gonna do? Just round the Caribbeans up, man? This is
No,
crazy.
they want like they want to kill them. Like
Kill Caribbeans? Damn.
it's going no. What I'm saying,
point?
it might lead to inner-race war in which Black people gonna attack each other, and the white people gonna swoop in.
Yeah, white people is
That's why Tariq Nasheed is doing what he does. He probably works for like
He does.
FBI.
Nah, he definitely
Because he never
does.
talk about the
Definitely does.
Mexicans.
Carnell and all of them. That she was friends with a lot of far right wing people and stuff like that. So she picked up that immigrant thing, anti-immigrant thing from
Ain't
them.
nobody afraid of FBA. Stop the cap. All right.
Okay, well, nobody's
They
asking us.
released
We're civilized. We're not South Africans. We're not gonna hack you up like
Yeah,
South
we're not
Africans.
going.
We're not
We
gonna do
actually
that.
harm each other. Black Americans harm each other more than anybody else. So why the fuck we gonna attack y'all?
I'm saying so. The bottom line, we're not gonna do that. You know, St. James thinking on that level. We're not thinking about. Nobody's thinking about attacking you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying is this though. The fact of the matter is, you're gonna have is one or two people, right? That basically are gonna listen to Tariq or not, and they're gonna do something that's gonna shatter.
I see that. I could see that happening before
That can happen. It ain't gonna be
2026.
like it's not
That's
gonna be
gonna
like
happen.
any massive Black America, but what it is gonna be a lone wolf.
FBA,
Somebody basically who's really feeling the stuff like I listen to these guys. They're pumped up on a lot of hate. You know, they're gonna go out there. They're gonna hear some Africans talking in a different language. And
Yo, you gotta remember most of these FBAs is like low income, low. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
and
I
these
can
people,
see.
if you were an immigrant and you driving a nice car or something like that, and they make it seem like you're holding up their reparations check.
Yeah.
No way, this is some dangerous shit, man.
Yo, you gotta think. You gotta think.
To be honest with you, I'm kind of nervous because I have an African last name. They can think I'm one of them.
You gotta think.
You better show your papers.
You gotta think.
Man, I'm a PA, man. I was born in New York.
You better show
You
your
gotta
papers.
think one of these dudes that's high off perks or high off K2.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying,
and
man.
they see a quote unquote teller in a nice car or something like,
Oh
yo,
yeah, man.
man,
He's gonna go off,
he
man.
took my opportunity away from me.
If they shooting each other, imagine what they're gonna do to so-called tethers, man, when the time comes, man.
But the
That's what
thing
they're
I
trying to
still
do.
don't
That's what
understand.
Tariq is trying to do. He's trying to take the focus on black people shooting each other to, let's say, okay, we're gonna shoot somebody, let's shoot the tethers. That's
And
what he's doing.
but check this out though. I don't understand how he from California. He don't talk about the Latinos, the Mexicans that took over his neighborhood.
Because the
Oh,
bottom line,
he's scared of he's scared of Mexicans because they already pressed him.
well, oh yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't
stepped
understand
to
why you
him.
call the
They
Mexicans
stepped to
that.
him.
That's the
They
main one.
stepped to him. They told him, you
And
need to
not
shut the
and
fuck up.
unlike Texas, like California Mexicans is racist, like the Serranios and stuff like
What it,
that. Like they literally
I'm
that's their opposition, all black
but it take
people.
I'm picturing Texas Mexicans racist too, but they they like black culture too much. They try to they two sided. But it's too many black people in Texas too to do anything.
Oh,
You
okay.
understand? Yeah.
But Cali got you know what I mean? Cali's like the home of gangbanger, so I
Yeah,
see
but but what I'm telling you, like the Mexicans in Texas copy black people to the T from the like Southern black culture. How do we talk? Gold teeth, everything. Like the cars we drive, everything. How we dress.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
because I don't really see the same problems like Texas have with like
They
California.
they
To be honest with you,
yeah.
the Mexicans in California, they kinda like really like stomped out the pride of black people in California, even in the
Well
jails. They're like,
the Cali blacks, they during the 80s and the 70s, they slaughtered each other with the gang wars. You know, they out of all the black people, black Americans, I always say they're the weakest link because they just
yeah,
exterminate each other out of
and
everybody.
they exterminate each other, and then the
And
Mexicans
so
come together to exterminate
yeah,
them, which is
yeah.
crazy.
And they press other black people. You know, you know what I'm saying? So that's that. So like I said, what's the name? Tariq. I don't know why he ain't talking about the Mexicans, the Latinos and shit.
Okay,
He
they
should be calling
stepped
them
to him, man.
tethers.
Oh,
Yo, they stepped to him, man.
they pressed them already, and
Yeah, the
they
person
Man, I
like,
don't
he
give a
said,
fuck.
I ain't messing with these motherfuckers. They're serious, man.
Man,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
said
give a
we gonna
fuck.
call you. Shut up, man. Don't
like
stop.
that's why he could talk about Africans and Caribbean because he's in California. It's not really it's no Caribbean.
Yeah. Well, he tried. Well, Tariq get people from down south and like the West Coast and like the Midwest, because like we got Africans down south and Caribbean, but it's still kind of segregated. Like, so you had bad experience. Some people had bad experiences with, various people from Africa. So when that happened, he hyped that shit up further and further. Now you got people from down south say fuck them and all that other shit. But I'm like,
Well, I read that even though black people are like 7% of California's population, they make up almost like 30% of the homeless.
yeah, they at the bottom.
Yeah,
They really at the bottom. Like
you
Black
go on
Cali,
Skid Row, man. That
But
should
there's
look
no smoke for
crazy.
the Hispanic
they
community
they
that's taking
lost.
all the jobs
They
and
lost.
the
You know,
homes and
they
They
lost
lost
to
the
the
war.
Hispanics. Yeah,
yeah, they lost
They
the
lost Compton. They lost most of the neighborhoods.
South Central. They still got
Um.
Watts though. Watts is still up. They
Well,
still got Watts.
Watts is
that's how
growing.
black people are in general. Like we fight against each other, but we don't we can't
Dog.
unite for like a common goal or go against some the people that are actually causing us problems. Like this is
You
just a
know,
common theme that I've been seeing.
it's crazy. Like that kind of happened in New York. Like
I heard
um,
about that too.
with
Yeah,
like
try
the
the
guard
Dominicans and
bodies
shit.
first. The guard bodies was like they was like attacking like the Caribbeans, and then the Hispanics, like the Puerto
The
Ricans and the
Dominicans,
Dominicans. They got together under the banner
the Latin
Nieta
King.
and Latin King,
Mm,
and they started attacking the blacks. So the black
damn.
people, the African Americans had to link up with the Caribbean. That's how Bloods got started, and then
Mm,
you know. Then you had like the Caribbean Black Lions, and they started going after
the Latino.
the Latino population.
Glad we don't have that shit down here. Hell no.
But yo, Kwame, I was gonna say, what you used to be in Cali or something?
Yeah. I used to be in Cali.
I was gonna say me too. That's like, yo, I seen the same thing because you from the East Coast, so I know you could definitely spot that how like they really did lose. Like they kind of don't even like
Yo,
operate the same. You know what I mean? They don't even eat the
Yeah,
same
the
food.
the gangs are scared of the Mexicans out there, and when you go, yo, when I was in Cali for about 6 months straight.
what part
Yo,
you
I
was in
had to
LA?
get my weed from the Mexicans. I had to get everything from the
Nah, same.
Mexicans.
Yeah, you gotta
Y'all was in
have one
LA?
Mexican friend. Yeah, LA. It's the whole thing, bro. San Diego, like everybody. Like it's even black people that got to get down with Mexican gangs, bro. Like they really
That's
lost bad
pathetic.
down there.
That's
Yeah,
pathetic.
man. They eat tacos now. They don't even got,
That's
you feel
pathetic.
me?
Yeah,
They
They
you
ain't
ain't
got
see
got
a
no
no
taco
jerk
truck
food.
chicken.
every. Yeah, you see a taco
I
truck
be out here like,
everywhere.
yo, I don't want no tacos. Like I'm from, New Jersey.
Right.
Like, we don't eat tacos. Black people
That's
don't eat no
pathetic.
tacos, my nigga. Like
It's getting
what?
like that in
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I just had some Chipotle.
Nah, but I mean,
it
but
getting
bro, you're
like that
not
in
about to
Texas.
taco it up. You feel me?
Nah,
Like
Yeah.
not at all.
taco is a hit
That's
for them. You know
because
what I mean?
Hispanics work together. They work together. They stick
But
together. They
Well, they
hire
gave them
each
shit.
other.
They give black people.
honey flower in California, the Mexican dropped their beef to
Yeah.
attack the blacks.
And
Yeah.
That's how
Bro,
crazy it is.
they truced with the white people in prison to go
Yeah,
against
the
the
woods.
blacks.
but
They
check
I was
this.
truce
like,
with the woods.
the
They
black
Check
truce
this
people
with
is
the
out.
woods
finished
to
out
attack
there,
the
yo.
blacks.
But
I was
check
like,
that's.
yo.
But look. Check this out. That's how Mexicans are in general. Like
That's how
they.
every race is, not just
You
Mexicans, except
look
for
what
the
happened to
black race.
Look what happened to Tory Lanez.
Yeah.
Every black person in that prison should have been protecting Tory Lanez. How you
Yeah.
let Tory Lanez get stabbed up 14 times and I don't see no outcry, nothing happened to
Mm.
no they don't even Tariq don't even speak about that issue. He's quiet on the issue.
Mm.
This man almost lost his life, one of the biggest artists in the world, and
To
done by a
Mexican.
Mexican. They got no remorse for it.
Mm.
It was a
Yeah, bro.
Mexican that did that.
Yeah,
Yeah, of
Mexican. Yeah,
course.
So
they know
A
Yeah.
exactly
why?
what
And he was a rapist. That's what make it worse. A Mexican
pedophile.
rapist.
And they was GoFunding him. You feel me? The
The women.
what's the name fans
Meg
and
the
shit.
Stallion people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
That
like,
shit's sick.
damn.
That shit's sick. But yeah, it's like they trying to spread that shit. So I mean, Tariq, whatever the fuck his name is, I don't know. It's a lot of shit going on right now. A lot of separation with our people.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Chuko is mad at Honeyflower. He's calling. What did she do to him? She calling her Bunquisha.
Oh man. Bro,
You know,
I don't know, bro.
Man,
They just be
true,
hating on her at
true,
this point, man. Like she didn't even say shit.
true
I
ignorant.
can't say nothing,
We talking
man.
about something else. Like, come
Yeah, we
on.
ain't even talking about he ignorant.
No, the bottom line is this:
Eh,
that she they don't like the fact that what it is. Chuko's whole thing is he gets up here. He's one of these up until like people like Honeyfly came along. Africans have been coming up here acting like they're so hardworking, they're so educated, blah blah. They got together, and blah 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 blah. And she
Mm.
was basically saying, these motherfuckers ain't shit. Look at Africa.
Yo,
Right?
it's so
And they
bad
don't
in
like that.
It's so bad in California. The Mexican ride around black hoods and just shoot any black person they see.
Yo,
No,
you know what's yo.
they burn
Woman,
the houses
man.
down too.
Just any black person?
I
Yeah,
well, I
If
mean, I
they
any
don't.
ride
black.
through a black neighborhood, they see any black kid, mother, father,
Yeah.
they just shoot
Nah,
them.
you gas it. I don't know about
Nah,
that.
nah, he,
But
he ain't lying.
nah, listen,
I'm dead
cause
ass
nah,
Doesn't
serious.
that piss
no, no,
you
no.
off?
I feel you though,
Though?
but not because I went out there. But like, you from New York, right? You
Yeah.
said. So usually like when you like say you outside with your homies, like you would probably like smoke outside on the block and stuff like that. Like it was that same, we did that in California, and like some Mexican dudes. Like, yeah, you kind of right. They do be driving around looking at you and stuff like that.
Yo,
So
All
I
I'm
was
right,
telling
like,
you,
I'm gonna
yo,
they
they
was
had a
doing
big
that out
war.
there. You know what I
They
look,
had
mean?
a
look,
I was
big
like,
war with the
video.
Florence 13s and the
Yo,
East Coast Crips.
everybody. I said I'm
And
gonna play this
oh,
video and
fine, fine.
oh, I didn't hear you.
we'll get back to the topic. Yeah, we're going off
I
this.
also shared a video too, Kala.
All right, I'll play it after this.
Okay.
Somebody asked me for the Harlem Hellfighters. This is Memorial Day, so like I said, we will respect our people who fought in the wars and fought for what they believed in this country and stuff like that. I always respect my veterans and stuff like that. Let's make no mistake, Even though I know this must be hard going to fight for a country that don't give a shit about you, but you did it and you
Nah,
made
some
it
of them didn't they
out.
had to be like 18, right? Like it was like you 18, you gotta go.
I'm saying so.
In World
Wait,
War
what?
I was the black regiment known as the Harlem Hellfighters, a nickname given to the Army's
You guys see it?
369th
Yeah.
Infantry Regiment. After years of petitioning the governor of New York, African Americans were granted their own unit within the New York National Guard, since the Guard was segregated. In January of 1918, 2 years after finally being given their own unit, they landed in France and immediately made their mark, distinguishing themselves not only by their bravery, but also by their musical talents.
The moment they step off the ship, the regimental band begins to play the French national anthem with this sort of funky kind of jazz beat and rhythm to it. It introduces Europe to jazz.
The men were combat ready, But instead of being sent to the front lines, the 369th Regiment was assigned menial tasks such as unloading ships, building barracks, and digging latrines, until a new plan was devised.
To satisfy the French, who were demanding U.S. soldiers, and also to satisfy U.S. white soldiers who did not want to fight alongside African American soldiers, 369th is assigned to the French.
Unlike the American troops, the French army welcomed the aid of the Hellfighters, and within weeks, they were fighting from the trenches.
They stay engaged in combat and fight longer than any other U.S. troops, black or white, 191 days. And they fight with valor and they fight with distinction. Several of the individual soldiers are awarded the Croix de Guerre, the French war medal for distinction in battle and service.
Although they were honored for their heroism by the French military and were celebrated by the American public upon their return to the United States, the 369th Regiment was not officially recognized by the United States military until much later. In 2015, President Barack Obama recognized the bravery of Henry Johnson, one of the members of the 369th Regiment, and posthumously awarded him the Medal of Honor, the nation's highest military award.
I thought I was gonna hear
Yeah,
more
shout
about
out to
that. That was,
vets.
that was just a setup to fucking glorify Obama.
That's what it was. Oh man.
I thought I was gonna hear more about the one guy that was. I think that was Henry Johnson. He basically took out like 6 Germans. This guy was so fucking badass, man. You know that Hitler said when he saw the Harlem Hellfire, he said, "Man, just give me some of them color boys. I'll conquer the world." That's how tough the African American. Yeah, Hitler said that. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard he was bigging us up a lot. You know,
Yeah, Hitler was like, "Man, just give me some of them black boys over from America. You know, that's what I need to take over the world. You know, these black soldiers were the toughest that
Hold
were.
on,
Were,
before you pay for yet another
Let me
act.
ask you
Imagine
something,
That's what
Kyler.
about it is. Imagine if those black soldiers were coming on into Africa from Liberia, taking over the continent instead of fucking fighting the white man's war.
Kyler,
oh yeah, that would have
let
been
me ask
crazy.
you, why did black soldiers fight so hard back in the day? Like
Because
in the
basically,
70s?
you had to survive, man. You come look back in those days, man. You go back to America, you had nothing. There was nothing like you have right now. But you were starved. You would have nothing, right? So therefore, the only life you could have is this life as a soldier, you know. And so, distinguish of soldiers, they thought that them fighting was going to make their life better in America, and they were wrong because when they came back, white people were lynching them in the streets, you know. White people said, "We're going to give you a welcoming home celebration," and they used to drag black soldiers in their uniforms down the streets, you know, in every city in America, you
I
know.
know that happened in
Yeah,
Houston.
but
And they
but
fought
the
back.
Vietnam vets didn't they? Once they turned like 18, like I think black guys they had no choice but to join the army. Then
Well,
something like that happened to Muhammad Ali.
that they had what they call a draft.
The
So
draft,
you talking about
yeah,
the
You know,
draft?
if you were drafted, you had to go, and that's like they say you had to go. But if you were drafted, your
yeah,
number got picked out of a bunch of drafts. You had to go.
yeah. A lot of people did. My grandpa got drafted.
And
That
my
shit was
father
crazy.
drafted, but the thing is, my father drafted, but he got out of it because I was born. You know,
Yep.
I was born. You
Yeah, you
know,
got right up out of there.
was
Yeah.
drafted
yeah.
in the
My mother
Korean
was
War.
pregnant with me. He was
Yeah,
just
Vietnam. Yeah, a lot of black dudes got up out of there safe. No lie.
That's it. So,
team. Let me introduce you to
look, my best friend Chris, right? His father died in Vietnam. He never knew his father. You know,
Dang.
never knew. He grew up. My father was like his father. You know, and he always talked to me. He said, "Man, your dad was my dad." So I know. He was called Dad. My father was like a father to him because he didn't have a father. You know, and so his father died in Vietnam one night. He was always bitter about that, angry. You know. Why he didn't have a father growing up one night, you know. Every time, look, it was just like on Facebook. I look at him on Memorial's Day. He's posting. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send him a note. Happy Memorial's Day to your dad. You know, forgot to do that today, so I'm gonna do that in a minute.
Nah, yeah, that's really you, Carla. You know what I mean? A lot of people be saying you some mean motherfucker, but that's real. You know what I mean?
Look, I'm a real person, man. I have to say,
For real, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people wouldn't do that.
I got a heart, man. I care about people. You know, I really do. I care about people. You know. And I'm not gonna say anything to nobody that, like I said, I don't like misinformation. I don't like fake history. When because I would be look, if we got our people are sick, they're going around. They build. If the reason why we can't build nothing, right, is because we got people sitting around telling them, oh, we built pyramids, we did this, we did that. Okay, that's good. But what are you doing now? People feel like you go to people, I've seen people on 125th Street in Harlem, right? Go there 1 year, 20 years later, they're still on thing. They just got older, sitting on the corner doing nothing, not doing anything with their life, I don't want that. I said, look, everything about is evolving and building and creating constantly, You got to constantly, you can't be idle, So I don't get into sitting around talking about how great we were and all this kind of stuff like that. I don't do that, I'm like, what are we doing now? So he plays me. It's another Harlem. It's like another short video. Harlem Hellfighter.
U2 Connect team, the one platform that replaces all of the.
The Harlem Hellfighters was a regiment of New York National Guardsmen in the First World War. They were set up to fail by their own government. They were humiliated, degraded, eventually given to the French army as a throwaway, and they ended up coming home as one of the most decorated units in the entire U.S. Army.
The Harlem Hellfighters are one of the most important regiments in American history.
Now, let me stop you right there. She said they were humiliated. Now, this is who they were humiliated. Were they humiliated by the French? No. Were they humiliated by the Germans? No. They were humiliated by the country. People are telling me that Chuco's telling me I got to be proud of. See, my ancestors right there couldn't defend themselves, right? But America is looking for peace and comfort. I'm not going to give them that peace and comfort, I know when they listen to people like me, I strike fear in their hearts, because I know if they feel like, damn, if this guy Colin had millions of young black people following him, we're in serious trouble, and I don't give a damn anymore. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm not going to cover this shit up, I'm going to tell the truth about what they did to our people. Let people decide, That's all I'm here to do.
World War I, they helped to establish to the entire world the power of black soldiers in the military.
It was very difficult at that time for African Americans to get into the United States military because there was this perception that African Americans would not do well in battle. They had to overcome the prejudice of their own countrymen and yet also perform ably on the battlefield.
Like so many units of African American descent, when they go overseas, they're not sure what they're going to do. Are they going to fight as infantry? Or are they going to be stevedores and load ships? Or are they going to be labor units and cut wood?
And so they're committed to labor duty. They're unloading ships, building latrines, those type of support services. And as you can imagine, these men have been trained and they're willing to fight. They're ready to fight. And this is stressful for them.
They were finally given to the French army, which in a way was an even greater insult because in the First World War, when the United States entered, General Pershing, the commanding officer, was very clear that American forces would not be fed piecemeal into the French and British army because the French and British wanted reinforcements. And Pershing said, absolutely not. When Americans join this war, they will fight as an American force under an American flag led by an American general. ... except for the black guys. You can have them.
Henry Johnson is perhaps one of the most remarkable black military heroes in U.S. history.
And he found himself in no man's land with Private Needham Roberts manning a listening post.
And Needham Roberts hears click, click, click. He realizes somebody's cutting the wire. It's potentially a German raid.
And so Roberts is passing him grenades and they line up these grenades and the Germans actually do come across the lines. Roberts is hurt and now Henry Johnson is left to defend their position and to stave off this attack. And then he makes the mistake of jamming a French cartridge into his American gun and it no longer will work. And the Germans are on top of it.
He then used his rifle like a club. And then he ended up fighting with a knife against the Kaiser's best and turned them.
He's wounded in the fray. He's struck, for example, in the foot and has a debilitating injury as a result. And he fights them off, he says, for what seemed like an hour.
The Germans ran shrieking into the night, all because of one man.
It's not until the next morning that people realize what a tremendous act this was. They discover 4 bodies of dead German soldiers. And they also realize from the equipment and other things that are left behind that as many as 30 may have been involved in this altercation.
As soon as he drove off those Germans, the French awarded him with the Croix de Guerre, a great honor. Unfortunately, it took about 75 years for the US government to give him the Legion of Merit. Had he been white, he would have walked out of that war with the Medal of Honor. What was so shocking to me when I began to research the story of the Hellfighters was that after they had performed so magnificently in combat, the United States government actually sent a memorandum to the French government, essentially implementing Jim Crow, essentially saying, don't give them some notion that they are equals, because we don't want them taking that notion back to the United States and demanding equality.
When he come back to the United States, he's not awarded the Purple Heart. There's no notation in his military record of his injury. And so he winds up not being able to work because of this injury. He doesn't get any kind of assistance from the army or from the government as a result. And he ends up dying in 1929 penniless. So it again shows the paradox. Here's this great story of valor and of courage on the part of this soldier. And ultimately, he comes back to a nation that doesn't honor that sacrifice.
We tend to think we all know American history so well, but the story of the Harlem Hellfighters should be one of the first stories told. It wasn't about killing other people, it was about being Americans and serving their country well. That was the inclination of the Harlem Hellfighters.
When you are African American in 1917, democracy is armor. Democracy is a weapon. And to fight for a war to make the world safe for democracy was something more than just some ethereal crusade for the Hellfighters. It had concrete results. They were fighting for the rights to be a citizen of the country that they were born in.
Think about it, you're fighting for something that everybody else takes for granted. Their birthright, they're born there, right? And so, therefore, you're fighting for it. This is what I'm saying. The fact that we're going through this stuff right now showed you that America not only is America is actually the fucking enemy. Can we agree with that? America is the enemy.
Right.
America is the enemy. What you said was that a president, high level, said don't treat them. Where they were trying to tell the French stop treating them with respect. And when they hated the fact that the French let us go into saloons and stuff like that, and they would partying with the French. They learned we set up all jazz clubs, and we partied and mingled together with the French soldier, whatnot, And then basically, America said, "No, that's going to spoil it." Come back to the country that they're supposed to be fighting for is telling a foreign country, "Don't treat them nice, treat them like niggas." That is right there. My thing is unforgivable. And people say, "Well, Colin,
Can
you got a
I
lot."
say
They got,
something?
yeah.
So I know today was like Memorial Day and everything. I don't really celebrate that, but something very weird happened. I was taking my cat outside in the backyard and everything like that, and my neighborhood is
A
mainly
Haitian ate it. No, I'm just kidding.
no, no Haitian didn't eat it,
Come
but
on,
we
Kyla.
don't have
Leave my Haitians alone, man.
we
Leave
don't
my
have
Haitians alone.
Haitians here around where I live. It's mainly Asians and white people, so. I heard so much screaming. I was like confused. What? Like, I don't know what was going on, but I heard screaming, like agonizing screams. And I'm a little nosy, so I thought first it was like a dog or something because it was a male sound. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but my neighbor is a male. He's an older male who lives alone. And we never talk. We never he doesn't look at me. I stay away from him. I live around Caucasian people. They don't talk. They just stay in the house, or it's just really weird. I grew up in the project, so most of my neighbors we're in each other. We used to be in each other's business. We used to ask each other for sugar, eggs, and stuff. So this is just really out of my element, living around people that's just so antisocial and stuff. So I heard screaming, so I seen that his kitchen window was open. I was like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And he was just screaming and screaming and going crazy. And then the other neighbor next door was like, I was like, "Is he okay? What's going on? Is he okay?" My other neighbor's like, yeah, he's okay, ma'am. Don't worry about it. He's okay. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? And then I put the pieces together. Okay, I'm like thinking, he's always by himself. He's an elderly man. Maybe he had one of those like PTSD moments because
Yeah,
he
that
was
nigga got
going
dementia, probably.
crazy. I thought he was having a heart attack. I was like, "Do you want me to call the police? What? Do you want me to call emergency?" But he wasn't talking back. He was just screaming, and I didn't want to get too close to his house because I don't know if he might shoot me or something. Because people be doing
Yeah,
that,
definitely don't get too close to his house.
right?
Yeah,
So
that sounds
I
like
was
a
like,
dementia episode. Like that's what it sounds
yeah.
like.
So I think that this Memorial Day made him have like a PTSD meltdown, and I don't know that just the
They were shooting
video
fireworks.
triggered that.
Sounds about right.
Hey, Kyler, you could play the video I post in the back chat.
Hey,
And
you guys with your videos, man.
mine is
Let me play.
mine is
Let me
first.
see Honey Flowers first, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
it relates to the topics that you bring up about Black
Okay.
America and stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah,
share that weird story because
stay away from him.
I just wanted to share that weird story because this type of behavior, I'm just not used to this, Like
That's the type of white dude you running for help. You ring his doorbell, he
he's
just shoot you.
elderly. Yeah, I stay away. He's elderly. Like I
The
barely be
elderly ones are
outside.
the worst. They the ones to shoot and say, man,
Nah,
I
he
thought
probably
this
got
black.
dementia because she said the neighbor was like,
Fight
"Yo, he do that all the time."
But they're
Probably.
antisocial. The neighbors don't really talk to each other,
Let's
so
bring
I
in
don't know what the
Marcus
hell's going on.
Burrell, who is
Hold on,
co-host
hold on.
of
Let
Clickbaity Thirst.
Political thirst trap.
Political Thirst Trap. I always get it tongue tied. And Torrin Walker, you guys have seen Torrin on here before as well, independent journalist. Welcome, both of you. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure, Sabby. Good to see you again.
Shabby, thanks for having me as always. And sorry about the nor'easter going on up there.
It's crazy. I've been telling people like we were heading into summer weather and then all of a sudden the weather just flipped and they said, here comes the nor'easter. So it's been windy and rainy and the temperature dropped, but not for long. So we have quite a bit to discuss tonight. Someone sent me this article and I want to share this on the screen because this is a subject I've talked about on the show quite a bit. This involves Atlanta. Black residents displaced by design. In Atlanta gentrification war, Atlanta is no longer a majority Black city and it is not alone. So I want to dive into this here. It says a new report shows Atlanta is a hot spot for extreme gentrification. Over the past 5 decades, a mass infiltration of new residents has led to the displacement of thousands of Black residents. And everyone, check this out here. It said that Atlanta saw 155 formerly majority Black neighborhoods flip to majority white residents. During this period, the city lost an estimated 22,000 Black residents in gentrification of the 4th Ward, East Atlanta, and Kirkwood. So let's get into this. I want to talk to both of you because it's been a couple of years since I've been to Atlanta, so it's been a while. Just keep that in mind. But the last time I was there, I didn't notice the gentrification, and I've been to Atlanta a couple of times. Apparently, things have definitely changed. What's happening? Like, how was this able to go in this direction in Atlanta of all places? Because in the Northeast, we're used to it. We've been dealing with gentrification for a long time. Actually, I would say DC and North. So the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, we have been dealing with this for quite a long time. I was very shocked to see this article about Atlanta. What is going on? Let's start with Marcus.
So 2 of those neighborhoods I used to live in, Kirkwood and Old 4th Ward, right? And what I'm going to say is very simple, right? Gentrification comes with, first off, the major one, the big one recently is the Beltline, right? The Beltline has a lot to do with certain areas gentrification. The Beltline and the project of the Beltline basically took a circle around the inner city of Atlanta. And the train used to run through Black neighborhoods. And people don't understand that the train used to be around Black neighborhoods. Well, since that train line stopped running like that, what they did was they decided to pave it, make it walkable, make it pretty, And along with that came the new apartments. Along with that came the new housing. Along with that came sort of the new environment that they wanted to create under the premise of quote unquote crime. The main thing I want to say is that this is from Democratic leadership, right? This is from.
What if recording high-quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star was as simple as hitting record?
Blatant. If we can go from when the Olympics came to Atlanta in '96 and basically said, okay, you know what? We're now an international city. And I don't want to take anything away from Maynard Jackson, because Maynard Jackson was an amazing mayor and he brought a lot of economic stability to the city with the work that he did, bringing the airport here and then setting up the trajectory for us to be able to actually go get the Olympics, and the Olympics come here in '96. But with that being said, the Olympic Committee came to town and they were like, well, this is all fine and dandy, but what's up with all these Negroes? What's up with all these Black people, right? And from that point on, it became a slow erosion of culturally Black neighborhoods. If you talk about Old Fourth Ward, you're talking about where the King Center is, where Martin Luther King grew up, in the Old Fourth Ward. Well, if you look at Martin Luther King's actual house, those houses surrounding that area might be one of the last areas within 2 or 3 miles that have Black people in them, right? And if you are Black, if you are Black and you live in these areas, then you've been pushed out. White flight happened in the 60s, and all of a sudden reverse white flight is happening in the 90s and 2000s. The last thing I want to bring up is the last public housing. Atlanta used to be famous, good and bad, for their housing projects, the homes, as they used to call them, different kinds, right? And a lot of people that we know about came from these places. And in 2004, just like you can say the same thing about Cabrini Green in Chicago, in 2004, the last public housing sector was tore down in the city of Atlanta proper, the last public housing. And there was no place for these people to go within their own city. They didn't tear these places down and rebuild new neighborhoods. They either tore them down and kept them there, kept these same buildings there unoccupied, or they were bought by white companies, literally refurbished, right? And then the area around it would turn into these walkable spaces.
The walkable spaces, because we're dealing with that here in Boston as well. A lot of people don't realize that when they say, okay, we're going to make more pedestrian friendly, like your neighborhood's more pedestrian friendly, that means that other things are going to be taken away. That could include public transportation, as Marcus was mentioning there. So that's important for people to hear. Torrin, this whole issue here with the Olympics, because I remember when the Olympics came to Atlanta and I was like, wow, I'm surprised, like, whoa, the Olympics is going to be in Atlanta. Do you think that was a mistake? Do you think that that's what kicked off the gentrification?
I don't think it was a mistake having the Olympics here. To be honest with you, I first moved to Atlanta around the time of the Olympics. I was there about a year before the Olympics came to Atlanta. And when I first got to Atlanta, there was a energy in that city where obviously I wasn't born, but it almost felt like the Harlem Renaissance. It's like you had Black people who were in positions of power. You had Black people who owned businesses. You had Black people who were part of the cultural lifeblood of the city. What the Olympics did was basically take that energy and it made it worldwide. And what happens when you take something that's cultural in America and make it worldwide? It becomes commercialized and it becomes commodified. That's part of the reason things happen what happened. Another part of what happened, and this goes back to what Marcus said, and I'm gonna say it a little bit more direct than the way he said it, but all love to my brother. Atlanta is gentrified because the people in power in City Hall wanted to gentrify. You have Black people in power in Atlanta. Let me say it like this, I'm gonna be direct. The Black people in City Hall right now are not the Black people that built that City Hall. The people who are taking over Maynard Jackson's legacy are not keeping up with Maynard Jackson's legacy. They're there to cash out. They're there to get as much money as they can from real estate developers. They're there to cut deals with themselves after they get into the mayor's office, and whatever people wanted to be able to be. If you considered yourself an Atlanta citizen, there was a legacy of civic involvement that you could go to your mayor, you could go to your council person, and possibly get the chance to be heard.
I'm glad Principe is one that was telling me, oh, your leaders and you're this, the Congressional Black Caucus and all of that. What is he telling Principe? They're all sellouts. They do only out for themselves. How often are nice guys saying what I've been saying all the time? They only give a damn about themselves, their kids, and their kids going to that prestigious school. You know, that's all the fuck they care about. They don't give a damn about nothing, whether it's America or Africa.
Then
A
they then they
politician's nothing
then
but
they
a blood.
complain about racism. They the same
Oh,
ones
they
sell
know
you
that
out.
this is what they do. They get us distracted. They'll say, how do we? It's like, this is how it works. This is how it works, folks, right? In the grand scheme of things, right? They said, we're going to make all this one that we know we're going to engage in sin, right? But someone, sin, someone has to pay for the sins, right? In slavery times, black people, the white man said, but someone has to pay for this, right? And it was a black man who lost their soul in slavery. Now, these people are saying, somebody got to pay for all this sin we're doing. So we just scapegoat the white man, And when they press them, like, see, the white man, the government of Kemp didn't do this. Donald Trump cut this. That's what they're doing. Donald Trump cut
So,
this.
Kala, are you
That's what they
saying
do.
that?
It's an old trick.
Are you
Go ahead.
saying that black people have lost Atlanta by their own actions and the things
Of course,
that they're?
the black elite lost Atlanta, and they know all they have to do is basically wait for the next police shooting when to get you distracted, or wait to the Super Bowl or something like that, or wait till Trump makes a dumb speech or whatever like that, and say, "See, he's the one that's caused all this or whatnot." It's the black politician is the most slimiest thing on the damn planet, They know they use white people as a scapegoat for all the stuff like that when they're ingredient and selfish and incompetent. That's how
But
I would
they're
do it.
explaining in the video that there's gentrification, so white people are coming in and moving in and pushing black people out.
Yeah, but the whole thing is the only reason why that's not pushing black people out. Let me tell you something, honey flower. Let me tell
My
you
thing
something.
is, what about if they're doing that, then that
Well, let me
means
tell
that
you.
there's
Let me tell
jobs.
you
So
how it
how are
works,
they
right?
homeless?
Let me
Like,
tell
it's
you how it
not
works.
fair.
Look, I had a client of mine the other day, right? There's a section, a housing section in Norfolk, a really suburban housing section called Poplar Hall, right? Now, Poplar Hall was built back in the late 60s, 70s, and these are single family house, ranch style houses, right? Nice neighborhood, right? Well, get this. On Virginia Beach, Windsor Woods looks exactly like Poplar Hall, right? They're built around the same time, right? Well, same developer, probably. But get this, when I go to Poplar Hall, you know what I see, right? I see the houses still look like they were built in the 70s, right? You go to Windsor Woods, right? What do you see? White people over the years, you see a new home addition on there. You see a new driveway being paved. You see a new front door. You see, you know what I'm saying? It's constantly been upkept and remodeled. But the black homes I have it. That's because black people are struggling. They're always behind their mortgage and stuff like that. So it's easy to buy them out when the time comes, If you're struggling, the mortgage going up, property taxes going up, and you can barely afford water, white people come in, offer you something for your house, you're going to leave, and find something. That's what's happening. Black people, we built these places. We were never able to keep up with them. To keep up with them, you have to have good jobs. You have to have investments. The black economy has to change. We can't be working poor people forever, and expect like this, because Atlanta is prime real estate. And who's going to be able to afford these places? People who come there with businesses, technology degrees, and
Is
some.
it like black people not? Is it black people not knowing how to spend their money? Maybe money
Well,
going
that too,
towards
that too. But the bottom line
unnecessary
is this:
things.
black people, for the most part, we're dedicated working class people, and the working class is not going to keep up with the middle class and the educated and the professional class. So people are like Atlanta is more accessible. Like I saw in Norfolk, right? Whole neighborhoods that used to be black are now white mixed. When I tell people Pretty Lake, right? I say, this neighborhood used to be a crack alley. I say, get out of here. Nice. I mean, you guys see Pretty Lake, Norfolk right now. It used to be a crackheads and prostitutes all over the place in the 90s, right? Now you look at it, they got whole subdivisions back there, beachfront properties and whatnot, little shopping restaurant galleries and everything in the middle of it, a marina. I said, this is nothing like it was like 30 years ago. They said, people said, well, I'm from Wyoming. They see the thing, these cities be attracting people from all over. They don't know the history of the city, like a Fury 2. After they take out Bankhead, right? People ain't gonna know Bankhead was the hood. They don't know. All they know is like it's bulldozed, they got new houses, everything like that. And the only remnants of that you're gonna see is some old black man somewhere is walking around. Where he come from? Well, he's one of the original inhabitants, and y'all take him out. But that's what it is, You know what I'm talking about?
He's the only remaining person.
Yeah, the only remaining person, some old black man walking around the street. They
That
got a house.
Mr. Project.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, back in the old days, people
But
like,
that's
"Ooh."
actually so sad. When I watched this video, I was like, oh my god, like what in the world is
I'm
going
not
on?
gonna lie. For black people to champion like 10 years ago, yeah, Atlanta is the black mecca, and to be losing it is
Hold on.
crazy.
Have you been listening to me? I've been saying this for the longest time. Atlanta's not no damn black. I've been saying that, right? And nobody will listen to me. Oh, Atlanta, call Atlanta. I said no. Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something real quick, right? Anytime you see a lot of black people going to one place and whatnot, run in the other direction, because it's never look. I've seen a couple of years ago. I saw this like 15 years ago, right? Atlanta had a job fair, right? Yo, and so some businesses actually came there, and black people when I came there, and they overpromised, right? People were like, yeah, we're having a job fair. You had black kids there, like 20, 19, 20, 23, 24 years old. The line was wrapped like a mile long with their papers in their hands, looking their Sunday best because they want a job. I said that was so sad. And the thing is, when they got there after waiting on the line for hours and whatnot, they was like basically, "Oh, we just want to discuss jobs and whatnot." People like, we thought we came up here because y'all had jobs and whatnot. People want to work, but the bottom line is there was no jobs. Let me see if I can find that video. Job. Let me tell you, it's just sad. And that's what I knew. Atlanta was not what they was portrayed to be.
Yo, as soon as black people would say Harlem was the mecca, was the black mecca, now you just see a bunch of city bikes and white people walking their dogs now.
Yeah. White people figure that out too and whatnot. And they're like, what's this
It's
all
crazy.
about?
It's crazy because I remember in the 90s and the early 2000s, you had abandoned buildings and people used to be like, "Yo, I would never live in Harlem. It's crackhead city."
Yeah, white
Now
people took
it's
those abandoned buildings and did something with them.
yeah.
But why is it that every place that black people are going, like not every place, but why is it turning into ruin?
Because the whole thing is this: when black people get money, they move out, right, and they leave the poor and the struggling in a place to fend for themselves, and that's what happens. Now you still got nice black neighborhoods in Prince George County, parts of Maryland. You come to Virginia, right here, Virginia Beach, we got nice black neighborhoods. Crystal Lake and Portsmouth, whatnot. These are people that retired doctors, school teachers, and stuff like that. Crystal Lake is like one of the nicest, probably the nicest black neighborhood I've ever seen in my life, And so you got nice black neighborhoods, but that's few and far between, But the thing is, the challenge is when you build a black neighborhood of working class black people. Look, one layoff at the shipyard or something, and that's it, man. People fall behind on their mortgage, and next thing you know, they got to take in boarders or whatever, like they got to rent out. The areas get run down, they get involved in illegal activities. If your house becomes a trap house or whatnot, it's a mess, So, like I said before, people tell me about going to Atlanta. Don't tell me about going to Atlanta. I mean Ghana. Don't tell me about going to Ghana unless you're talking about building something there. Because I know for a fact of the matter, you'll have Negroes over there running trap, in a Ghana, to make the ends meet,
As soon as people sell their house, they just run right to a white neighborhood. They
Of
build up
course.
their money, live in a black neighborhood. As soon as they get enough money, they sell their house, go run to
Yeah, we went to a white neighborhood.
Florida. They run to a gated community. So
I told you about the Corey Memphis Coffee job, Atlanta job interview scene. I said, I told you about the story of McCuffey. I told you all the time, Miss Cuffey, right? She was a lady, worked at Taco Bell in the hood, whatnot. McDonald Madison, the neighborhood, right? East Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. And I was like, Miss Cuffey, look, I was so touched, right? Because she was like a grandmother figure to some of the girls, one of the little girls, like teen mothers, whatnot. Hey, Miss Cuffey, she like had the baby on. Oh, he's so good, whatnot. She's like godmother to all these kids. I said, what a beautiful community. I said, I got hope. One day I went there to the one in Virginia Beach, right? And I saw Miss Cuffey come behind the counter, right? As a manager. I said, Miss Cuffey, what are you doing over here? She said, I just moved over. I forgot the name of condos. I just moved over there It took me 3 years of saving, and when they gave me that key, I said, "Thank you, Jesus!" Right? And this place is nice. It's gated community. You got to press a button, a code to get in and whatnot. They got their own. They got pool. They got tennis court, racquetball court, clubhouse, all that shit like that. And meeting rooms, clubhouse. She said, "I love this place. My neighbors are cool and everything like that. I got my own little walkway, my patio, whatnot. I sit out there in my patio. So I want to enjoy something nice, before I go, But that's what it is. People they want to stay in the hood forever, Yeah, so it is what it is, So I'm trying to find this thing.
It's like even when like black people, like even when they have like a nice neighborhood, it like slowly turns into a hood, and then there's like no generational wealth that's passed.
Yeah,
Because
that's just us, That's just us, That's an us thing,
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to find it. I can't find that video, man. It was like really
That's why I
sad.
kind of like. That's why I kind of like my neighborhood, man. It's like
Is it
99%
mixed
black.
or
Nah, I don't know.
Mm.
Finding
But
a
like I
white.
said, now certain areas in New York, you got black people who, like my people in Queens, New York, the houses are paid for.
Yes,
Houses
sir.
are paid for. They bought those houses back in the 50s. By the 80s they were paid for. So they was paid. So you ain't gonna re-gentrify that. And these people are retired or not. And they've been retired for years, getting retirement income, and the house is paid for. Those type of black people living good. In those old neighborhoods, New York and Long Island.
You might catch one or two white person as when you get to like Jamaica States and like in that part, but
There's a white family in Jamaica States. I gotta call my cousin. I'll never thought that.
now
That's
you probably find like one or two
a white
maybe.
person.
Yeah, like probably like a Jewish jeweler or something, so they could be close to like.
Yeah, like you might see one Jew family, in the area. That's the only white people you see if it was good. But Jamaica States is black.
I feel like it goes back to the African mind not thinking long term. It all goes back to the mind. Like
Yeah.
the way that we think. Like I can't even imagine if my neighborhood was full of a bunch of like Africans, like how it would look like in 5 to 10 years. It'll probably look like Africa.
But Colin, now what they done, they built up like by Jamaica Avenue. They could like with the condos and stuff. So I don't know how that's gonna turn
Well,
out.
Jamaica Avenue was always mixed. That was always mixed up there at Parsons Boulevard,
Yeah,
Jamaica
yeah,
Hillcrest. That was always mixed and white.
yeah.
That
But
part.
now Eric Adams, they invested a lot of money like by Sufton and Archer and stuff like that. They got like multiple condo buildings and stuff like that. So I don't know
Really?
how that's gonna turn out.
Yeah, I don't see white people moving.
Gentrified,
I
probably.
don't see white people moving
Nah,
anywhere down
I doubt. Yeah, I
Boulevard. I don't
doubt
see
they'll move to
white
Sufton
people moving
and
on
Sufton and
Sutton
Archer.
Boulevard. That's like being in Africa and shit.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I mean, when it even smells like Africa.
Or maybe they'll just move in like Indians and Asians and stuff in there.
Yo,
No, I don't think you won't get
Colin,
any
you
They do
Indians,
that.
man.
down
But Sutton
down
Boulevard.
there where they got the condos built up is like a zombie land. Nothing but dope heads running around barefooted. Yo, it's crazy down there.
So the thing is, what black neighborhoods is this? We're so all inclusive, right? You know, no black neighborhood wouldn't be complete without a crackhead, a wino, prostitute, whatever.
Prostitutes.
Yeah, we just accept that as part of the black experience for some reason. Me, I want to create a new world where we can get rid of those people. We have no dope heads, we have no crackheads, we have no winos, we
Yeah.
don't have a bunch of degenerates and whatnot, and
They're
just
so like they're so okay with that corner store full of drug addicts and
But
garbage all over
but
the
but,
streets. Like they're okay with that.
but to be
They
fair
don't
though,
harm.
the condos that is open like down that area, it's a lot of black people that moved into them. But it's kind of like prime area because you got the Long Island Railroad and the E train and the J train, so it's like prime. It's like a
yeah. But I'm
prime.
saying, but the thing is, though, you can have all the nice day we want until you do so. Well, I don't know what do you do about the the underclass and the degenerates and whatnot. That's what usually destroys a
They
community.
need to open up the psych wards. They closed all of them up.
Right. Yeah. So you got, but the thing is, we live in a liberal world where they're saying drug addicts and people got rights. You know.
Yeah, they give them the needles in
Ain't
California.
cocaine legal in Seattle or one of them countries now?
And they give them needles, and then like when they pass out, they just administer Narcan.
Yeah, what you call
Give
it? San
them more drugs.
Francisco. No, they basically the police don't even bother when they see drug deals going on heroin. They don't even bother arresting them because San Francisco treats it as a health issue, not a crime issue.
Yeah, because I mean
They're
to
not
be
worried
fair,
about heroin. They got They deal with the fentanyl.
yeah,
That's
to be
the
fair though,
bad
Well,
one.
not
to be
the
fair though,
heroin.
you could die if you relapse. If you relapse, I mean, if you
You could
don't,
die of
yeah.
overdose of heroin easily. You don't know when you're going to overdose because your resistance becomes so tough when the next thing you know you die. You know, so that's all it takes for you to ruin a neighborhood. One heroin overdose, and your neighborhood gets known as a heroin thing. When the property values go down, that's how usually works. You know, so it is what it is. You know. It's got to be careful about what you do. But like I said, this about topic tonight, the changing face of Black America. Look,
What do you mean by that? The change.
okay, what I'm saying is this though, and I'm just talking about as our relationship to mainstream America. America is basically saying, you know something, we're tired of basically seeing the America being like a story of white people oppressing Black people. They want to change the story of America and
White people being oppressed instead.
Well, white people being oppressed and also black
Black
people
people.
coming here voluntarily. Do you know actually the argument is this? They said there's more people who came here voluntarily of African origin than were brought here slaves. Is that striking? They said
They're
the
right,
number
though.
of Africans that came and Caribbeans that came here voluntarily is like 5 million. It says 10 times more than the 500,000 original ones brought to America. So they're saying that the story of America, Black America, is actually changing. That's not the slave history anymore, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got these ADOS FBA people and whatnot, you know? They're basically saying, oh, our story, they want to get erased. What they want is ADOS FBA movement is this. They're scared of losing their relationship with white people, you know? That's all it is.
To become irrelevant.
They're becoming irrelevant, you know? They hate that they might become irrelevant.
Yo,
So
one of the FBAs told me they want to delineate from Africa and the Caribbean because we're doing all the crimes. So they want the white people to know that we're not the ones doing the crime. It's the Caribbeans and the Africans.
yeah, somebody said that the other day. Somebody got up here and said, you know, yeah, crime. Okay, it happened in St. Louis. Yeah, I'm sure that was just a Ghanaian over there, you know? No, John. Like, dude, man, own up to your crime. You know me. I take responsibility for anything, you know, even the dusty FBA Negroes. I'll take responsibility for them, you know. You got to do that, you know. We got FBA people commit the most crimes in the Black community, you know. I'm just honestly telling you, maybe not New York, but the rest of the country, you know. The rest of the country, man, Black so-called FBAs are tearing shit up, man. You know, and people getting tired, man. You know. Go to Memphis, they're racking shit up. You know, go to Ohio, they're tearing shit up. Go to Chicago, they're tearing shit up. And some people are trying to say the old block and all of them, those are all fucking African American. Oh, you fucking stop. You know? No one wants to take no damn responsibility, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
Down in Florida, yeah, Harrison's are tearing shit up in Miami. Those are Haitians, you know? Like Zopound and all that, those are Haitians, you know? But
Yeah, certain areas like New York and Florida, you could say, well, it's but
yeah,
the
New
cities
York and
where the
Florida,
high crime rate.
the Haitians, the Trinis, the Panamanians, and all these other people, Belizeans, they're tearing shit up in New York, you know, in places like New Jersey. But beyond New York and New Jersey, no, it's Negroes, you know, it's American Negroes, you know. Mark, I said I'm sick of their butt shooting all the time. Are you Mary Chai? You mean to tell me you're angry at your FBA brethren? You know.
You see how bad Chicago got so bad, McDonald's left. McDonald's
Yeah,
ended
man,
all.
we're getting the fuck out of here. Yo, Walgreens.
They
Remember,
also, yeah, they were blaming a lot of the Walgreens, a lot of the stores closing. They also blame, like, you know how they have things behind the glass at Walmarts
yeah,
and
they
stuff
got
on
barricaded
black
up like it's
people.
like you're in prison and whatnot. You know,
They're
they're
blaming it
chained
on
up
black
whatnot.
people, and
They
then they
got
put
chained. You
like
got chained up a
videos.
bar. You know, they got a chain going through a bar slope. God damn, you know.
California, yo, people just walk in with a garbage bag and just swipe everything.
Yo, man, just come in, just help themselves. One guy walked out with a bag and said, "Hey, sorry, you didn't pay for that." Had a whole bag of loot and whatnot, you know. And if I look at his accent, when he was talking, he did not sound like a Nigerian or Ghanaian. He sounded like an American Negro, you know. Somebody say
Yeah.
your angry friend is live right now, Kala. You must be talking about black stupidity is amazing, you know.
Yo, he's one of them too. He said the reason what made FBA so great is because we got
We're
British
white blood in
royal.
us. We're part white.
He
We're
said the
blessed
white
to have
blood in us
white blood in us,
make
man.
us royalty. I said, nah, this dude is crazy.
Yo, this nigga's insane, man. You know, he called the founding fathers, "Oh, my sons," and he was just swooning picture. I said, "What do you think we see on Mount Rushmore?" A white man, basically, well, that's George Washington.
He said we fed them, we
We
closed
fed
them.
them. They sucked on our women's breasts. Yo, like I said, these Negroes are crazy. You know, that's why I'm here. Oh, you talking about angry man? Oh, angry man. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm here right now, you know, because what I am is I do a public service. You guys start paying me for this, right? I'll let you know that there's sane people still out here, you know. Now, if I
Nah,
sound
facts, facts.
now if I sound crazy sometime, y'all inbox me and say, Kyle,
Colin, can I tell you something?
yeah.
When I first moved into my house, I had an African American guy do some painting, and this is way
We took the
before.
money and left.
No,
No.
he told me that he was a copper colored.
Oh Lord.
And
Copper color Indian.
at the time, I didn't even know that this was a thing. So I didn't really think much into it. But yeah, there are people out here claiming it, like in real life. He
Yo,
actually did say that he's like the slave ships never came, and I
yo,
didn't argue with him. I just was like, oh
honey
really?
flower.
Wow.
The
Interesting.
white man no longer need to get rid of black history. Black people are
I
already
will
doing it to
erase the
themselves.
history themselves and
Yeah.
whatnot, you know.
When
You
you
know,
gotta do when you got people
you got
talk about
Negroes. You got Negroes talk about the Nile River was Mississippi and whatnot. You know, this is crazy, man. You know, you
yo,
got
when you
Negroes
got
talking about
people
the
when
original
you got
samurai. Has one Negro talk about the original samurai was black. I was like talking about the real kung fu. Shaolin monks were black.
We invented kung fu. They
Yeah,
be
we come
saying
we out
that.
there, wah, kung fuing it up and whatnot in ancient China and whatnot. You know, yeah,
yo,
like I
And
said,
then they put like real like dark skin pictures of Chinese people, and they said that they
that's
were
all
yo,
us.
pixel. That's
Those
all
are
pixel.
us.
yo,
They'll let
Kala,
pixel. Like I said, if people of color, right? When you take those old black and whites, whatnot,
Yeah, the
the
film.
resolution is so bad, the people actually look black because they got show pictures of Irish, right?
yo,
And
Kala, it's
Yeah.
people walking around talking about King James was black.
oh yeah, I've heard it all, man. King James was black, you know.
Shakespeare. Don't forget
Shakespeare was
Shakespeare.
black, you know. The Vikings was black, you know. Like I said, I got a PhD in Negroology, you know.
That's
Yo,
so
Maybe
humiliating that they
when
say
you
that
got
out
people
loud.
walking around talk about DNA is fake and the slave trade never
oh yeah,
happened.
check this out. The DNA is fake until they get on Maury Povich, you know. They say you are not. Oh, yes, that dude in Maury Povich. Then you guys want to see some of that? You guys want to
Or
see
you
that?
get or when you get exonerated for a crowd, that's
Yeah,
when the
yeah.
DNA is
DNA
born.
cleared me and whatnot, you know. Yeah, because you know, yeah, Maury Povich. You are not Maury.
But you got to think how crazy that is for you to say the slave trade never happened,
Yo, these
and
people are
Dan Calloway
insane.
got a following off of that.
The internet. Jane Calloway is, you know, look, I can say he's the eighth one in the
They
world.
need to limit like social media
Yo, like I said, that's why I say,
capabilities for people.
you know, we do with somebody like Calloway if we had Netflix then, he'd be in this mental ward getting help. He'd be sitting there strung up right now, and we be injecting them with some shit, So you came like that. That's what it is, As wonders, when you have power, that's what wonders you could do,
I was debating
Yeah.
the dude on DNA, the slave trade, and I had to really like just drop out the debate. I'm like, yo, are you really trying
I
to?
don't even bother I don't even bother doing that because the bottom line is like these people are
It's
insane,
a delusion.
They're absolutely insane. So it's not even worth even talking to them.
Yeah.
I said easy. He said, "Why not let people play?" No, we can't let people play more. It does hurt me because when a Negro goes out there and does stuff, it reflects on all of us. Say the bottom line is that no, I can't just focus on Africa. I'm focused on Black America too. I don't want these crazy niggas destroying our people over here.
And some of them would be like, well, yeah, the slave trade happened, but most of us is already here.
Most of
Columbus
us
is
were already here, And like I told Jonathan, your black ass was not here, man. Your ass came on a slave ship, That's like mine.
Oh,
What's
Jonathan
up?
believes that too.
Well, he just, yeah, I don't know what Jonathan believes. He's an FBA. Yeah, he goes to Nigeria. We weren't here all that day, but I don't know anymore.
Yes.
Easy.
they'll say, hey, yo, they'll say, yeah, some slaves came, but majority of us already here. You ain't
Oh,
we pushing for
you know what they
Columbus?
say? They say, well, how'd you learn how to speak English? Oh, English is our original language. We taught the white man English.
Oh my God.
There's a country called England for a reason. Nah, we taught them English. I'm like, yo, but I like I said, man, I just look at utter amazement. Like, I don't believe what I'm saying. These niggas be serious
Yo,
too.
yo, Kyla, dude told me gumbo is Native American. I said, bro, the word gumbo is literally African, literally African,
These
and you gonna
niggas
tell
are
me
insane.
gumbo is Native American?
When I asked them, okay, Native American, can you tell me Native American foods? Well, they can't name
They
one
don't
food.
know. They don't know the customs,
What's
nothing.
the
Not a
language?
The
not a language.
language.
They don't even know a god from from the
Yeah,
Native
they don't
American.
know nothing.
So how do they sit up here and confidently take other
Because
people's
they got
identities like that?
look, check this out. When the movie Sinners came out, there was this lady, a dark skinned black woman, right? Beautiful sister, right? She was like, I love Sinners, but do you see how they put these friggin' Mongolian people as our Chakma people and that? I'm like,
Wow, Mongolian people.
these
My
Mongolian
goodness.
people, and the people they used for the movie was real Chakma Indians.
Yeah.
But that's what led to them saying like the Nile River is really Mississippi and Egypt is really Nevada.
Well, I
The
even heard Wyoming.
Nevada.
I heard Wyoming and Montana was really Wakanda. When the Black Panther came out, they said no, Wakanda's in America. It's really all the Northwest is Wakanda. I'm like, yo,
Yo,
these
but
people
It's
are
a
mentally ill.
coping mechanism. That's what it
nah,
is.
it's really. I think slavery in America is probably the worst slavery that happened.
It
Yeah,
is
Like,
it
because it's
cost
mental.
it
It's
cost
mental.
severe
It's
mental
yeah,
mental.
illness.
That's
the
why.
mental.
Oh, hold
Yeah,
on. That's why I say, I do what I do. Truco don't understand that, right? I know we all live in America. We gotta make this money. We got this squat. I get that, right? But somewhere along the line, we have the whole line saying what happened to us was wrong, right? Because the bottom line is this: we were never at the table when they wrote the Constitution. We were never at the Bill of Rights. We were never at the Declaration of Independence. We were definitely not at the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. I don't even think we was at the Civil Rights Act. So, we in a country that nobody ever negotiated for us. But every other group of people, say what you want about the poorest African country, at least they got a government and they signed treaties. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
They got a constitution that represents them. They have an identity. They got a people. Like when you think of Lesotho, people were laughing when Down to Lesotho, but they're a country with a flag, and
yeah.
everything. They have an identity. Black America does not have any. That's why we keep divulging into these crazy theories because we don't have a national identity. The 14th Amendment, all that stuff, is just simply not enough.
I think what made the slavery in America so bad and so mental versus like the slavery in Jamaica, Haiti,
Oh, the worst in
Suriname,
America.
because I think black people in America wasn't given a chance to hold on to anything like any African culture or
No,
language or
we no, we
tradition.
didn't. We weren't allowed to hold on to our souls. Remember something, in other places it was more absentee, so people, it wasn't even just for the African people adopted a culture where they're at. But in Black America, we had no space, even after slavery. Black people tried to like carve out little enclaves in places like Louisiana and Florida,
Yeah.
and say we're gonna just leave us alone. We're gonna govern ourselves. Whatever. White people said no rest, no refuge. Every last single inch of soil that we're on is basically they have authority over.
Honestly, I actually think that they know exactly who they are, where they come from. They know they're Africans. They just don't want to admit it out of shame because
It's a
they
shame.
don't
It's
want.
a
Yeah,
shame. It's
they
shame.
don't want to
What happened to us
associate.
was very shame.
Yo, you got dudes
It's
talk
shame.
about
It's
You're
a
taught, hold on,
coping
this is what it is.
mechanism for.
This is what it is. You're taught that this country is the greatest country to ever live, right? But this country clearly, like you said, this country did evil things to us, right? So how do we reconcile that? They sent us a fight in their war. First of all, they didn't want to send us a fight in World War One. It was the French that picked us up, right? And then when we saved the day, we saved their country, in World War One. They were telling the French, don't treat them with respect. That's our country saying that, And then when we got back, you got to see the one guy, he died. He died. He got an injury. And because he wasn't recognized, they didn't recognize his heroin. Like, that's America. That's the reality of America, That's what it is. That's why our people are crazy right now, Because you can't tell a person to love something and don't love it,
I'm not gonna lie, Kyla. Like sometime when I be hearing so many people talk, I actually feel so sorry for them. I'm not gonna lie.
I do feel sorry for them, because they're victims. Dane Calloway is a victim. All these people are victims,
Yeah.
The thing
For you
they have,
and for you to say Harriet Tubman and
they're victims. They're victims
Nat
because
Turner didn't exist and all that. That's
hold on.
crazy.
They're victims because they don't because we're taught like Tariq Nasheed says, I'm a foundational Black American. I'm an American. Well, wait a minute. The whole history of America is about them degrading you, causing you to hate yourself. So how you so
They
basically
have to create a
Yo,
fake,
yo, the
story
wildest
to
thing
feel
I
better.
ever heard, and if I was a Black American, I would feel very offended. Make America great again. Like what does that mean? What does that mean?
The
Where was
bottom line,
America ever great for Black
for a
people?
white person, I know exactly what it means. For a Black person, I have no idea.
Right.
I have no
To
fucking idea.
restore
When was
America
this?
to the way it used to be before all the rights and the
Before
Yeah.
liberal
it became
stuff.
a multicultural society.
Yeah, white people at the top.
And
White
sometimes you got to
America.
think about like, yo, when okay, make America great again. Was that when Black people were sharecroppers? Was that when Black people had to go through Jim Crow? Was that
Basically, when you knew your place,
Yeah, when
when
you
you
knew your
when you had
place.
to look at the when you had to look at the ground, not look at a white man.
yeah, man. The bottom line is you had to know your place. In America, place.
That's why they're stripping everything and also like taking down all the black entertainers and doing all that stuff
They
The
want
because
wild,
everybody.
the
They want everybody
wildest
in
thing,
line.
the wildest thing ever is when Trump and JD Vance said the black history is improper ideology. Yo, it should have been riots.
wow.
No,
It should have.
no. He actually had Black History. He's talking about the Black History Museum. Some of the stuff in there, he says, is improper, or whatever, like that.
But
I don't
did you
know.
see the stuff that they already took out? Like the bench with the, I forgot which riot it was when they was spitting on
I
the.
think first of all, they started with the LGBTQ shit, whatever, like that. That right there. I don't care about that. But the thing is, I don't think Donald Trump should mess with any part of Black history, whatever, like that. In other words, basically, this is what Donald Trump believes. He believes that he's going to have this country where Black and white people are going to come together and build this great civilization together and all shit like that. Absent the historical context, right? He don't really.
Yes, a racism and stuff like that.
Yeah, he don't think there's a problem. Look, the bottom line, he just takes it as face value that Black people are happy.
They already like changing stuff up in the schools, like calling slaves like free labors, and like they
Yeah, I
using
know. Yeah, the America does not want to deal with nobody. Look, that's not just white people. Black people don't want to deal with slavery. If basically, if Donald Trump said, "Let's change the history to say that Black people are already here," and that
Yep.
they came from Turtle Island. Well, I'll give somebody 80% of black people say, "Yeah, you know something? I'm tired of this shit too, man. Fuck Africa." Let's
Yo, I seen people on Twitter cheering that it's about time they stop pushing that the slave trade happened. I said, nah, you
and white
can't
people.
be.
You think white people aren't seeing that shit? They said,
But imagine if they actually do that. If they start publishing books about the copper colored people
"Yeah,
that were
yeah." Well, now,
already
so
here.
that's
Yo,
coming.
yo,
Next, too.
yo,
That's coming.
yo,
That's
honey
coming.
flower. A large portion of people would eat that up and say, yeah, we was copper color, we was never
All they have
African.
to do is get a white man to push it, and that would be it, right? Black people eat it up. Now, see,
Exactly.
white man said it.
Yeah, the white man said we was never slaves. He said we always been
I had
here.
some stupid ignorant woman that was time. Well, she had some white guy. Obviously, you know how you could do back even before AI. She had a thing where you could do it where it has a white person talking like he's in a newsroom, whatever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they I guess they got their money together and put one of those together. See, the black people are the original copper colored, And so I don't understand. I understand that's AI technology. They make it so it was all convincing and whatnot. I said, see, white man says it and whatnot.
That's their favorite lie. The white man, look, even the white man agree.
Even the white man agrees. See? Like I said, I got a PhD in Negroology, man. There's nothing about the Negro I don't know. This is what I do, man. I study the Negro. Oh, let me play this video, man. Maury Povich. This is the people that they
The
one time
DNA.
call it is other kind. This is the only time they believe in DNA.
First of all, she need to be quiet. What she's talking about.
Everybody, wait a second. This has been a very serious drama, okay? Really? And Colin recognizes that.
Right. Get the result. Get the result. Let's get this going. Let's get this going. Hey, yo, all y'all gonna feel crazy. Hey, yo, hold on. Hey, yo, this is what I want.
Okay, when it comes to 2-year-old AJ, Colin, you are not. In the case of 3-year-old Nailani, Rayshawn, you are not.
Stop it. Put some respect on my name.
In the case of 2-year-old Denver, Damon, you are not. When it comes to 1-year-old Destin, Caesar, you are not. When it comes to 3-year-old Kanaya, Baran, you are not. When it comes to 1-year-old Khalees, Jose, you are not. Wilbur, you are not. One-year-old Kamari, Scout, you are not.
Upside down and inside out. I'm about to show all you.
In the case of 1.5-year-old Ty Priest, Aton, you are
Ty
not.
Priest. Ty Priest.
When it comes to 8-month-old Brian. Kiari, you are not. You look like him.
Wow! Where? Y'all tell me why I look like him at. Y'all tell me that. I'm not the baby daddy.
Hey, but if you are, you'll be in that job.
No.
2-year-old Marcellus Isaac, you are not. Three-year-old Zaria. Henry, you are not. When it comes to 4-month-old Danye, Andrew, you are not.
Ready for action, nip it in the bud, we never relaxing.
Yeah, there you go, bro. That's what happens, bro. The same Negroes who do not believe in DNA, and all stuff like that, suddenly when they get that DNA result saying they're not the father or whatnot, they jumping and shouting and whatnot. It's just hilarious, He'll say one, man, I don't believe in DNA because they know they take that DNA, they'll say your ancestors come from the damn Congo, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, whatnot, No, man, I'm Egyptian, whatnot. I'm from North Africa. You ever see motherfuckers be talking about they're Moroccan, they're freaking Libyan and shit like that?
Yo, even Africa now. You got people from
Oh yes,
Ghana talk about we Israelites. We ain't
check this out.
African.
Yeah, check this out. There's a guy that's be on this chat room, Lil John, right? He's a fucking Ghanaian American, right? But he's cosplaying. He wants to be his FBA wannabe. Talking about slavery never happened and black people copper color. I said, nigga, you showed me a camera. You ain't no copper colored, nigga. He's like, yeah, black Africans are tethers and whatnot. Nigga, you a tether, Niggas
And
are
that's the
Canadian.
issue with social media. It gives everyone like a voice,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It
I
gives
think
them a
honestly, if they said like in another 5 years, they said, yo, get it all like we're gonna ban social media, online, stuff like that. And when I would not lose any sleep. I think things will go back to normal,
Yeah.
Social media will have the world going. Even look, it probably cost me my movement and everything like that. But look, I had no idea it was going to bring out the normalized crazy, incubate craziness.
I think
now with AI technology, it's even worse now.
I don't wish jail on no man, but Dane Calloway should be in prison for the thing
the
that.
bottom line is, somebody, there's got to be something where you're messing people's minds up. Because look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something real close. Listen to this story, right? There was this one guy. I remember I was like around 26, 27 years old. I used to work at this restaurant in Norfolk, a steakhouse called Daryl's, right? It was the best steakhouse. I mean, they had good food, really. But I was like a dishwasher, right?
Right.
Anyway, we're all young guys working there. We saw crack jokes on each other. Young guys, We all living with our parents, but everybody trying to front like they doing big. We all basically struggling, ain't got nothing. We all clown each other. Like that's how fight started. With like we could call it. Anyway, this older dude got a job there as a cook, like a backup cook, right? This dude was 48. Nigga was 48, man. But he was good looking dude. He was tall, had an afro. You could tell back in the days he was like a man. He had a trim figure. You could tell he was a man back in the days, but he was like conscious about his youth, right? And everybody was like, yo, man, you're a 48-year-old nigga, man. Blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, blah, blah. So we knew how old he was, right? Well, anyway, a couple years, I remember years later, man, I had a contracting business, right? I saw him in the friggin' in Lowe's, right?
Right.
This dude basically said, "Yeah, man, I remember that like that." He goes, that nigga had to erase his age. He was 48 then. 15 years later, you know how old he said he was?
Oh,
He said he was 29.
come on.
You
Why
can
did
look
he
at his
say
face.
that?
But he looked at the dude had a problem with his age, He was like, "Yeah, man, I don't want to get old, whatever like that." So the bottom line, he convinced himself that he was 29. He said, "Yeah, I was in Mexico a couple of years ago, nigga." By that time, he was like 60.
Oh my god, that's
So this one said
scary.
when people lie to themselves, right?
They start to believe it.
And they'll say and it
Damn.
retards your brain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, people like Dane Calloway is going to mess people's minds up.
Yeah, he's already made a lot of people retarded.
Yeah, he's
Yo,
retarding people.
it's gonna make the black race even more retarded.
Yeah.
If
So
you
the bottom
wasting
line,
all your time,
this is why
if
I
you
decided to call.
Not being able to decipher reality from
Hey, so
delusion.
hold on. Dudes like black skin. You see how they I didn't see. I knew about this guy. I guess you know. You see how these guys are attacking me. I knew when I started the show back in last
Who's
July when
attacking you?
black skin is amazing.
Yeah, he talk about Colin every single
That
day.
guy is weird.
Because
He's
the bottom
weird.
line is why? Because I'm telling the truth, right? And the bottom line, they can't have the fact that there's somebody over here that's telling the truth. They would like me to go away, but it's not going to happen. I'm going to renew my subscription in July, July, I'll be on another year, So the bottom line is this: I'm here because Dane Calloway, all these other people, like you go to all those channels on that. Then we come here and you hear normality. You're like, okay, so that's what I do this for, That's exactly why I do this, right? Because people need to know that there's sanity online, and I don't see it. Nobody goes hard at that. One thing I disagree with Dynas and Brandon, all of them, they sit there and entertain this stuff,
Yeah.
Dynas will have somebody on his panels talking that stupid stuff and whatnot, having a full-fledged conversation. I'm not gonna have. Do you think I'm gonna have somebody up there talking all this Native American common culture stuff, and I'm gonna have a conversation with them?
Is the whole chicksaw thing? Is that a real thing?
Black.
They keep saying like when they go out there, they say they're chicksaw or something like that.
Chicksaw,
Chicken saw.
Blackfoot.
Chicken
Is that
saw,
real?
Yeah,
'Cause
chicken
I'm not
saw,
about to
Black
research this
Cherokee,
stuff.
whatnot, No, like I said, it's crazy. I'm not gonna entertain none of that,
Yo, it got so bad. The shit that we used to accuse the white man of, they doing it worse. They distorting articles,
Yeah,
pictures.
he had the one,
Also,
the
how do
one
you
Native
know if they're
American
not?
girl, right? Somebody photoshopped and put some Black World lips on her thing. You seen that?
Yeah,
That's
yo,
the heads of real.
and
And
they'll
how do you
take
know if you're
like
not talking to someone in prison or someone sleeping on the train tracks or
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
someone
all this is
in a
stuff is coming from the
cardboard
gutter.
box?
It's coming from the prisons and the gutters of Black America, and now they got online. That's what stuff they used to tell themselves in prison. And whatnot.
Don't let them get their hands on a cross hatching picture.
It's a
Oh,
lot of like schizophrenic kind of people that believe in stuff like that,
Yeah, and they get online and they get a following. They get a damn following.
Brain damage from drugs and all types of stuff.
even the Moors. The Moors is yo.
Yeah, no,
those
those
are crazy,
Moors,
man.
there's always something psychologically wrong, or their brain was fried by drugs or something, and they just say anything.
Yo, you got people walking into courtrooms talking
Oh
about.
yeah. Oh, you know what the worst? Oh, you know what's the sovereign citizen thing?
Yeah, sovereign citizen.
Oh, you guys want to see? Let's have some fun tonight. Some more of the. Let's have some fun. Let's have
Yeah,
some
play
fun,
with them. Play with them sovereign citizens in court.
I have to, man. I got to, man. I got to sovereign Oh yeah, sovereign citizen.
You got black people not paying off bills
They
when they
they
driving
go
like
to the people's houses, right? And saying claiming the house as theirs because they were parts of a rocket empire. These niggas are crazy. See, it's not even funny, man. Come on, man. It's not funny. These Negroes need help, you know. Let's see. Sovereign citizen.
nah, it's not.
And sometimes people that are mentally unwell, they do join cults, you know.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you got to think how insane you are to
Didn't
walk in a courtroom with no lawyer and talk about I'm representing myself as a
And the
sovereign.
judge, they gonna say argue with the judge, you know.
You got no jurisdiction over
They
me.
say, yo, well, what you gonna do? Like, well, you going to jail? Well, yeah, I'm telling you now, but you have
And
no
then a
authority
lot of
over me.
like they
You gotta tell the
were in
judge
and
you have
out
no
of
authority.
foster homes too and stuff. Like it's really sad. It's really mental illness and
That
on
is.
display. And then they get a microphone. They love to debate.
Yo, but what's
Sad.
wilder is it's kind of embarrassing because Black Americans to me was like the top tier Black people of the world. Some of the greatest scholars, some of the greatest
Hey,
leaders
that's
came
what I
from
said.
Black
That's why when
America.
people talk about these scholars, evidently they didn't do enough, man. Because why are we going through all this right now? You know?
Yeah, they need to be shunned. You're right. They shouldn't be given a platform. They shouldn't be debated with. They need to be shunned, and people need to like not even give them any airtime because I mean, this,
Yo, Honey Fly, if you pay attention to some of these people, it'll make you go crazy.
Okay, let's see. Or the rest. This was funny.
I'm a sovereign citizen of the Moorish kingdom. You got no sovereignty over me.
08, all rights reserved. Okay, well, there's no response to the court's inquiry. It's 4:30 p.m. on
Can y'all not
July
hear me?
13th.
UCC 1-308, all rights reserved. I am here on a special visitation of the all caps name.
She appears to be employing tactics and reciting language from the playbook of sovereign citizens, many of whom believe that adding certain codes and all rights reserved to their names will protect them from prosecution.
Seeing no response to my request, Agent Miller, I will sign a bench warrant upon your submission. Failure to appear. Is Shannon Phillips or anyone representing her in court today?
Kylie, you don't go to the shores. Don't go to the shores. Go to like a video.
Yeah, let's see. I want to find this one man, Geronimo. His name was Geronimo. Let's see, Geronimo. Niggas name Geronimo. Geronimo. Let's see. Hey, Geronimo. That shit was so funny. That shit was so. I gotta find this one. This haven't seen that in a while. Me and Dice used to play this all the time, man. That was fucking hilarious. You know. Black sovereign citizen. No, maybe I should narrow it down to black sovereign citizen.
Or more or something.
Moorish. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Moorish sovereign citizen.
Moorish. Okay, let's see if that brings me some more results. Okay. Yeah, hilarious. Oh yeah, you want to hear this one? It's 2 minutes long. Let's see what this. These guys be cracked when they be arguing with the judge. That'd be friggin' hilarious, bro. You know, that'd be friggin' hysterical.
Next, we go to Bond Court in Florida's Broward County. Judge John Hurley presiding.
May I see Abdano Hall?
He's just called defendant Abdano Hall, who has an outstanding warrant for resisting arrest.
All right, Abdano Hall. You want to work this out right now, Mr. Hall? Plead no contest. Case is over with. You want to do that?
I'm Abdul Alpha Law, authorized representative, natural person, appropriate persona. All rights reserved. Ex relation Abduno Hall. All rights reserved. UCC 1-207/1-308. UCC 1-103.
Now, that is definitely Abdano Hall, but that is not the name he's using.
I'm Abdul Alpha Law, authorized representative, natural person, appropriate persona.
Even though the judge has a full plate of cases, he plays along.
Do you know somebody named Abdano Hall?
Ex relation, I'm authorized representative, Abdul Al-Falah.
Oh, you're the representative for him?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know where he is right now?
Authorized representative.
No, I know you're an authorized
Abdul
representative,
Al-Falah.
but I need to talk to him. Do you know where he is?
I object.
Object for what?
I object to that.
Paul is beginning to test the judge's patience.
I object to that.
State the grounds for your objection.
I object because I just gave you my natural appropriate persona name.
What is that name?
Abdul Al-Falah.
Some judges might take exception to this behavior and even hold the defendant in contempt, but not Judge Hurley.
Okay, let me ask you,
representative.
have you ever been known as Abdano Hall?
I object to that.
What's the grounds for your objection?
I object.
Looks like Judge Hurley will need an entirely different approach.
All right, well, let's do this. You're Abdano Hall's representative, right?
Authorized representative.
All right, when you see him, will you tell him his bond is $500? Thank you.
Paul is forced to undergo a psychological evaluation, but he serves no jail time.
Thanks for being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe to A&E to never miss a new video.
This is insane, you know. Something I'm thinking, we build an African, maybe we have to import white judges from America. Do you think black people are gonna deal with these people or just say, "Oh, you gotta let them out"? You know, what do you guys think?
I don't know. I'm hung up on it.
Do you think we have to probably import white judges from America? You know, in the Afghanistan. You know, really. You know, so I'm like this, man.
I mean, if those type of people come to Afghanistan, yeah, you definitely need some white
Yeah,
judges.
man. Like that's my worst nightmare. These crazy Negroes will come over there, preach as sovereignty. You can't tell me I'm a sovereign citizen under blah blah blah. blah.
You're saying you think that if they tried that in like Africa or whatever, the judge
Good
might be
people,
like, you know what,
they
we're
would
just
try it in
gonna-
Africa. If they tried, they would. You know, these
they would
people
get
are
away
lawless.
with it.
No, look, probably not. But the bottom line, it will create such. Imagine they having a social media following, and they out in the streets rioting and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's lawlessness. These people don't want to obey the laws. That's
Yeah, it's
all it is.
lawlessness
Culture
to
of
just come
lawlessness.
up there and say that you're a
The crazy
sovereign
part, the
citizen.
crazy part is they say America is an extension of Morocco.
Yeah, he said Morocco. Yeah, so this is America. It was like under Moroccan king such and such. Blah blah blah. Yo, look, let me tell you something. Don't underestimate this. There's a lot of black people, right, who are closet anarchists.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not just against the white man's government. Remember a couple of years ago when this guy got shot by this dude with the Burkina Faso with the bigger figure, and he was testing the Burkina Faso police, and they shot him.
What?
Who said, "Don't come over here. You're in army territory." He went out there, "Yo, what up, man? What up?" And the Burkina Faso police killed him. African American guy, you know.
Yeah, I do notice that, you know, there's segments of the black population where they just don't like following laws.
They don't follow laws. So it's like I said, and those type of people are going to Africa with that same mentality, but they don't understand something. Africa, they don't play with you, you know.
Yeah, they'll
do not
just
play
kill
with
you right then and there. They'll burn
And
you
you do
alive.
not want to go to jail in Africa. You do
They'll
not want
chop
to go
you
to jail
into
in Africa.
pieces.
You would not go to survive in Africa. Rwanda, they say Rwanda's a nice country. You ever see a jail? That jail looks like hell on earth, you know?
Nah,
Any
man, you
African
can't.
jail is hell.
Do they
Holly, you
feed
can't-
the people in Africa?
Well,
when they're in
sometimes,
prison?
Sierra Leone, you got to have somebody bring you food, you know?
Yeah, they don't even feed people.
Kylie, you can't send a sovereign Moorish American to no prison, man. You know that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like I said, those are things. That's the things I got to worry about. I got to deal with, you know? You know, sovereign Moorish motherfuckers, man. You want to come in there and whatnot. Stay in America, you know? You know, but they'll come over there. They'll try with this stupid
Listen up.
stuff.
The corporate grind got you down.
You know,
Maybe
we
it's
gotta
time for
do
a
it.
change.
You know, that's
Maybe
what
it's
it is.
time
The
to do
bottom
your
line,
own thing.
It's not even them. There's a lot of
sovereign
black people who
citizen
think
is
like
and
that.
why the
Don't
defense will never
underestimate
work.
that. There's a lot of black people who think like that. You know, they're lawless. They think that America has no jurisdiction. Look, bottom line, even though we may say about America, I understand that I live on their soil and I'm subjected to their laws. You know, these people like this, they be tested. I think the police, in the court, they let them get away with that. It's almost like encouraging black people to act like that, so they can just say, "Look, these people are out of control. Let's kill them." You know, that's what it sounds like.
In a criminal
Deliberately let
case
them
in the
get
state of Wisconsin.
really bad. You know.
A sovereign citizen is someone who believes they are not under the jurisdiction of the federal government and therefore thinks the laws don't apply to them. A local civil rights attorney says it's an illegitimate defense.
Mr. Brooks, you're interrupting me yet again. All right.
Among Daryl Brooks's many outbursts at trial, he suggests being a sovereign citizen means he's immune to the rules of the court and the laws in Wisconsin.
From a legal standpoint, what does this mean?
From a legal standpoint, it means nothing because it's not a defense at all.
Milwaukee civil rights attorney William Sultan says that's because the concept isn't recognized as a legal defense in any courtroom in the United States.
It's a theory that has been rejected for decades, and the court properly rejected it here.
William says the unusual defense has gained steam and become more common over the last decade.
Have you ever seen someone try to use this sovereign citizen defense here in Wisconsin?
Yes, there was a case of some notoriety about 7-8 years ago with an individual who had put false liens on some judges in Milwaukee and Waukesha County. His case ended up being moved to Dane County, and he did pursue a sovereign citizenship defense.
How did it work out?
Not well. He was convicted.
Dr. Christine Sarteski is a professor at Chatham University who's closely monitoring the Brooks trial from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
A lot of people have never seen a sovereign citizen or have heard of the defense. I've been tracking them for a number of years now. I have I wrote a book on them. I have a website.
Dr. Sarteski says the sovereign citizen movement has been fueled with falsehoods on social media and the internet.
People always ask me, well, why would anyone try this when they never work? But the thing is I don't think the people who are trying them know it doesn't work. Or they might believe, hey, if I just use my strategy, this little difference here, it will work this time.
Not only does Dr. Sarteski say the defense is ineffective in the courtroom, she says so-called sovereign citizen extremism poses a threat to law enforcement.
You add in somebody who comes in with these illegitimate ideas that have no basis in law, but they really believe them. So they then fight with the officer. And this has led to sovereigns being shot at traffic stops and including, officers being shot.
Dr. Sarteski says a sovereign citizen defense never works out in the end, but it can cause major delays in trial due to constant objections, similar to what we've already seen in Mr. Brooks' case. Reporting outside the Waukesha County Courthouse, Ben Jordan.
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up the.
Hey, yo, Colin, they even got IDs too. They got more IDs.
Yeah. I seen this one guy, one black guy. I wish I could find. I'm gonna gather something, do a whole show about this. This one brother was like, we got pulled up by the cop. He had fake tags on, right? And the cop goes, "What do you got to?" He go, "Well, I'm a sovereign citizen." And all of a sudden, he go, "I need you to exit the vehicle." I don't agree to that. The cop took his flashlight and busted the window and grabbed it. I don't agree to that, because I got my papers and whatnot, Yeah,
yo, you have people paying $1,000 to pay for fake paperwork.
This one case, right? The cops let the guy go. Okay, I guess so, and they right to travel. The cop, they take it as a joke, but they want to make it sure that enough black people do it so they can really move in and clean up house. They let this guy go. So I'm going. I got a sovereign. The guy was absolutely serious. He drove off from a police stop. You had no right to pull me over, and the cop let him go.
You got no jurisdiction over me.
Yeah, so I'm like this. These niggas are crazy.
I think why they just let I think white people just collected data so they could just show
that's what I'm saying. They're letting it build up and whatnot. They say, good, this is growing and whatnot. We got a problem here, so then they can come in and just clean house. That's what they do. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They give you a little victory when I say, I'll document a cop. When I know he let you do that because he knows how to catch up with you down the road. He knows. Niggas, man. Like I said, we always go down the wrong path, you know. Is there anything right we do when everything is about doing the wrong thing, you know, the wrong. So it's crazy, man. Like I said, man, I got a PhD in Negroology. The main thing about the Negroes, anything that deals with responsibility, when that was thrown out the door, you know, me taking responsibility for my life and my actions, no, you know.
Yeah.
Same thing with the black politicians. They know they don't have to deliver, you know. They have to deliver nothing, right? Because all they do is just basically say the white man did it, you know, and you go believe in that. You know, these black politicians live the good life, don't produce nothing, man, you know.
But just think about the state of Black Americans right now. You got the Moors, you got the pretendians, and then you got the FBAs. It's like you
Yeah,
can't
like
get.
I said, I'm a ringmaster, a three-wing circus of deadly clowns, you know. That's why I said, man, this is why I said, don't leave me alone. I believe in an African. I believe in a place where sane black people could gather and build something, you know. We could be away from stuff. We could be looking on TV and see them same stupid people in America talking the same stupid shit while we're building something, a new reality, you know.
Kyle, you gotta mentally evaluate people before they even step foot on the
Well,
land.
trust me, everyone's gonna go through testing, you know. People are gonna be screened and tested before they're allowed in. Trust me. These people think, oh, I don't know if you look. Yeah, look. The bottom line is I was about you got a 50% chance of making it over there. You know, because a lot of people we're gonna reject a lot of people. You know, it ain't about numbers; it's about quality. You know.
The two things you gotta ask people: are you an Asiatic or are you a copper colored
Because the bottom line is, if you can't look and say I'm an African descendant, that's the one thing that's criteria is you have to declare that you are a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade in Africa, right? Or you're a black African descent. Now, if
Yeah.
you say but I'm a copper color, I was already here. No, sorry, you can't be with us. So I had arguments with people like that before. Colin, why don't we just take everybody? No, you know.
Nah, you can't take everybody.
Everybody's like, yeah, I had people tell me that, Colin, you should just reach out to the fucking pretending. No, you know.
Kyle, I used to be a strong supporter of Marcus Garvey, but I think I'm more leaning to like the W.D. Du Bois Pan African.
Why is that? What's the difference?
W. Du Bois believe more into like the talented 10. Like you got to bring talented people back to Africa. You can't bring everybody back.
Yeah, I do believe in the talented 10. I do, like I said, I want to do a show on that about the secret, the success of black secret elite societies and whatnot. You know, they used to control Black America. Well, we used to have these societies, you know, and like everybody else, that they basically decision that you saw that went on in Black America. A few black people up at the top were making these decisions, you know, and that's how
Yeah,
it was. You
yeah,
know,
I think sometimes it got to be like that.
we used to get back to that. That's how we produced the Harlem Renaissance and everything. All the inventors and everything. We had elite societies that basically people got learned people. The massive people who drunk in and juke joints and whatnot, they just went along with what fucking was provided for them, you know?
Yeah.
You know, so W.D. Boyce was a sellout. He actually died in Africa. He renounced his U.S. citizenship and died in Africa, you know? So,
Yeah.
he was wrong about Garvey, but the bottom line is that he thought Garvey was a dictator. He was a young man. He was a dictator, you know, but he was wrong about Garvey, but he got it right in his later years, though, you know.
Yeah, it definitely did. Definitely did. But I think the talented 10 has to be like the number one thing.
Yeah,
Everybody can't go. Everybody can't go.
No, it's going to be governed by that talented 10%. And the talented 10% is going to be made up of black elite institutions, you know, think tanks and whatnot, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to basically connect with law firms and whatnot. You know, that's how legislation gets written up, you know. We're going to have plans. Everything's going to be debated in these elite societies and groups, you know. And these groups are going to be funded by businesses, the government, and everything like that, you know. And they're going to create the policy, everything. I thought about this, right?
As bad as I hate America, that's how they structured America. Like we
Yeah.
have to let the elites and the people in these secret
Right,
societies.
but
at
black
the
people
head.
don't like elites. They're like, oh, he's a black elite. When it'll be dumb as two left feet. And when people think they're smart enough to like this. No, look, the elite people think about stuff all the time. That's why they
Yeah.
make decisions, you know. And I thought
I
about something today. I said, look, I said if I have a society, right, things like what's shown on TV, the level of things like nudity and stuff like that, you have to have like every society got to have like sensory boards, right? Or liquor where served at strip clubs, stuff like that, device and all that, gambling,
yeah.
that controlled by an elite thing made up of clergy, you know, spiritualists, whatever, elders were chosen to be on these things that basically say, this is what we do. Okay, you can have gambling, but it's limited to this city and this thing. This is the rules in place and everything like that. Restaurants with liquor license, you know, most people still do it in California. The clergy sits on a liquor license board, you know, and they can revoke it if your place becomes a house of ill repute. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you balance a society out, you know. And basically everything like what's shown on TV and whatnot. You think if we had a society like that, you think somebody would bring the LGBTQ to our children and start teaching that stuff in school? Hell no.
Nah,
Because
not at all.
already have stuff like that. Okay, well, what is such and such society thinks? We're not, and they'll say no, it's inappropriate, whatever like that. And the government will say, well, according to such and such, they looked at it and said that's inappropriate. Sorry, your license to have a gay pride commit denied. You know,
Right.
that's the sort of society I want. But we can never have that in America because the white power structure always overrule what we say. We can never have a talent test in America. We need to have a situation where we're in power, we're in control. 500 years of being governed by somebody else, another race of people, it's time for it, you know? That's all I want black people to get to say. We want to have this perfect society and civilization. We got to do it on our own. We can't do it in their system, you know?
Mm-hmm.
El Chuco, you know, look, yeah, I know all the money. See, that's why he's an African. He's a savage. He only thinks about the money he's making, you know? And so, like, all
Chuku's
the money, you know?
Well, what I get from the dude Chuku, man, he'll sell out anybody for money. Like he
That's all they
believe
think
he
about the Nigerian, all they think about is money, you know? They have no principles or nothing, you know. They have nothing. It's like, what do you stand for? What do you live for? Nothing, you know. You know.
I forgot the white dude name, man. Sometimes you gotta give me liberty or give me death, man.
Patrick Henry, give me liberty
Yeah.
or death. That's the way they think, and we're like that too, you know. Well, give me liberty or give me fucking death, you know. You can't live on it. And there's another saying they always say: the tree of liberty is watered with the blood of tyrants. You know.
Right.
That's the attitude we took to Liberia. The tree of liberty is watered. That's why we killed all those paramount chiefs in Liberia. You know, we killed them all. You know. And we play in Liberia. You'll see when you go to Liberia, you'll see it, man. All that beautiful land is free. Ain't no chief on the land and whatnot. You know, this chief, this tribe. No, we carved out a state where we actually could own land and be free. We don't have to worry about no tribal chief. None of that shit exists in Liberia. That's why I love it so much. You know,
What's more dangerous is some of these ideologies is being filtered out into Africa.
yeah. There's a lot of Africans basically who believe that we were already here. Shit, you know. I had a dude, one of my dudes from Zambia, La Pupa, he said, man, you know, Colin, but did you hear that we were already in America? He's from Zambia, an African, right? They start feeling this we were already here shit, you know? They said, oh, yeah, we could come to America because we were already here 1,000 years ago. I said, dude, man, no, but according to Tariq Nasheed and Dane, I'm like, dude, man, stop it, you know? Stop it. This dude's a Zambian.
I think was wild the Hebrew Israelites for you to teach that King James was a black Hebrew Israelite and knowing that Jamestown, Virginia was the first
Yeah, oh
settlement
yeah.
in
Smoke
America.
asked me, unalive African chief. Yeah, we did. If those chiefs, if they had their way, we would have been sold back into slavery. So what are we supposed to do? Okay, this is what they want to do. We're sitting on the coast, right? Miles away from them, whatnot. They try to attack us and whatnot and sell us to white people, whatever, like that, to get rid of us, whatnot. We're supposed to sit back there and they're like, no, we marched right up into their territory and killed them. Problem solved, you know?
Yeah,
Well,
Chuku was one of them Igbo leaders back in the day. He would have definitely been putting us on plantation
that's what I'm saying. The bottom
for
line, yeah,
muskets and
that's what I
textiles.
love about Liberia. We basically, And we made peace with them too. After we killed them, we made peace with the people, you know, when they saw things our way, you know. Liberia, why not go to Burkina? What the fuck I want to go to Burkina Faso for, you know, Burkina. Why? You know, why? You know, nah, you know, look, if I got a formal invite and he said there was like 20,000 square miles on the table, you know, I consider it, you know, but since there isn't that, you know, I don't think we have any business in a Burkina. I don't want to be a Burkinian, whatever they call, you know,
Burkina Bay.
Burkina Bay. I don't want to be a fucking Burkina Bay. How about that? You know, have no interest in it. You know, I'm African American, right? My culture, everything you heard from me say tonight is from the pain and suffering of my people, right? And that can't go away, you know. So a lot of mine is I have to think about my people, my future, you know. Porque made let's see, speaking in French. Oh, Pierre's back. Oh Lord, man. Pierre's back, man. You know, all my favorite people, you know. Groups anymore. So it is what it is, you know, according to 12 tribe chart. Look, the bottom line. Oh, yeah, that's right. Mari Shai. Wasn't she a Hebrew Israelite or something like that one time? They got my sister Mari Shai, man.
Oh, she was a Hebrew Israelite, Mari?
Something like that. Or more Hebrew Israelite, something like that, you know. That's what they did.
Mari, tell me you don't believe King James was a black Hebrew Israelite.
They would say it's a wacky shit, man. You know, like I said, I was part of down in the Nation of Islam one time until Farrakhan made that speech about he saw the Elijah Muhammad the other day came down on a mothership and beating them up and shit. And I said, no, I think I gotta walk away from the shit for a little while, you know. I said, nah, you know.
Farrakhan lost me when he said that. The reason why we were slaves because our hair and
Oh yeah, yeah,
and we
yeah. I'll play that
and we was
video
hanging
too,
from
you know?
trees and stuff like that.
Yeah, Elijah Muhammad said the same thing when he said, I never seen people so degrading in the civilization. People living like animals. He's talking about Africans, you know. He was just throwing Africans under the bus, but I told him, yeah, the lowest
Yo,
level.
Farrakhan said, "Our hair change. Look at our." He said, "Look at our eyebrows." I said,
He was like, look at our nose, our black skin and whatnot. You know, that ain't what he's supposed to look and that. And this one sister was like in the audience, like, oh my God, he's calling me ugly, you know. And like I said, Farrakhan, man, I love him. He had to deal with his own self. He should have dealt with his own self-hate, you know.
That-
Yo,
I think that's why he got rid of Khalid Muhammad because he was too
Ali
black.
was black as the fucking ace of spades, man, you know. That was a black motherfucker, man. That old guy, Colin's like Dr. Cambone. That's black to the 20,000th power and whatnot, you know. Kali was so black, man. When he went outside in the daytime, the sun ran, you know. Yeah, it is what it is, you
Now
know.
all the dudes that he got like that might take over.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just
just light
nothing but light
skinned,
skin. Yeah,
fucking wavy
Nuri
hair.
Muhammad.
Yeah,
What's the
Prince of
other?
Islam and all these clowns, and whatnot, you
Yeah.
know. Like I said, man, I don't know, man. You know, like I said, man, it's become like I said, I can't bother it because those are still my brothers, man. But you know, because back in the days they used to get on me and say, "You call it, man." While I was on Block Talk Radio, why you was clowning the Nation of Islam? I said, "Nah, man. I'm all right, man." I said, "I do like to know where to get the bow ties from. You know, I want one. You know, oh, see, clowning us again, man. You know." Did you tell me a brown paper bag test? Yeah, they probably do have a brown paper bag test. You know. But you know
Nah, they still crazy. You got dudes like Wesley Muhammad talking about the Arabs is black and we the real black.
Of Black Arabia and shit, you
Yeah,
know.
Black Arabia.
Yo, like I said, I debated Wesley Muhammad one time, man. He's a whatever collar, you know. I debated Wesley Muhammad before, all of it, man. So I used to go at it with the new Black Panther Party.
Nah, Kyle, we got some serious problems in the black community, man. It's ridiculous.
That's it. Yeah, Black Americans with three-ring circus, full of deadly clowns and whatnot, you know. But these are my brothers, man. All I could do is be an example to them and give them some guidance and whatnot. Because My brothers are clearly lost, man. You know, it's just
But,
sad.
but what's wild was wild. The way it's filtering down to Africa. You got people in Kenya, Ghana talking about we not African, we Israelites.
Oh yeah,
What's the,
man.
the
Yeah,
dude that come on
yeah,
your channel, Lewis? He believe he a Jew.
yeah. Lewis is crazy, man. You know, hey, he come from Ghana, and when I talk about we're Hebrews and all this kind of stuff like that, Egypt, we built pyramids. Nigga, shut up, man. You know, I like, just stop it, man. You know, stop it. You're in fucking Ghana, man. Thousands of years ago, your ancestors was in Ghana. You are not no Hebrew. You're not none of this shit. You're not a Moor. You're not none of this shit. You know. I said, yeah, the Moors. I said, you're not. Moors were not black. Their slaves were black. Just like what you call, just like Arabs. It's like Arabs were not black, but their slaves and their converts were black. You know.
They want to be the slave. They want to be the slave. The dudes with the feathers that was catching Africans and putting them in
Yeah.
chains.
Now they're saying we're the real Americans, right? No, the real Americans were white. You know, just like the original Moors were white. Now they're trying to claim America like they claim Moors and whatnot. You know, like you ever see the thing? I'm a Moorish American. What the
Yeah.
fuck is a Moorish American, man? Like I said, and sometimes I just want to give up, right, and just move to fucking goddamn to the South Pacific somewhere and be done with everything, you know.
For real.
I think the black race has no hope, man. You know, it's crazy. You know. Let's see, DK, brown people black. Okay, let's see what they're saying. Steve, I mean, what country you from? You had in that red dress, a Frenchie. Ooh, we got love for you this year. We got Pierre flirting with Frenchie. You know, I'm getting jealous. You know, so
you see what Africans stand doing, man, is bringing the core family groups back together.
You what?
I said African stand is bringing the core black group to black family
saying,
back
man.
together.
You know, like I said, if anybody wants salvation, join the colonization. You know, that's what I'm trying to compete with all these stupid ideologies, right? You know, Frenchie will stop it. Hey, I always mess with everybody, you know. You know, like I said, if you want salvation, join the colonization, man. If you're black, I can help you. If you're black, there's hope for you. You know.
No. You can't say black collar. You got to say
No,
African because
you know, I can
give people a way. I give them like a way
I can
out.
change you. I'm not saying that everybody's welcome. I'm saying you could be changed. You know.
Yeah.
You can be changed. You know. I say that's a starting point. You got to be black. You know. You know. Is Kwame a Hotep? No, I don't think so. He says very logical. Hoteps are illogical. You know. They just make up. They just pull shit out their ass one night. This is my philosophy. Where'd you get that philosophy? Out my ass, nigga. I pull philosophy out my ass, man. They be pulling philosophies out their ass one night, you know. Yeah. So let's see. She's cool like other chicks here. Frenchie, yeah, too masculine. Well, only French. We only got Marsha and Frenchie that be on the thing, you know. So I don't know what he's talking about, you know. All my other females abandoned me, man. You know, Mystic Dime, you know, Chantel and whatnot, you know. I want some more female listeners, you know. Because everybody got this idea that Collins is a mean guy and whatnot. You know, I am not. I'm a really nice guy. You
All right,
know,
Ja, what's a hotep?
a hotel. I don't know because you got the Mayat, you know, and that's what I think it was. They talk about the Mayat. So yeah,
My name is a Pan African name, so he's.
Missy Don says she wants to take you where you take you to Woods Africa, bro. She hates you, bro. What would that? What did? Just as I said, she wanted to take you to the woods in Africa. She hate. What did I do? You know, she want to take me to the woods and do what? Beat me? Why not? That sounds kinky, but I don't know, man. You know, she said she wanted to whip me. Why not? You know. So I don't know what it is. I just told her, look, all I told her was, you know, sleeping on a dirt floor in a mud hut is not my idea of liberty. You know what I'm saying? These women.
Yes. How did Garvey throw us under the bus?
I have no idea. People, why are these people coming here always attacking Garvey? You know, are they kidding me? Oh, she wanted to do a spell on me. No, that's why I've been having such a run of bad luck lately. She got a spell on me. You know, maybe it's someone else. Oh yeah, yeah. What did Marcus Garvey do to
Oh,
something? Make,
they claim that Marcus Garvey was working with the CIA to try to get a black
oh yeah,
American
oh
back
yeah.
to
Marcus
Africa.
Garvey was working with the CIA. He not only first of all, the CIA wasn't around when Garvey was around. The
The
CIA was
FBI,
in
the FBI.
1947. Garvey died in 19 what was it year? It was 1943. He died. CIA was created 4 years later in 1947, and also J. Edgar Hoover. It was the one that arrested him and got him deported. So the American government saw Garvey as a public enemy number one.
I
So
always ask that. So Marcus Garvey worked with the FBI, but Marcus Garvey was public enemy number one. How do you make? How does that make
like I
sense?
said, they make up anything, right? Just like what you call Lewis talk about the CIA, Paul Kagame put there by an American CIA. That doesn't make any logical sense.
He got a serious
That's
problem with
what Africans
Wanda.
do. They always make this straw man argument about the CIA, the white man, neo-colonialism, and then try to attach you to it. All full of shit. Kala, you ain't gonna have no women in that shit. Yo, look, we do have women, bro. But get this though, I would say in the African, I envision like 85% of our women are gonna come from the African continent.
Jai, you gotta first.
We're
Jai,
gonna
you gotta
start off,
first tell me what's a hotep, so I know what you're talking about. I don't know
check
what's
this
a
out.
hotep.
Check this out. Your bottom line is this: this is how serious this is. I am willing to start all over again, start a whole new race of people with another woman, rather than sit here in slavery in America. I'm ready to build the African. If I know for a fact of the matter is, if you're worried about women, you don't have to worry about that because African women, you build a country like that, the African women will come. You have women from Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, Nigeria, all over the continent trying to get in. You'll definitely have women. So these
Kenya.
Black Americans stay here. Do you like Black American women? I love Black American women, but I love that if they stay here in America, I could care less. They want to do what they want to do in America. Let them have it. Let's split our community in half. Let's do it.
Yo, what I don't understand, if you love America so much, why do these people get on Pan African or Black Power pages
I have no
and
idea.
complain all the time?
And they're always complaining about America. They complain about America all the time. America's this, Trump this, America this, them folks this, them people this, them people this, white people this, white people this. Yeah, they love America. They're headed to the AC. No, the Black women ain't headed to no AES, bro. They're gonna come with us. They're gonna come to the African. They're gonna come to the African because you dusty Negroes don't have nothing for them. I'm saying African women are tight. They don't want to be nowhere near African men. They want to be with us, man. So it is what it is. Sorry, St. James. I know you had your eye on getting yourself some cooch, but it ain't happening, bro. So it is what it is. Rira is a dust ball shithole made up country. Ooh. Black women have no souls. Damn, man, that's rough. Chill, Kala. We already got them
Burkina
there.
Faso is a dust hole. Damn.
Damn. Damn. Man. You gonna take that St. James, man? Him coming at your country like that?
Yo, sometimes if you block out some of these people's names, you would think they just white supremacists. The
I
way
think
these
they are
people,
white supremacists, man. Some of the stuff they be saying, man. I mean, matter of fact, to tell you the truth, to be honest with you, you ever read Nairaland site, the Nigerian forum? If you didn't know any better, the way they talk, well, you just type in African American, right? And I swear to God, you can't tell the difference between that and Stormfront. There's no damn difference. I'm like, like I said, people hate you. People hate you. No matter what color they are. Like I said, we need protection from three things, brother. We need protection from the white man, the African, and ourselves.
Ice. Kala is a Black American. Why he don't have the right to talk about Black America the same way he talk about Africa?
Who said what? Wait, so who said that? Who said what?
He has acts. I guess he like a FBA or ADOS or something like that.
EX said, we come to your channel because you all have no channel without talking about Black America. I talk about everybody, bro.
But it's crazy. Y'all every day y'all talk about tethers. Y'all complain about Africans every day. It's not one of y'all channels that go by one day without complaining. Oh, this guy's a tether. He sold us out.
Yeah, everybody's a damn tether one night, you know. I got called a tether one night. All I know is I have many generations from North Carolina, New York, Georgia. And suddenly I'm a tether now, you know. How can I say that? He said, I ain't no FBA ADOS. Shut up, bro. You ain't FBA ADOS? So what are you?
Ask you was here. You was here before Christopher Columbus. You was
Yeah,
here.
did you come during this transatlantic slave trade? You were already here. You were walking 120th Street in Harlem 500 years ago, you know?
Hey, John, not too much on Shaka Almos, man.
I say DK said, "Nah, Westmore." Yeah, God forbid Westmore. He only said that because he said a study is a waste of time. They overblown it. Like he said, no goddamn reparation, you niggas. You know, he just said, man, another study is not worth the budget, the time, whatever like that. Because all you're gonna do is a panel, a group of Negroes, and pay them for 9 months to do what? You know, come up with things. Yeah, man, shit's bad. Black people need money. No shit. We know black people need money. Tell us what we don't. Something we don't know. You know. Just grim, man. Grim, man. We need to do something about it. Damn, that's what we were talking about. What do you think you got a government for, you know? You can't find it. Let's see, huh? Let's see. Kwame, pause. You went with a Shaka, clearly baddie boy, man. I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. You know.
Yo, he just one of the muscle niggas, man. That they want to show off their chest and stuff like that. I don't make him.
Who's this, Ja?
Yeah, I'm talking to Ja Migo and Dog Migo.
Doc Migo. Oh yeah, Doc Migo, my stud muffin. You know, got all the women. You know. I am starting to my Black American nation with beautiful women, unlike Kala. Okay, let's see. With Bush twins. Woo. That was why, yo, black women are fucking black women, you know, to me, you know.
Ask what state you gonna start this Black American nation at?
Is it gonna be in America or is it gonna be in Africa, you know?
Yeah, that's the question. It's gonna be in America or Africa?
America is a non-starter because look at Atlanta, man. Yeah, it didn't matter time for it to get gentrified, you know. You build a nation in America, whatever it is, like that. You know, like 10 years, and when that with Negro politicians, 10 years will be all white and Mexican. You know. Like one thing you won't see, any African country getting gentrified, right?
Well, Nambia look pretty
Well,
justified.
Namibia was conquered. You know. What I'm saying is this: you don't just have white people just moving in and it don't work like that. You can't do that in Africa. You know. But in America, yeah, you can because we don't control none of these communities. We're not there. We're just borrowing them. You know, they put black people in neighborhoods. You know that the way the system works is this: you sell a neighborhood to a black community, right? If they can get 40 years out of you paying mortgage and stuff like that, they're good. By the time they get ready to take the neighborhood back, the neighborhood's been paid for like 20 times over. They got millions of dollars worth of equity, billions of equity, whatever like that, because you held it down. They need in order for real estate to grow to be like that, they have to have people living there, right? It doesn't matter if the neighborhood's run down or not. So long as the neighborhood's functioning or whatever like that, basic rent and mortgage is paid, you know. They don't. That's why they don't care about rebuilding it because they know eventually they're going to take it back from you. You know, there's this place in Norfolk called Bowling Green. It's a housing project. It was there for generations. Bowling Green, right?
Yeah, I know Bowling Green.
It's not there no more.
What?
They tore it down about 20 years ago, man. They said, hell, they told people y'all got to get out. Now it's a black neighborhood, but they got all nice houses back there now. You know. And I saw this one guy, right? I was driving Uber years ago, right? And he said he was head of the Bowling Green Association. He grew up there, and he said we just had a meet. They have gap meetings. They rent out halls, and all the people grew up, they share stories and stuff like that. You know, people grew up there and whatnot. The whole that's it. That's how roots whatnot. But let's say the backstory is, it was created back in the 1930s. You know, and the people owned the family who owned the property had it for years, and they leased it out to the federal government. You know, and the
Yeah.
federal government was paying them all those years, and they were taking loans out against the property and everything. You know, so they lived a rich life. These people are traveling the world and whatnot, and black people living like on a plantation and shit. You know, and then after like 70 years, they said like 60 years, something like that. They said y'all gotta leave. And the people in the family, I guess, said, you know, we're just gonna sell the property now. And now you to a developer. Now you got houses over there, mostly black though, but houses. You know.
Yo, as soon as black people started bragging about Atlanta as the black Mecca and
Oh man,
Tyler
that's
Perry
nuts.
got Black Hollywood.
I knew that was a farce, man. I knew. I told you I was a farce. I knew it was a farce when years ago I saw this thing where it says black kids lined up for jobs and whatnot in Atlanta. It was like a mile long, you know. And then people that I just want a job, you know, anything, you know. I said, oh, you mean tell me there's no jobs down there? And then I had one of my boys, my boy Brooklyn. He said he went down to Atlanta, right? He does security, right? He went down to Atlanta, and him and his wife had to go back to Jersey, you know, because they couldn't find no real work, you know. He said everybody from Jersey, New York, going down to Atlanta, and there's like a glut of it. Now I could go down to Atlanta because what I do for a living, you know. Sure, I could go to any place, you know. But a
Yeah.
lot of people, working class black people, no, it's not the place. Now, if you're a black professional, banking, insurance, real estate, like I am, you can go to Atlanta, you know. But or if you got money and stuff like that, you open up a business and stuff like that, it's fine. But average working class black people, man, Atlanta's how hell, you know. It's not, there's too many black people there, not enough jobs, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're gonna go to Atlanta, get into something that pays, like the police department or something like that, you know, or sheriff deputies. Or that's the only thing that pays, you know, something solid like that, you know. Other than that, man, you stay out of a fucking Atlanta. I look, I knew that years ago. Everybody knew that went to Atlanta and left. You know, it said,
And now it's a great migration. Like the people from Atlanta, they moving to Texas. The people from New York is moving to Atlanta, and they just gonna follow the people from
yeah,
that left
but they
Atlanta to
find out how
Texas.
it is. Just give them like 2 years in Atlanta when they're like, man, I'm getting the hell out of here, you know. But people basically talks about, oh yeah, it's a propaganda. It's like Ghana. Atlanta is the same thing as Ghana. A lot of hype and propaganda over it, you know. Until you actually get there, and you're like, damn, man, life is rough, you know.
Yeah.
Like we love overhyping a place, man, you know.
Yo, it's crazy because people was just talking about Atlanta was the black Mecca. It's the blackest city in America. Everybody got to come down here.
Actually, to tell you the truth, a city that's better than Atlanta is Charlotte, North Carolina. That's actually better than Atlanta, you know. That's actually a
Yeah, I
better
heard that. I heard that too.
Charlotte's a better city, you know. But Atlanta's all right, man. But the bottom line, people just overestimate. Do you think the capital, the old South, they're gonna let that fall into black hands forever? Are you kidding me? You know?
That's true though.
Yeah, black people I don't have no idea, man. Why do we think the way we do? When you know what it is? It's black women, you know? You got all these sister gals that got nice cars and condominiums down there. Oh, they go out to the club, they're flashing their fingernails and their champagne and whatnot, you know? On the surface, it looks like people, but the reality is this. Atlanta was so hard. Stacey Abrams said black women need a supplement, all of them need supplemental income, you know?
All people did in Atlanta, they just turned into a party spot.
Yeah.
That's all they did. They just turned Atlanta into
And
a
the
party spot.
lifestyle they want there is basically expensive, you know? And if you're not, if to even to have fun, you got to be part of that life. You know, you got to be prepared to spend a few $1,000s a month doing the clubs, keeping up with the club scene. You know, and stuff like
And
that.
it's worse down there because you got to pay for valet everywhere you go. Valet here, your girl get her nails done. She got to pay for valet this.
At what point in my life I said to myself, at one point in my life where I just said I can't do clubs. I'm too old. Now I see people my age still fucking clubbing. I'm like, God damn.
When you get to a certain age, man, you gotta cut out clubbing.
Yeah,
It's like
you
because
yo,
you got
you
a
got
budget.
people like
It's a budget. You got to put it in your budget now.
yeah. Check this out. You got women in their 60s with their great grandkids in the club together. You know, that's Atlanta. You know, you got women
Yeah,
like out there, grandmama hood rat, daughter hood rat, grandmama hood rat, great grandma hood rat. You know, equal man. They say well, women, yeah, women are equal. You know, I treat women equal. Look at my moderators. Look, French is my favorite moderator. And well, I love women. Women are always equal. You know, love women. You know, don't ever bring that charge against me. Yeah, of course, women will be equal. You know,
grandma with BBL.
I don't know about that BBLs, but damn, you know, can men have more than one wife? Look, the bottom line, those are things that to the clergy and the society have to decide. I'm not for that, right? But people got to drop the friggin'. People have to basically look at the source of
Then
society.
Ja asking for the link.
Yeah, I'll put it in. People got to think about the social thing. Remember something? I really think just that the whole thing is this. If you're rich, you're a multi-millionaire, whatever like that, hey, if that's your lifestyle, hey, have more than one wife. But if you're basically gonna have a one wife and whatnot, you can't take care of them, and you got like them putting out babies and whatnot. If you think the state is gonna pay for it, now we got problems. See what I mean?
I think though, to me, if you got the means, I think polygamy could alleviate a
Well,
lot of the baby mama drama.
yeah. If I'm like this, if you want, if that's a life you want to live, that's fine. Yeah, I would not be against it, right? But the bottom line is what we present to the world, right? That can't be like in our popular culture. That can't be like what we the frame. That's in other words, every nation when they talk about typical family society, right? Now people ask me this, about what do you think about interracial marriage, right? I said, look, of course I'm not against it, but this is how the thing. You always got to have by law. You can't ban it by law, right? But by custom, right? For example,
Yeah,
say if you have polygamy, it has to be customs, social institutions locally in the area where you live at in that particular country. Gotta say yay or nay. Yeah, you might have a community. Let's say you built your own sub community and you say we're all polygamous here. You know, that's fine.
yeah,
That's away from the mainstream of society. You know,
yeah,
the mainstream of society belongs to the normal people, you know, and we get to define what's normal, right?
yeah,
The mainstream of society, okay, you're not gonna see interracial marriage, you're not gonna see LGBTQ, you're not gonna see this sort of swinger lifestyle. You see what I'm saying, right?
yeah,
The fringes of that society does that, you know. Every society has a red light district, a fringe, you know. If you like living on the margin of a society, everything. The problem is this: is the friggin' because of the Democratic Party, the fringes of American society almost took over America. You know, the
yeah,
fringe should never be the dominant. You know. The LGBTQ is a marginal group. You know, is a fringe. You know, interracial marriage, swirling is a fringe. It's not the mainstream, you know. It's not the mainstream of Black American society, and Afghanistan should not be a thing. Now, will it exist? Of course, you can't tell who not to marry, whatever like that. But the bottom line, that don't mean that you're going to be chosen in high position and stuff like that. It may hamper your ability to move up in our society, you know.
right,
So like that. So that's what it is. Even your political beliefs, right? If you're a coon or whatever, like a known coon or a sellout, whatever like that, how society regulates you is by basically what they call blacklisting you, you know,
right,
reviews and stuff like that. See, every society has to have the mechanism of reward and punishment, you know.
right.
If you don't have that, then you have nothing. We can never do that in America because the white man hands out all the reward and punishment. That's why we have all these idiots over us, you know.
Migo, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I brought it up because it make no sense if you got 3, 4 baby moms and they fighting each other. The kids have no relation and you're not able to build no like a
Okay, let's
household.
say, hold up. Let's say you got a little bit of wealth, right? What happens when one of the wives say, "I want out, but I want half all this shit"? What happens?
Sheesh.
See?
I ain't think
People
about
don't
it
think
like
about,
that.
no, I know people don't think about that. People like you, young guys, you're only thinking about, damn man, you got 2 women in your like college. That's the easy part. That's the fun part of that. What you're talking about. The reality is, in the modern world, any one of the women could work up and say, you know something, I ain't cooking shit. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna divorce me? I'm gonna take half your shit. And the courts will be like, yo, look, you're paying that woman alimony, child support, and everything. Why you got another wife you gotta take care of, You see,
Yeah, and I would just think about it from the standpoint of if you got 4 or 5 kids with like 3 different women, and they fighting and
Hold
stuff.
on, hold on. What if one of the women fall romantically with another dude and says they don't want to be fucking married one night, they want to marry somebody else? Then what do you do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason why polygamy did not work in the modern world, because just those things like that. There's conflict, So it is what it is. Imagine they want you, both want you out. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what if they decide to become lesbians? Uh, you know. Frenchie knows what I'm talking about. Kyle, exactly. They just want to have a plethora of sexual. That's all I know. When Bo can talk about polygamy and whatnot, that's all it's about, man. It's all because I'll be like this. I fantasize about that shit my damn self when I imagine having like 3 wives when Kala, when I mean, I'm a man, but then
Now
I
I
get
think I think
reality.
about it more. I think about it more like a family structure. If you got multiple kids with multiple women,
Man,
I
but
think it'll be
when
more
I used to
appropriate.
fantasize about that, I was not thinking about no damn family structure. I was thinking about, I will tell you what I was thinking, man. The family, oh yeah, family. Oh yeah, sorry. That was not what I was thinking about having 3 wives for, man.
Nah, cause you got some dudes they want to have 10, 15 kids, and they got the finance to match it. So they, some like
Very
you
few
see how
people.
Boosie got all his kids like living under the same
Oh yeah, if that's in your lifestyle you want to do, but the bottom line is this: the kids. 9 times those kids go up neglected because you can't give that kid. I mean, I like everything to each its own. Some things kids because they got a lot of material stuff maybe it don't matter, but I think every kid deserves a chance to have a real intimate relationship with her. That's why I think a family should be 1.2 kids. 2 or 3 kids at the most. With one man, one woman, and the father should. The thing is, I think the mother should be at home for the most part, right? And the father should not have to work 4 jobs around the clock. He should be able to go to his son's baseball practice or basketball practice and be in his life.
right.
You have to build that sort of society, right? Whereas the housing and everything like that's affordable and decent. And also one thing I do believe is the last thing I would ever tolerate is people living in fear. That means if there's people in the neighborhood acting stupid, extorting people and stuff like that, they will be destroyed and terminated and destruct like that, like you never seen, Because the bottom line is, look, you all when you see a family, that's a tax generator, That's the
Right.
basis of a society, Something happens to that's the most precious thing is your family, the family structure, Because that's how the kids they're gonna raise are gonna be your doctors, your engineers, everything like that. So you got to protect that. That family is the most important thing to a nation, A dysfunctional family. And I'm just be honest with you, I see a lot of polygamous families, they're very dysfunctional, and stuff like that. So if some people can make it right, that's fine. But I just think it can't be in the mainstream of society, It got to be
Yeah,
marked,
you're right. You're right. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Say it can't be in the mainstream of society. Society has to focus on what.
I think people. I think John keep asking for the link.
I did put the link up. Check,
No, I don't
check
think.
this out. Check this out. I don't know what happened. Look, check this out. It also when single mothers, right? Well, there be single mothers, Colin. Yeah, but they're not going to be the mainstream like it is in Black America. They're going to be on the margins, The margins, There's going to be communities for single mothers, polygamists, all that other shit like that. But the main showcase of a society is going to be a husband and wife, man and woman. I want to build that black man, black woman, child up, as a model for what we call the African family, Single
Right.
mother, no.
How would you? What would be the solution to the single mother problem?
One is you saying your mother you can't come, Yeah, so sorry, you know.
So,
Sorry.
so you leaving the single mothers behind with the
Oh yeah, man.
sovereign citizens and the,
Because the bottom line is they could be taking. We could is a husband and wife unit, whatnot, you know, and we could subsidize them and they could work, whatever like that. But single mothers, we're not sitting around just sitting around collecting. No, we can't do that, you know. That's all. That's on America, you know, and we got to discourage women from freaking like by introducing America. That's terrible. No, it's the truth though. You know, I can't look. The bottom line, you talk about building a nation building, whatnot. You know, I didn't tell women to go sleep with somebody, have a kid. You know, there's things as birth control. That's another thing we
I
got.
think certain thing got to be implemented where people are forced to work things out. Like
Yeah, the bottom
no
line is this.
subsidized.
It used to be a time where a woman gets pregnant when they got a boyfriend, he's just not sure of himself, or they really love each other. Well, now you got women getting pregnant by random dudes they don't even know. You
Yeah,
know, and the bottom line, you cannot have a society like that. It'll die. You know.
yeah,
You cannot have a society like that where women just getting pregnant by random dudes and whatnot. That ain't their life. Because the bottom line is this: if the guy, only way you could, I would accept a single mother if the baby father comes to the country too, right? And we're going to tax like half his earnings to pay for that house, you know, to pay for
right.
that, you know. That's how it has to be done, you know. But this idea that you come over there while he's back in America. Matter of fact, you know that the Philippines is now going after some dudes that leave women behind, pregnant in some countries. I think in Africa it's about doing it because you got a lot of Chinese basically that leaving a lot of women have Chinese babies around throughout Africa and places like Ghana are going after them. You know, do a DNA test and they're getting money. You know, and stuff like that. You know, so the world's starting to do that too. If you get basically somebody pregnant in the Philippines when they match your DNA with in America, the Filipino government working with the U.S. government is going to freaking make sure you pay child support. You know,
That's what's up. That's smart. That's what's up.
now you got to have a system like that. You want to be a single mother. You want to be a single mother and whatnot. Yeah, we want to know who the father is. DNA test. You better come over and know who the father is, and that person right there. We are going to freaking go to child support services in America, file a thing. Once you were filed and we got him on file when that is a case, whatever like that, now you can come over because we're gonna get our money for you, you know, from him, you know.
Yeah.
There's always a way to solve problems if you want to, you know. You know, but just as wholeheartedly accept. Like, that's why you can't let women have power because you know in the families when women nowadays used to be a time when a woman got pregnant, fall like, where's the dude? I'm gonna whoop his ass. I'm gonna kill him. You know, remember that?
Yeah.
No, now what happened? What happened when a woman get pregnant? Oh, who's the bit? Oh, he gonna be cute when not. You know, they praise the shit. You know, there's no men around. You know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We got to get back to a patriarchy. You know, you get my daughter pregnant, man. You gonna marry her, pay, or you gonna pay for everything. You know. So
What's even wilder is people having kids and then the mothers just straight up going to the courts and just you know what I mean getting full custody or it's just crazy.
yeah. So the bottom line is this: it is what it is. You know, I tell people all the time. You know, the child support system in America just mess up. But then again, there's some people that want to be single. The guys that want to be single, man. I say, look, if you really want to be single, man, you just basically wrap that shit up, man, you know, or invest in birth control with these women, you know, $50 a pill, man, shit, it's worth it, right?
Yo Mike, all the way Olawale, yo, that's the only way to go, man. Africa need dictatorship. Somebody
Yeah, I'll be a
put the
benevolent
foot
dictator.
down.
I believe in foot to ass, FTA, foot to ass, man, you know, that's the only way
Mar,
to do it.
Mar, you look too good to be single, man. You look way too good to be talking about you want to be single or you don't want to have kids.
Nah, Mario, you just haven't met the right guy, you know. I think you and Kwame ought to hook up, you know.
Nah, Mari don't want to have
Hook it
kids.
up, Mari. Hook it up, man. Come up here and drop your number in the inbox, and let's create a love story between you and Kwame.
Mari, why you don't want to have kids? That's crazy. You a good looking black woman probably with some great genes. Why you don't want to have kids?
Yeah, so hook it up, man. You and Quan. Look, I want to see a love connection made on my show, man. You know, I got Frenchie and Pierre. You know, I got Honeyflower and Adama. You know, something got to give here, man. You know, where's Adama, man? Using Honeyflowers up, man. Here's Adama, man. Adama's determined to get that stuff. You know. Yeah, I know.
Hey, Honeyflower. I think Honeyflower fell asleep.
I want to host a dating show, man. So I might make
Collar pop the balloon.
I might make Frenchie my new co-host. You know. So
You gotta do a African stand the pop the balloon version.
yeah, Frenchie's like, I'm taking. That's good, Frenchie. I like her. You know, Frenchie's a good woman. You know, so you can expect her to be taken. I want one child, but I changed my mind. Why not? Why have a child, Marty? You know, get up there and spell that little.
You a small, gorgeous black woman. Why wouldn't you want a child so you could teach them the
All right,
things you know?
you're pouring on the charm, man. It's fine. Keep your coconut beef patty seed away from our beautiful black women. So who? What are you talking about? You know, oh, he's calling you a coconut beef patty. Dude, man. God damn, these niggas are clowns. These FBA dudes are clowns, man. God damn, man. Who are they talking about? Coconut beef patty. Okay. I never heard of coconut beef. Is that such a thing?
No.
Your coconut and a beef patty. I get it now. Coconut and a beef patty. Okay, I get it now. Yeah.
Yo, Colin, you're so attracted to all the FBA nuts.
Yeah, I know. You know, well, Dollar Bill retired from co-hosting. You know, so I got to get a new co-host. I keep forgetting how to do it though, man. I was just on it today. You know, I gotta make somebody a new co-host. You know, probably Frenchie when I can figure out how to do it. You know,
Cocoa bread ass.
Bare ass. I don't know. Black American Public Africa with the dictator President Colin Genesis. That's right. I'll buy that, man. I'll buy that. The bottom line is, I guess you give me 10 years and we'll catch up to the United States and catch up to Asia, you know, in 10 years. Give me 10 years. You know, go ahead, Dark Migo.
Hey, what's going on, Carlo? What's up, man?
Where's all your females at, man, Dark Migo? You know?
Yeah, it's funny, bro. I emailed you. I was like, yo, you still trying to do this? You know what I mean? You was gonna lose that 100.
You know me, I'm
You
crazy.
was about to lose that 100.
Yo, I should have thought about. I probably got a female I could call right now
you.
too.
Like, I was with it.
Yo, this guy said Africa's Akon. No, Akon City was a joke. Just because somebody's a rapper don't mean they're serious, you know? The African said serious. That's why I say I got to build a Colin nation first, you know? Colin nation is the nation. I'm the spirit, the Colin Genesis, the nation. And then the African stands the end game. That's the soul, the body, you know? The body is the land. You know, you understand how it works? Your soul, you got a spirit, right? And the spirit creates the soul, right? The soul creates the body. You know, your God puts a spirit inside you and your mother. Right? Spirit goes inside your mother. It turns into a soul, right? And the soul develops into a body, an embryo, and then basically you're born. Black America basically has to be born internally with a soul, you know. And where the soul is, we gotta know who he is. The discussions we have on the show is creating the soul in Black America of Black America, you know.
Yeah.
Mike goes, hey, you talk, hey, yo, we're already past Haiti. All we have to do is duplicate all the best achievements of Black America in the African. You know, we're already ahead of most Black people. We're Black America. We have the highest standard of living anywhere Black people on the planet. The longest life expectancy, the most healthy Black people, the best looking Black people. You know, and we're basically the best looking Black people on the planet. So we're gonna make a beautiful race. You know, so yeah, I know in 10 years we'll be there. You know. So.
Damn, Your Highness, I gotta stay away from Black American females.
Who's this? Who said that?
The Highness.
The name is all messed up on it. That's what the name is. The one that says,
yeah.
Oh, the Highness. Okay, I don't know.
I thought it was some Chinese letter. I'm like, how you an FBA with Chinese letters? But I see it now. The Highness.
I don't know. I don't know about these FBA goofballs. I don't know where they go, but they're growing, man. I thought it would go away, man. These motherfuckers like a disease, man. They can't. They won't go away, man. Shit.
I'm
I said,
telling you, it's the
this one
dude.
dude.
It's the dude.
This one dude, and they're mostly nerds too. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yo, there's one dude on YouTube talking about he has a video talking about black South Africans come for FBAs. I'm like, oh shit, now they're beefing with black South Africans with the FBA. I'm like, god damn, man, dude sound like a straight up fucking nerd,
Yo, one of them wrote me on Twitter, and I checked the dude page out. Like, yeah, I got my own clothing line. This is how we gonna push y'all out of New York. I'm like, dude, you selling Dragon Ball Z hoodies, and you think I'm supposed to take you serious? You're a fucking goofball.
Yeah. Okay. I said, Connor, have you seen the exit of black women in Ghana? Yeah, I know that. You know why? Because black American women feel beautiful in Ghana, That's where they feel beautiful. And you notice that most of the black American women go to Ghana are bigger sisters, So they go to Ghana and they feel beautiful because they got long stroke Kwame, whatnot,
Nah, yeah, ain't no Gen Z black women going to Africa for
hot chicks.
hot girl. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna lie, amigo. Not
But
gonna
but I'm
lie.
saying though, like on some like how they be going to like Miami or
The
like
soccer players is flying out a lot of black American women to Ghana and Nigeria.
listen, man.
I
I'll
haven't
tell you,
seen no
they all
soccer
not
players.
going.
Yeah, maybe they're doing that. But I'm talking about the women that's going on these hot girl trips to Ghana.
Yeah, they're not going down
Those
there.
are bigger sisters, man. They like this, it's like, And so they basically going to Ghana because you're a queen over there. No matter how big you are, you're a queen. So I said, stop it, Carl. Did you watch Daddy December? What the hell is that?
I don't know.
You guys ever heard of that? Daddy, what's that having a Daddy December?
I have no idea.
The
You
Dirty
want
December?
I don't even watch, entertainment, brother. You know what I mean? I don't
Like I
watch
said,
celebrity.
I don't like watch weirdo entertainment.
Yeah, I don't even watch stuff like that.
Most of the black shows nowadays, I don't know who's making this shit. It's garbage.
Right? It's just betrayal, sex, and weird stuff.
BET, Soul, BET, whatever. All these different BET channels and whatnot. I'm like Tyler Perry, BET, whatever. I'm like,
Hey, St. James, I heard the tour is written in Twee. That's true? I heard the tour is written in Tree.
St. James. St. James. I've heard of not sure what it
Oh
means.
no, no. I'm thinking about Lewis. Lewis is the one that believe he Ashanti Israelite.
He said, "I got no clue." Look, sisters going to Ghana. I wish them all a lot of luck, man. But I know why they're over there, man. Because the bottom line is the dating scene. If you're living in Atlanta or whatnot, and you are these places you haven't had a date in like 10 years and whatnot, of course you're gonna go to Ghana. So like this, better Google it. Kind of. Oh, okay. Let me Google. What's this? Daddy December. Let me see. Let
Oh,
me get.
yeah.
Let me Google what they talk about.
But
Okay.
but the crazy thing, the dating scene in America is not even that bad where people really gotta go overseas, Like it's not that bad.
Daddy.
Nah,
I
it's
don't
not
know.
that.
I don't
It's
date.
not.
I haven't dated in years, so I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, you married, man, but I'm
That's
just
what I'm
saying,
saying.
like,
I'm not
people be
dating.
going to, to doing that stuff. They just, they doing too much.
It's not that bad. It just.
You
I
go. You
feel
go.
like
You go.
the
You
dating
go.
as far as
Go
like
where
young.
you go where you appreciate it. Let's say a vibrant festival, typically from mid-December to celebrating Ghana. It's a time of high energy celebration. I could do that right here. What the fuck I need to go to Ghana for?
Right? Yeah. Go to the
Say,
BET Awards.
There's more details. Festive atmosphere, time of celebration, partying, culture events, economic boost, global appeal, origin, term "Daddy December" is believed to have originated in Lagos, Nigeria. Suggests origins are debated. You know, wow. Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatever. That's another thing.
The
Wasted
Highness,
your time.
the Highness got a real problem with Caribbean. He said we already have a dirty December in America called the Caribbean Festival.
Hey,
Is
he got a point. It
there some
is mad
Caribbean
butt
guy?
shake on there.
Is there some Jamaican guy, man? Take your girl, man. That's what it is. Yeah, the Rasta man
Yo,
take your
the
girl.
Highness, your girl was on one of the rides in Jamaica, getting her buns rubbed down.
Oh yeah, I seen that, man. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's disgusting, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like some of the
Yeah.
girls look all right, man, but some of them, I guess, you know what it is. We gotta get to the point where we gotta tell some of us sisters we love you. You don't have to act like that, you know. Please don't take off your clothes, you know.
Please don't take off your clothes.
Because the bottom line is this: we love you. You know, we don't care about all that stuff like that. We love you. Gotta do that. So then, I'm sick and tired of everyone feeling like they gotta be sexy. You know,
Yeah,
no.
right. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
sexy women are sexy. Let them do that. That's them. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Where the regular
Highness,
women at?
you ain't gotta go to the third world, to Jamaica, a third world country. But it seemed like your girl probably was on one of the rides getting her buns rubbed down. You got like a lot of hate for
That is
Jamaica.
a third world wide. We really that. Because bottom line, you go to Montego Bay, that's like the first world. Yeah, it's a third world country, but they got first world spots. Every country got first world spots, you know? That's what the whole thing is. The first world is the city, the tourist areas, and stuff like that. Then the third world is where the rural areas and all stuff like that. The trick is to get everybody in that country living on in the urban areas that's developed everything. You know, then they
Yeah,
all first world.
you leave Montego Bay, you enter into a war zone after that.
Yeah, that's what
You
third world is. You know,
you
Montego
are
Bay
now
is
entering into an active war
first
zone when
world.
you
You
leave.
know, it's the first world. The rest of the country is third world. You know,
I
that's what it
mean,
is.
Kingston is not that bad, but it's
Nah, man, I
definitely.
seen the housing kicks. That looks horrible, man. You know, that hard. No
Yeah,
indoor
bro, and they
plumbing.
have no AC, bro. Like they don't be having AC like that over there. Be 100 degrees in there.
I mean, not everywhere. Where I grew up at is a place called Redder. It's like a affluent neighborhood. Like it's a mix of like different people.
And they got AC.
Yeah, I had AC. I got a pool. Um, I mean the crib, the my mother crib in Jamaica is like 15 bedroom.
African
Bro,
guy said you need rural areas to develop. Yeah, right. Like I
But
said,
the houses like in that area, it kind of remind me of like like Florida, like the one
yeah, I know what you're
floor
talking
houses.
about already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yep.
Where it look crazy, probably like Waterhouse and Spanish Town and like those areas. And
Yeah, I honestly, only two countries in the world I like really is Liberia and Angola. You know, once I'm done with Liberia, once I connect like those two countries together, you'll never see me again in America. You know, I
What about the
that's
Caribbean countries? You don't like any of
man.
those or
I don't
no?
ever want to go to. I don't never go to a Caribbean. I don't care about the Caribbean. I got nothing in this hemisphere.
No, I'm
However,
saying like, do you like you think it's nice or like you just rather
I mean, it
Africa?
looks nice. I don't want to go there. You know, my
Okay,
brother.
okay,
Look,
okay.
my niece just got back from Dominican Republic. Her and her husband. You know, my brother goes down to Jamaica. You know, he goes to Jamaica, Cancun, stuff like that. I have not been to the Caribbean before. My brother goes down there all the time. My mother goes down there. My family goes down to the Caribbean all the time. But and I got relatives from Barbados, and I got relatives from Bermuda. My side of the family is all American. You know, so.
Hmm.
So when I say that, people say, "See, Colin Sage's from the Caribbean." No,
You sure?
I
Yeah,
said,
I
"Do
know
you
what you mean.
understand? By marriage, we do have marriages, you know.
Yeah,
By
I
marriage,
know, man.
yes.
Yeah. Cause you from
You
the East
know,
Coast, like usually it's like that. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like,
My favorite, my uncle Junior is my favorite. He's Jamaican. My favorite. That's my favorite uncle. You
right?
know.
Everybody got Jamaican uncle from the Bronx or
Yeah.
something, cause
So,
that's where
but
they
the
like
bottom line,
came from.
him and my aunt's been together for 40 years. You know, and he retired one night. So the bottom line is that she was with this one dude, this yellow nigga. high yellow nigga from fucking Florida back in there. He was Jerry. He was Uncle Jerry. He was no good. He was cool as hell, real good looking dude. But he was no good. Nigga never worked no nothing like that. So my aunt got rid of him and got this other dude, my Uncle Junior. When I met him, when I lived together ever since. That was like 1986 almost, you know. But the bottom line is they've been together. She had an African American dude that was no good. He was from Florida, whatever like that. And he was living with my grandparents' house in Queens and whatnot, you know. And then my grandparents said he got to go. And he went there and got with some other woman and whatnot because he got kicked out because he wasn't working. You know, I look at it now, nigga was not working. Refused to get a job, man. And he was running around other different types of women, you know, and whatnot, you know, while she was with my aunt, man. Dude was like one of them playboys, you know. And the bottom line is, you know, he was
Oh,
like,
he was a waste man.
this dude was like, the dude had fucking women, man. This dude, Uncle Jerry, he had fucking women, man. He was my aunt, but he always had, I always see him around the corner with some other chick or whatnot, you know, like he had a lot of women. Anyway, what the bottom line is, Junior, right here, my Uncle Junior, he's Jamaican. He stepped up, man, married my aunt, man. They got 3 kids. My little cousin, Aisha, died 2 years ago in a car crash in Long Island. That was my baby cousin. She died at 31 in a car crash in Long Island. But you know, at
Oh,
3,
rest
they
in
had 3
peace. Rest in
yeah.
peace.
She was a beautiful girl, man. She was just, I loved her. You know, I'm a little cousin. You know, they died. You know how she died? She fell asleep behind the wheel with some nigga. You know, picking him up from work and whatnot. You know, so no good dude. She driving him. She got to go get off work. And then drive and then go pick him up when that she ended up falling asleep in the rain and fell asleep behind the wheel on Long Island, Ocean Parkway, and died. You know, killed. You know, so it is what it is. You know, it says you brave to go to Tivoli Gardens. How many
Yeah.
Tivolis are there?
Oh, Tivoli Gardens.
There's a Tivoli Garden in Virginia Beach, man. You know, is that where it's from?
Oh no. Oh, this is Jamaica.
Yeah, no.
Never mind.
So there's a Tivoli Garden of apartments in Virginia Beach, Virginia. You know, I'm like, damn, that word Tivoli. What the fuck does it mean?
Probably
That's it.
English.
Yeah. Say, Kwame, you don't know any connections to have any connection. I would not advise go anywhere to go. What connections to Jamaica? You know?
Nah, you talking about Tivoli Gardens.
No. Yeah, so it is what it is. But yeah, so what I was saying about the changing of Black America. Back to the topic. Black America is no longer seen as thing. We got Black people in America got to realize that because everybody's not going to be like, yeah, man, fight the power, man, the white man slavery. When I say, be like, whoa, my ancestors were not slaves in America. I got no beef with America. My ancestors weren't slaves, man. But we were slaves, but I was a slave. You was a slave, you know? See how it works? And Black people get upset when people tell them, look, man, I'm not going to sit there and I took all this time to come over here with a visa, citizenship, but I ain't going to ruin that shit for y'all stupid. Y'all dumb Negroes and whatnot talk about this, but y'all sitting there and the immigrants look at it like, man, we're just sitting there grabbing all the opportunity we can to get education, skill, take advantage of the shit. And all y'all do is sit here and talk about how miserable it is and whatnot, you know? And the immigrants Black immigrants, people immigrant background don't want to join Black people in their stupidity, man. You know, that's what it is, you know? You know, so it is what it is, you know, So, like I said, it's a change. But the thing is, white America knows this is happening, and they're playing on that. You know, they're playing on the fact that Black people are divided now based on background. They know that. They're not stupid. You know.
Oh, I think this FBA stuff just opened the door for the open racism now.
Yeah, white people say, "Hey, man, they see Black people are racist. Why can't I be racist?" You know.
Yeah.
You know, white people is coming out with that shit, man. It's like, when the dust settles, white people are going to lose, you know, because a lot of white people feel embarrassed right now, you know, of all the shit that's going on. There's stuff they hear in the media and stuff like that with white racists, you know, talking all this shit online and whatnot, you know. They're openly saying racist shit, you know.
Yo, I'm seeing white people openly now saying nigger and all type of stuff. I just seen like a politician lady on Twitter. she was just going hard on this young black woman that just graduated. She didn't stand for the national anthem, and she was just like, "Yo, look at this dirty N word. Our forefathers died for this country, and you don't stand for the national anthem." I'm like, damn, this is a politician talking like this.
Yeah, yeah. The bottom line, that's how they feel. The bottom line is this. I'm like this. If black people want to sit down, look, when I was growing up, right, there was this one guy, damn, I have 51 viewers, man. We're getting up there, man. Look, 51, man. That's a record. No, one time, when we had the Black Skins Amazing was at 90, Well, yeah,
Yeah.
it was at 90 that night. Anyway, when there was this one guy that used to kick my ass in junior in elementary school, Ryan, right? I ain't gonna say his last name. But the bottom line is this. Every time the Pledge of Allegiance, he would sit down, and he was excused for standing up for the Pledge of Allegiance. No one said a thing, because he said religious reasons, I think he was Jewish,
Okay.
and so basically he was excused from standing up for the Pledge of Allegiance, But so he said, no, that flag, whatever the hell, I didn't know, whatever that meant, whatever like that, because it was a symbol of blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the hell, But teacher explained to us that Ryan has this religion. He's excused from standing for the flag, whatever like that. That was in fourth grade, And so basically, when you see people doing it now, one thing that for sure is you're not allowed to sit for the flag, if you're black, You're not allowed to sit when you see a basketball game start one night and they're doing a Pledge of Allegiance, a football game, your black ass better have your hand on your heart because they're watching you, what I'm saying?
Right.
They don't give a damn what you think. You may say motherfuckers afterwards, but when they get camera rolls on you, you better have that hand on that heart when it's just your ass,
But it's crazy, Kyla. When I first came up here, I went to an elementary school in Lawton, and I didn't even realize till I got older. It was more like a Pan African school, but they never played the national anthem. They only played um the black anthem. Damn, how did I forget it? Sing a song. Na, na,
Yeah,
na,
yeah,
na.
yeah.
Yeah, but they never played the national anthem. They never played that shit. They never
Yeah,
played it.
so the bottom line, the national anthem was made for the white nationalists. It's a white nationalist theme. And people are like, oh, it's a black. It must be insane because everything this country stands for is against you, So the original national anthem, you ever read the original national anthem?
Nah, I
Okay, the
it's
original
pretty
national
racist.
anthem basically was very racist. It was like, basically saying patches of the slave tried to free, but we captured them. We gave them no rest. It was a really racist it was really a racist anthem, Francis Scott Keys and whatnot. So basically I'm saying to myself, they edited it over the years to be like, okay, we can't say it now. So in other words, they knew what they were doing. That the original national anthem was fucking racist as shit, man. Anti-black.
Oh, the lady name is Junita Brodak. I don't know if I'm butchering her name. That was the white lady that was going hard on the young black student. I
Junita.
guess she worked under I think not Clinton. I think she was
Junita Brunnock. Okay, Broderick.
Broderick. Janita Broderick.
No, she's 82 years old, man. She's old.
Oh, you found her.
Yeah, but yeah, I remember her, Regina Broderick. Uh, she's American for her. She's a former nursing housing administration under Bill Clinton. She's old, man. She comes from a different fucking a different time period. That's the topic. Oh, stand for them. They have no idea the fucking resentment a lot of black people around. My job is to bring that resentment to the surface.
Yeah, she called the young lady a disgusting asswipe. The N-word.
Yeah, because they'll stand for the flag. Oh wow, man. When's the flag gonna stand for us? That's what I'm saying. Look at our history. We're not our ancestors, you know. You're not our ancestors. That right there, what they did to the Harlem Hellfighters is completely unforgivable, you know.
Yeah.
They died in poverty. When I fought for this country, they died in poverty, you know.
Yeah, that's why sometime like I can't listen to like Larry Elder.
I don't listen to these motherfuckers at all, you know, because the bottom line is a lot of these guys. Look, I get it. These guys want to get along with white people in America, and they really make an honest attempt to get along with them and say all the stuff like that. I get it, you know. Who wants war? We all want peace. We want America to be this place where everybody has a shot in the American dream and everybody's getting along. But look, white people don't want that, you know. They don't
Yeah.
want that, you know. They want to have that privilege of thinking that their ancestors being white, they deserve more. And they want to all constantly remind you of your place in this society under them, you know. That's it. They cannot live with that, you know, the idea of us being equal to them. There's got to be some way that they got to be reminded that it's better to be white, you know.
I honestly don't think the Democrats gonna get back in power for another 20 years.
No, they're not gonna get back in power. You know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. That's why I said, man, the more and more I believe this black national stuff is gonna work. And like somebody said, the Daddy December, whatever, like that. You notice that every time you see black women be involved in Pan, it's something foolish. You ever notice that?
True.
You know, what did I say last night? The cultural foolishness. What do you see when you see black women like the partying, just saying party? What the fuck? People think just because you can buy a plane ticket and go to Ghana, that's it. No, we're talking about nation building. You know, black
Right.
women. Somebody said, "Colin, they go to." I don't give a damn what they go to Africa. That's why St. James. All these people are clowns, man. You know, going over there, shaking your ass and having some champagne is not fucking doing anything. You know. That's not
Yeah.
serious thing. Right now, these white people are serious about their future, you know. Now,
Oh
if you're gonna
no.
make a move about Africa, you better start getting serious, you know, shaking your ass or some festival and whatnot, you know, coming back to America when that is not it, you know. I'm trying to plant roots in Africa and build in Africa. That's what I'm trying to do. So we have a permanent settlement there.
I think black people they gotta really pay attention to the Butterfly Revolution, the Heritage Foundation, and BlackRock. That will literally show you the shape of what America, the direction America is going in.
Yeah.
It's not.
And that Project 2025 and
Yeah,
all.
that come out of the Heritage Foundation. The Butterfly Revolution that's more with like the tech guys that put JD Vance and those people in power. But it worked. It's synchronized though. It's all synchronized.
Yeah, these people are powerful. But one thing they don't have is they don't have power over our will, you know. You know.
Yeah.
Yo, Marshall says Carl don't like black. I do love black American women, you know. Oh, why is Mari shy? Would you come up, Mari shy? Tell me about it. I do love black American women. But all I'm saying is when we talk about this black nationalist life, y'all ain't it, you know? Everybody keeps telling me, oh, black women go to Ghana. Yeah, they're fucking going over there fucking
The only thing I don't like about black American women is too much. They try to sneak this gay stuff through the back door.
and swirling, you know.
Yeah, swirling is a big issue too.
Swirling, man. Like yo, look, Dynasty even took one couple, right? That was a mix up. I guess she brought her white husband on a tour, you know, to Sierra Leone. I'm like, hey, you do what you gotta do. I get it, man. You know, because be honest with you, man. One day I'm gonna have to fucking realize the fact that I can't stop, you know, that there. But it's just disheartening that the bottom line is this: that there's no love between black men and black women. You know that why do black women love? Why does a beautiful black woman always? Why do you, first of all, why you pick a white man? I can't say you can't fall in love with it. But the second time, why are you invading our spaces? You know? You ever thought about that?
Yeah, Mari, the gorgeous Mari. I gotta disagree with you. It's more black women swirling than black men.
Yeah,
I
black
gotta
men, yo,
disagree
the
with you.
black men that are doing that are immigrants, you know, these people that don't know any better.
Yeah,
Black
Yeah, I
American
would
men,
say that.
not like Black American men, and the only men that's swirling is the fucking like the Shannon Sharps, and people got millions of dollars. The average white woman ain't got no interest in black men, you know,
Yeah,
and that's what.
and it's crazy because when you go on like some of these um like the Twitters and the shade room, they would lambast a black man for sleeping with a white woman, but a white woman, I mean a black woman sleeping with a white man, they just say, well that's her choice, that's who she
She got to
loved, that's who.
explore her options and whatnot, you know. Yeah, that's what it is. The bottom line is they call black woman. I see a woman with an interracial marriage with a white guy, right? Calling a black guy with a white woman a sellout. You know, he's a sellout.
Right.
You know that he don't like the woman,
Yeah.
and she's with a white guy. When I'd be like, man, it's insane. She's with a damn white guy talking about, this man don't know his roots, whatever, like that. You know. Yeah, Umar does make excuses, but you gotta say who's paying him. You know, it's black women. You know, Black women.
Even though Umar Johnson got that slogan, the Black Queens Forever, Snow Bunny, but it's like where's the modern day Francis Cress Weldon and those type of sisters.
It don't exist. Remember something. Let me tell you something right now. It's going to shock a lot of people. The Black Queens Forever, Snow and Never is not about protecting black women on that. It's about protecting the white woman. You know, a lot of black men believe in white purity and white sanctuary. You know what I'm saying? And they
Yeah,
subconsciously are trying to protect white women from themselves. You know, they were like, "Oh, don't get a white woman, get a black woman." No, because you think white women are too good for your animalistic desires or other black men desires. You know, and so the bottom line, so you don't want to say it like that. So, but you cosplay and say, "Oh, I love my black queens." No, it's just that you think the white women are too good for your animalistic appetites. You know how brothers are, right? You know, when they sexualize women and shit like that. You know,
yeah,
they feel guilty about sexualizing white women because the white man put fear in them how to respect white women over the centuries. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You tell yourself it's all about the black queens. It ain't about the damn black queens. You know,
Look look
but
look at
the white man.
look at the Serena Williams. I remember when white men was calling Serena Williams a gorilla, and she turned around and married a white man.
Yeah, they'll call her all kinds of stuff like that about her strength. They'll call her that she's really a she male, whatever like that. You know, they'll call her Amazon she male and that, and she basically still went with his. She went with a guy. The guy she was, she was like she can kick his ass. You know, you know. Don't she like she can kick that dude's ass?
Yeah.
Like, I really think she carries him over to the bed on her arms.
She just throw him on his shoulder.
Yeah, throw him on her shoulder, carry him on her arm, like, okay, sir. And then she just throws him on the bed. He throws him on the bed. And she jumps on him and breaks his back, whatever, like that. You know, I don't know. So the dude says Serena looks like the average Nigerian woman. I don't know about that. But, Nigerian women aren't that thick and big, like that. Yeah, they're usually smaller.
Serena could crip walk on stage with Kendrick, then go home to a white dude
I ain't never seen anything like that in my life. She crip walking, worth like $200 million. She crip walking, man. I just don't. Like I said, man, that's why I'm a culture critic. A culture critic. It's like I got a PhD in Negroology. I don't understand the Negro. I don't understand the Negro anymore. I cringe. Yeah, bottom line, that was just freaking. She crip walking when supposed to be. Then just a year ago, she was on this Image Awards. She got an Image Award with NAACP.
Yeah.
She got an NAACP Image Award, and she crip walking. I just don't get it. I don't understand this world. I don't understand anything. That's what I said. When we start talking
I
about
expected that from like a dude like Tiger Woods, but Serena Williams, after all the years white people challenge your sexuality,
Yeah,
how
she
you
called her.
look.
They'll say she was a man. Say her dad must be mad. So, oh yeah, her dad was the truth. The media went after him, made him seem like he was some. He said, "Man, what the white man did to me." That's what I'm saying. Imagine the pain that man went through his whole life with white people. Coming
Yeah,
from the South, whatnot. He was saying, they say, "Oh, he's a racist." You don't understand. They're not even empathetic towards black pain.
at all, at all.
Yeah, but that's why I said, how do you live in a, and that's what happens when people hold that anger and then one day it explodes. See, the reason why I do this is I release my anger through doing this show and doing what I do online. Everything is releasing the anger that's built up in me. Because I know there's a lot of people who are angry like I am, but they're holding in. They have no place to, and then one day they just get a gun and just go off.
Right.
Come off. I'd rather have people focus on this than freaking doing something stupid.
At least like the Black American men, it's like a shaming culture. If you like the dude with the snow bunny, like, oh, that's the nerd with the snow bunny, or like that's the lame with the snow bunny.
Yeah.
It's no shaming culture with like Black American women for like being with a white man. Like,
I'll tell you like this. This is how it is, right? It's about power. It's about power, right? And territory, right? The reason why I'm against white men, now like I told you like yesterday, I seen this one overweight couple, right? A black woman, she was married to she was very overweight, big girl, and she was married to this fat white boy, right? And I thought they made a lovely couple. I gave them some encouragement, y'all look like a nice couple, because you could tell they both had a lot in common and stuff like that. They were around the same age, they have a lot in common. You could probably they hit it off, fell in love. Hey, that's beautiful, right? But when I see Mari, when I see a 45-year-old white male, right, with a friggin' 20-year-old black girl, I'm sorry, I'm deadly opposed to that. When I see Shannon Sharp, a 56-year-old man with a 19-year-old, I got problems with that.
come on now, my fault. Why you even asking what's like? That's just weird. Why are you even worried about what she's doing?
Who's doing?
This dude, the highness, he act me and Dark Migo is Honey Flower getting her blown out. Why is she silent? Like, why even write that?
Dudes are weirdos, man. I'm about to kick him out of here in a minute. I didn't even see that.
Yeah,
And so
Migos just ask him why you asking me? Like, why you even worried about that?
that's what I'm saying. Maybe she just don't want to talk. She's sitting in the background chilling. So he's going to do is sexualizing women. My point I'm trying to make about interracial dating is this: it all depends on the situation. All depends on the situation. I'm like this: if people like each other, I can't do nothing about it. But what I will say is this: but sometimes when I see an older white man with a young black woman, I got a problem with that. When I see an older black man with a young white woman, I got a problem with that. I just when the age gap is more important to me than the race. And also, like I said, when I tell these young guys right here, there was an incident that happened about a couple of years ago where this one young guy was in the gym, right? And one of the girls in there for school, he's like obviously like younger, 16, 17. And he was touching on this girl from school. She's like, leave me alone. Stop. I'm trying to work out, whatever, like that. And the one brother went up to him and said, and he was like the only blacks in the gym. He said, pull him aside, dude, brother, young brother, don't be doing that. Oh, I know her from school. And he said, no, it doesn't matter. She's white and you're black. I guess nobody ever told him. A lot of times, young guys don't even know. They would be approaching white women and whatnot and doing all kinds of stuff like that. They don't know how dangerous that is, because
Yep.
as soon as she basically, the white tears are dangerous,
Yep.
You
At
can lose.
least DK. That's one of the crucial issues too. It's usually the white guys that failed in their white societies,
Yeah,
but they
and
come over to black.
that's what enrages me.
They
These
come
are
over
the
to
same white guys will be sitting there online talking shit about black people, right? But the moment they get an opportunity to get with a black, I've seen it. Racist white guys, when they see a black girl they think is cute, they'll try to hit on and whatnot. You're like, yo, blah, blah, blah. You know, these guys have the rules always change when it's to their benefit. You know,
Yeah.
you would never see a racist white guy be like, okay, I don't believe interracial marriage, but you know, I'll leave a black. If they see a black girl that likes them or interested in them, whatever like that, they'll pursue her, even though they're fucking they hate the fact that I have a black man with a white woman. You know, so like I said,
That's why I'm very it's cringe because it's kind of like a conquering move. Like, yeah, I could
I can
even though
conquer
I'm
your women, but
yeah
you can't conquer mine. That's what it's all about. And that's why I would tell Umar Johnson, man, don't play into that shit, right? You know, I'm like this. I don't like interracial marriage, but the bottom line, I'm not gonna hold back a brother and say, look, because I'm like this. If you got a black white girl pregnant, that's one less white person being born. That's what I say. You know, so it's one less white. I'm just serious. One less white person you got to worry about. You know, being born. You know. So the bottom line is, I don't know. It's like Umar wants to protect the white race. When I ain't trying to protect them, you know, fuck them, you know. I don't condone it, but I ain't gonna be like, I won't lose no sleep if one less white baby is not born, you know. So,
yeah.
so
I remember back in the day that was like a thing where women used to say like, I don't deal with black dude because I don't want my kids to have nappy hair. I want my kids to have good soft hair, and I
yeah,
want
yeah.
my kids to. I want my kids to.
I don't want a brown baby. I want a white baby in a society. I want them to suffer in
Yeah,
society.
yeah. I remember it was like coping mechanism like that. I don't want to have a black child because I don't want him to go through the things that I went through as a black woman.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. A lot of black women are purposely getting pregnant by white men so they can have mixed kids and whatnot, you know?
Yep.
You know? So that's what you have right now. You got to know, look, the number of white guys who are leaving mixed kids in the black community for us to raise and rear and whatnot, it's unbelievable, you know? It's like,
Yep.
damn, like in Virginia Beach, there's so many black girls walking around. You see the baby, the kids obviously mixed, you know?
Yep.
It's like, well, so what are these young black boys are freaking doing? They're not
Yeah,
sitting there going angry, killing each other. They're not having sex. That's why I said I disagree with Dark Migo. These kids are not having fucking black kids ain't putting most of the kids being born nowadays are
yo,
fucking
and some and they show off the mixed kids like a trophy.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you can't produce no damn mixed kids, they ain't trying to get you pregnant, you know? So yeah, that's what a high school friend. She married a white guy because she didn't want to her children to be dark skin. That's common. That's I would say like 80% of black women think like that. You know.
Yeah.
So 80% of black women think like that. They don't want their kids to come out black because they don't want their kids to suffer. When I had a guy tell me that, one friend told me that. I said, I don't want my kids to go through what I went through. When I said, man, what's wrong with you, man? He said, man, I'm dark skinned. I want my kids be light skinned and whatnot. You know, I want my kids to have a chance in the society and whatnot. And I was like, man, this is fucked up. But him and I talking all this black stuff one night. When he said that, man, it just really hurt me because I was just like, man, because I always admired this brother, man. I thought he was a cool brother, man. Then he tells me, I said, that's how you feel about yourself, man? You know, why is early?
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not a I'm I'm not really like I'm pro black women, but some of the shit they be saying, I done seen black women call black men dirty because they black. Like, yeah, he fucking like it's crazy.
Yeah, like I say, we got a lot of work in our community, man. That's what I said. So when the brother, what the white chicks, they be liking them dudes that black women don't like, you know? They be like,
Yeah.
yeah, they see a dude that's dark skinned, got little dreads in his hair. The ones black girls that's clown. Oh, he's boo boo. Yeah, but they ain't trying to get with him, you know. White
Yeah.
girl, and he makes her laugh and he smiles and whatnot. Next thing you know, they're getting together, man. I see it all the time, man. He's a white guy. I said a couple months ago, I was in a McDonald's, first time McDonald's in years, right? I saw this one kid that was a girl waiting on me, little cute little white girl, right? And the one dude was sitting there. And the way she was looking at him, right, that girl wants him. I was saying to myself, that little girl wants him, right? She looked at him like, oh, really, such and such, blah, 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 blah. He was like, no, but see, I do this, blah, blah. You know, kids, talk, right? They're teenagers, right? And I looked at that girl, she was all into him, and she went to go take her cousin, and she was like, I'll be right back. Come back here. She's all smiling, giggling in his face, whatnot. And the black girl, right, was walking by like she just so cute with her long, fake ass braids down to her fucking knees and whatnot, you know. I'm saying to myself, the black girl, you should be over there with that. I said to myself, you should be over there with that dude. the white girl sitting there just like, oh yeah, the black girl walk around like she just so much and whatnot. I was like, I said that white girl's gonna, he's gonna bag that shit, man. You know, she was all in this dude's face. You know, I was like
It's
that.
a. I'm not gonna lie. It's. I can't. I don't want to give like the extra dark black men like a pass, but I could see how they end up with white women after years of black women
Yeah, well,
rejecting
black
you.
women telling them they ain't shit or not. You know, somebody that should know this is Adama. He's being rejected his whole life. Let's get him on. You know, he should know all about this topic. Yeah, go ahead, Robert Adama.
Hey, what's up, Khaled? I was gonna say, I think you should, as far as like the Afghanistan, you might want to get that popping off, you know, as quickly as you can, because I was just thinking about that today.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
man. I'm gonna go out there next week and I'm gonna start. I'm gonna sit down with the UN and start negotiating next week. Don't worry about it, man. I got it covered.
yeah, because if you don't, um, if you look at the amount of swirling that's going on out here, especially with like with black women, it's getting to a point. It's like every time I go out, I just see more and more black women swirling, man. Just everywhere I go,
Bottom
I
line,
see.
because the bottom line is, if you're gonna sit in the bottom of the white man's civilization, now what do they need you for? They might as well go for the broke. When you go to Vegas, right, and you're going to play the slots and whatnot, aren't you trying to get on a machine or a crap table that's going to win?
Yeah.
Well, see, they say that, but it don't really end up working out for them like
Hey,
that
hold on,
because
hold on. If they got a mixed baby, right? That they could showcase. Not only will they get more favor into the white society, right? Their kids gonna bring them a circle of friends and stuff like that around. I see it all the time. I see a real dark skinned woman with a mixed kid and whatnot, and their friends from school. They're at the bowling alley or Chuck E. Cheese, and their friend got white friends and everything like that. This is people she would never had associated with. She didn't have that mixed kid, you know.
look, I had all kind of white friends and stuff growing up. That doesn't mean anything. What I see
With the black
happening
women,
is this,
black
Carla.
women, it does. Black women does.
Look, I'm not
Because their
mixed,
friends, look,
and you know, I had white friends, I had Hispanic friends, I had, you know, that's just the side effect of growing up in a integrated America. But see, here's the thing, Carla, is that when you look at these women, I've seen these women get thrown out of buildings, you know, by these dudes and stuff. I've seen, you know, I've seen these women, you know, there was a case years ago. It happened when Kamala Harris was the Attorney General in California. The
California.
Matrice Richards case, a young, very pretty black woman from South Los Angeles. She came from a good family. She wasn't no
yeah,
hood girl. You know, she came from a good family. Disappeared in Malibu. Come to find out, the L.A. County sheriffs they had took her into custody, and then they released her at 2 a.m. in the morning. Now, who's gonna release a young girl, 21-year-old girl? They impounded her car. She had no transportation. 21-year-old girl, you gonna release her at 2 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah, but that's LA though. You know what I mean? They don't really
No, it ain't got nothing to do with it being LA.
well
It could be anywhere.
no,
Okay.
I
And
know, but
see,
like California is like that though with the black women. Like they don't really do too much with them when it comes to cases like that.
no, but see, here's the
Migo, you
thing.
don't see a lot of swirling in Jersey?
You
No,
said
see,
again?
here's the thing. What these women, you know, and the Matrice Richard case, that girl ended up dead. You know, they found her in the woods somewhere. Now, the thing is, these you know, these women, they realize they're when they go over there, they're not really protected. There's no one over there that can really have their back. You know what I mean? If it's just them,
they still go over there because the thrill of being with a white guy is worth the danger. That's what they say.
look, there is
Oh,
no thrill. They
let me-
don't get no thrill out of being with a white guy.
oh,
Okay,
yes,
what
they do.
happens? They get with these white guys, right?
Don't let me
And
play videos, bro, to show the evidence. Hey, you go, DK. Hold on, let me get DK on. DK, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, it's a lot of these women don't really understand the history and the legacy of slavery in this country,
Yeah.
and you know, all the massacres and mass rape and things like that that happen.
And
So
they
they
make a
forget about
mockery. They make a mockery out of us by doing that. You know.
Yeah,
Hey,
they
hey,
think getting they think
you know
getting with
what's
white dudes is gonna be like, oh, it's gonna make them powerful. But no,
Yeah, so
it's
they
gonna
think
make you
they come up,
exposed.
man. It's just sad where we're in. That's why I said when people say collar, I said we build in Africa. Say you think I give a damn about these women? Look, I don't hate Black American women, but they gotta choose us or the white man. You know, if they choose the white man,
Paula,
that's
have you
fine.
heard of? Did you hear about? I heard about it like I think it was a year ago or years ago. There was this like beautiful black woman who was like in her house with some white guy, some random white guy, and she dies, and the police come, and
Oh
they
yeah, yeah,
just let her
yeah. The
go.
bottom, yeah, the
I
bottom
think
of
you're talking about. I think you're talking about the case in Connecticut with like a
Connecticut,
black.
yeah, you
She
know,
went
and
on a
the
date.
the police said he was such a nice guy. That's why like, he gave her drugs and everything. She
Yeah,
OD'd. I think she was an immigrant background. You know,
I think so.
yeah.
But
So
it was a case. I did see a case in Connecticut with like a young college.
yeah, it was a Connecticut. Yeah, it was a Connecticut, an older
Yeah,
white guy. You know?
just imagine if the cases was flipped. There was a black guy and a white girl. You know, he'd
Oh
be in
man, I'd
jail,
be
right?
under the jail right now, man. No
Like
trial, no
no
nothing.
bond.
You know, so that's the world we live in, man. That's the society Chukwu said I ought to worship. You know, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. You know, I'm the same thing that happened to Harlem Hellfires, how they got lynched and killed and marginalized after fighting for this rotten country in World War I or whatnot. The same thing can happen to us to this day. The system has not changed. America's America, you know. So I'm justified in thinking the way I do. You know, I don't give a damn how much money I get, how much opportunity. That's the least they can fucking do, you know. So yeah, Black Kings forever, polar bears never. That's funny. Polar bears never. Yeah, because brothers be giving them big white women, right? And polar bears, you know, that's funny. You know,
Nah, swirling is definitely an epidemic, though. It's definitely an
it
epidemic.
is. So with
Like
that,
I said,
let's
it's love.
see if we can find some videos on swirling. You know, let's see if we can find some videos on swirling. You know, let's see Black women swirl. You know,
Yo,
it's a
yo,
good
a hundred years ago, Clay Thompson probably would have been considered black, but in these times, the way swirling going on, we got to add him and Steph Curry to the blacklist.
Yeah, which we call there's a guy you should listen to on YouTube called Only Logic. Have you guys you watch his videos?
Nah, who's that?
I think I might
Oh
have seen
man,
this
he's
thing.
good. He be breaking this shit down, everything, man.
You know, I don't know. I saw like I don't know. It's crazy how many black women just going missing after messing with these white guys.
Yeah, the bottom line, they
Yeah.
prey on black women, you know. Let's see. Black women luxury is such a beautiful hold. Okay.
Yo, Kala, when I be going out to eat, I be going to like when I go downtown to like
Every time
Manhattan.
a interracial couple between a black man, a white man, and a black woman, when I'm in a thing, they always get up and leave. I don't know what the hell that's all about, man. They always, I mean, I said, what
Nah,
the
they know
hell?
what time it is. They feel the
I
energy.
don't even say nothing, man. I'll be saying nothing, man.
Bro, it's just the energy, bro. They just know, like, you an older black man. They know that shit wrong. You
Yes,
know what I'm saying?
they be
Yo,
looking
when I
down
be
at it.
when I go out to eat, in Manhattan, at least two couples I see is swirlers, and it's always like a black fire woman with some nasty old white dude or some
Weird looking
some
white guy, man. I'd be like,
Well,
what the
he
hell?
probably like a trick.
What the hell you see in this guy? Man? I'd be like, seriously, what do you see in this guy?
Best
that
husband
Migo, that could be true too.
friend I could ever imagine. Take a look at all of these women. What do they have in common? Black women dating and in many cases marrying white men. 27-year-old Charity Lawson might just be the next high-profile black woman with a white husband. The star of ABC's The Bachelorette is looking for love on season 20 of the dating competition. Only 9 of her 25 suitors are black.
It's supposed to be a black. It's supposed to be a black channel, man.
Discuss
It's
finding
crazy.
love across the color line.
I will say, like, I probably did have a type, like, obviously when I was a lot younger, and I think that's just, like, what your environment is, like, that's who you're around, but, like, as I've gotten older, as I've gotten to know myself, it's like, I don't like to say that I have a type, because I connect with people for who they are, their personalities, what they exude as a person, their characteristics, like, that's what stands out to me, and that doesn't determine based off of your race.
Charity is the 4th black bachelorette. 2 of the 3 before her ended up choosing white men. But black women with white men isn't just the stuff of Hollywood. It's a trend that's growing in real life, too. In 1980, 3% of black women were married to white men. Today, that number is 4 times that, at 12%.
Black women really do love black men.
As a group, black women have been the slowest to dip their toes into the interracial dating pool, one of the most racially loyal when it comes to relationships.
I don't care what nobody say. When a black man loves you.
But now they are diving in.
I think they have a problem when it comes to black women having interracial relationships.
I would argue that when black women are seen as deviating from the upholding the, I want to have like quotes here, like upholding the black family structure, that is received differently than when black men do it.
Historically, interracial dating in the black community meant black men dating white women, black men twice as likely to have a spouse of another race. So much so that it became a cliche. But more and more black women have been facing a dilemma. They're the most educated group in the country and also the most likely to be unpartnered at a staggering 62%. When it comes to their prospective partners, black men are less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received a college degree. So black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees. And 1 out of every 6 black men between 25 and 54 have disappeared from daily life. Incarceration and early deaths, the main drivers behind their absence, leading many black women to
see. This is how this is a lie. That's how black women put this propaganda out there. Even though black men earn like almost twice as much as black women in this country, we're way ahead of them in every metric, whatever like that. They put this lie out there, and people believe it. That black men were all incarcerated and shit like
We're
that.
all dead or in jail. It's all
Again,
classic.
We're homosexual.
Google the what I put in the private chat is a photo that kind of makes me, this topic makes me remind of that.
Yeah, here's another thing. I don't know if you guys remember, but I think it was like 3 years ago. There's a show called The Pineapple Show on YouTube. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I remember something like that, but it was stupid.
Yeah, well, it was just like lesbian Caribbean chick that was the host of it. But to make a long story short, one day a young brother came onto that show. It was like a dating show. It was like where they get like a girl up there, they bring on the screen, and they bring a bunch of guys up there to try to flirt with her and stuff. It was like a ridiculous show. But one day there was a young brother that came up there to talk to this one young lady. And when she, make a long story short, when she asked, when they asked the brother, what do you do for a living? And the brother was like, I'm a nuclear physicist. I'm in school to be a nuclear. Yeah. And so then she pineappled him, and which got him off the show. And then a day later, a whole bunch of YouTube brothers was like, yo, replay that. And they, and then it became this big thing. And they even brought the brother back up there. That brother, he was actually in the military, in the Navy. He was studying to be a nuke. If you don't know anything about like the military, like nukes are basically, those are people who, they send you to nuke school to learn about like nuclear reactors and stuff like that. Like if you're going to be a captain of a ship, like a destroyer or submarine or something, aircraft carrier in the Navy, you have to go to nuke school. So he was into some highly involved stuff where he's going to make a lot of money. Even if he gets out of the military, gets in the civilian world, he's going to make a lot of money just with that skill set alone. And for her to just like, first of all, she had no clue the significance of what that brother was doing. And it just shows how our women, they're not trained at all in how to find like a high value mate. They're just trained to grow up and be single moms. Like that's all they're trained to do. And then they wonder why like the white woman is always ahead of them. You know what I mean? Like they're not trained at all in how to deal with these brothers when they encounter them, if that are from a certain status. You know what I mean? Like not at all. Like they're clueless.
finish this video. Let's finish this video.
They're like totally clueless.
Expand their horizons.
Would you date a bus driver? Would you date
if he owns the bus? If he owns it.
So if you're then looking for a partner who you see as your equal and you're including education and income level in your determination of who's your quote unquote equal, then it makes like logical sense. You might also be in spaces and environments that are predominantly white.
For many Black women, it isn't about lack or problems with Black men, but about expanding options.
I don't think it's a Black man, white man. I think just people overall need to treat people how they want to be treated.
Full of love themselves, they didn't. Interracial marriage has only been legal for 55 years. A Black woman and her white husband breaking that barrier.
I'm gonna build you a house right here. Our house.
The 2016 film Loving depicted the to a year in prison for marrying each other. They have decision overturning their convictions.
But like I said, but this is Revolt TV. This is freaking what Elvis told us was so great. Black television. We got Revolt TV and that. What's the article talking about? Promoting interracial marriage, by throwing Black men under the bus one night. That's what passed for Black media. You know, Revolt TV. It's disgusting.
Yeah, Colin.
You know?
It goes back to like there was a painting done. I put it in the chat, the name of it in Portuguese. But there was a painting done in the late 1800s that's called in English the Ham's Redemption. And it shows how they look at Blackness as a curse, many Black people. So it's like they have to whiten themselves to remove themselves from
better the race in the Latin, better the race, you know, becoming more white. Oh no, is this Lewis coming up here? Lewis, I'm gonna let you up, man, but I don't want to hear about Ghana tonight.
Okay, but see, here's the thing, and the point I'm trying to make, Kala, is that if you're gonna do this Afristan thing, like the young women, they have to be raised to like respect, you know, especially the men that have worked hard, and so they have to be raised to value those type of men, because if you don't, you get this thing in America where it's like Black women don't even really swirl because they are like attracted to white men. Like they swirl because they think that if they get with these white men, that somehow they'll get like the privileges or some of the same privileges that they perceive that white women get. Like that's really what all that is. They're not really into these white dudes like that, and then these white dudes
Lewis
are not really into them like that, because these white dudes most of the time end up turning on them.
We got you. Okay, Lewis, what's on your mind, man? Please, no Ghana tonight. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I haven't said anything about Ghana yet. In fact, I just tuned in not long ago.
I don't want to hear nothing about Ghana tonight. I'm not playing no videos, no nothing like that. I'm serious.
No. We're not going to do. As we said, you know, one day we'll do a special one on Ghana. I don't have to do tonight.
Let's do it on.
Don't worry about it. No, I tell you, I called in. You know how famous that girl is among bus drivers in London. You know the girl we just showed,
Ebony Williams.
Yeah, you know how famous she became among bus drivers. Everybody was discussing her during the lunch breaks and so on. We knew how snobby girls can be, right?
Oh, that's right. You're a bus driver.
Yeah, right. We knew how snobby girls can be, and so on and so forth. Because a lot of the girls here, they tend to copy what's in America. America influences or the reflection of the Western lifestyle, anyway. But she became really famous overnight. Within about 2 days, everybody was talking about her. You know, and it's sad, her situation. I mean, I've heard that this girl, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys in America. Hello, everybody. Right? I heard that she's actually injecting herself with hormones and so forth to get herself pregnant. Things like that. You know, how can you be that worldly, okay, that you get to a stage where you can't even have kids on your own, that you're going to inject yourself with hormones and you got to freeze your eggs and shit like that, and you got a nerve to say you wouldn't marry a bus driver, someone in your position. The sad thing is, most of the bus drivers wouldn't touch her. That's how sad it is. But it just goes to show you the mindset of some of our people. How I've come on shows like this, and and I was just known I'm a bus driver, and just because I'm a bus driver, people they're putting you down. They got a certain view of you. So I'm gonna ask myself, would you rather I'll be a gangbanger on the street, shooting our own people, right? Selling a couple of rocks here and there, rather than doing a decent day's job? What's happened to people doing a decent day's job? You know, most of our people are not that high up in society. Most of our bus drivers, we've been men. You're lucky to get them jobs in London now. And those jobs,
Lewis, man, hold up. You know what you're doing, Lewis, man? You're singing the working man blues. You know.
Well, that's it. Well, this is it. But what I'm saying is that it's sad now. We've gone from the days of the hippie, and black people always striving to be in the space of the white people. You know, to such an extent now, we're just looking down on everybody. You know, and this woman's situation, it was a very, very sad one. Is that her attitude was so bad that though she's gone over the hill, right, she would rather look down upon anybody just for status. Yeah, there's something mentally sick with some of our people when all we're doing is chasing materialism, all right, trying to keep up with the Joneses, appease people who don't even like us, just so we can have status.
Yeah, so the thing is, though, there's nothing we could do to stop that. And I have no idea, other than the fact that we just need a massive come up. And then
we do. But I think we can only do that within our own society. But we've got to realize that life is more than materialism, you know? Because when she got you down.
I agree with you, bro. But the reality is this: when you're sitting in a club or not, and you're sitting there or not, you know, you can't get a girl home talking about, you know, something. Life is more materialism.
No. Listen, I understand, Carla. The thing is, she's probably missed out on an opportunity. Yeah, because
Lewis, they want the bus owner, man. They want the dude that owned the buses.
Listen, bro. Let me tell you something.
Hey, Lewis, there was an episode of Honeymooners. Remember that episode of Ralph pretending he owned the bus company? That's what you gotta do, Lewis. Act like you own the bus company or whatnot, you know.
Listen, bro. Listen, do you know how many the type of girls that most of us get on the buses? When we go, we don't pretend, we don't tell them we're bus drivers. We dress up, we go out, we smashing girls all day long on the weekend. In fact, we're notorious. Bus drivers notorious having 2 phones and girls ringing here and that. Listen, it is a joke. When you get these girls in a place with just you and them, you smash them all day long. They just ain't gonna let you know that this is what I do for a living. You just gonna pretend. I can't pretend. I've been in the houses of posh girls and tell them I'm a bus driver, and their daddy loving it. And then mommy like, what the f you doing here? You know, hey, to each his own. But what my advice to the sisters out there, listen, you have a nice marriage, you have a good man, as long as he's got a profession, you can uplift that man.
Lewis, man, they want the CFO and the CEO, man.
Oh, our black women, listen, our black women have lost it. Look, women have always throughout life time looked for the strong men, the ones top of society and so on. But I think we've gone too far now. This woman is injecting herself with hormones and sperm. Come on, bruh. What kind of healthy baby you gonna have? You know, just because of status. Many men would have smashed that in America. Proper decent men who got half a decent job, a builder somewhere, a truck driver somewhere, right? But look, because of the attitude now, time is going. Look at that. So my advice to the sisters, listen.
Well, what do you say about the fact that Vivica Fox was like that? And she's
good. That's an example. No one's gonna attack that ugly woman now. And that was a hot bitch.
But she still thinks, Lewis, you know, you could probably hook up with Vivica Fox. Right?
Get the hell out of me. You feel like that? No way. Listen, if I took that back to my village, they would look at it and be like, so you couldn't get none of us, you bring this? Listen, bro. There's no that is a gone. And this is the thing, the time. Sisters, you don't have time. Men like me, hey, I can bang it. We men, listen. As long as we got a couple of pounds in our pocket, we can bang, 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 bang. Our time is different.
Yo, Lewis, keep it real though. How many Africans? How many Africans in England with snow bunnies? Keep it real.
Well, listen. You know, some of our
they
people.
They just follow the example of Kwame Nkrumah. They just follow his lead, I guess.
Right. I tell you what. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cut Nkrumah some slack. I tell you why. I will cut him some slack because Nkrumah was doing it in a traditional way of he wanted to pull in the Arab nations in because at the time at the time
What
situation was a
about
little bit
Sheikh Anta
different.
Diop? What about Sheikh Anta
Huh?
Diop? What about Sheikh
Sheikh
Anta
Anta
Diop?
Diop. Right, Sheikh Anta Diop. I can't speak for that one, and he's one of my favorite. I can't speak for that. Let's be honest. Many of our leaders, some of our top scholars, have ended up marrying. Okay, I'm not necessarily against it spiritually. I'm not supposed to be for it. I'm not for it, but I've got family members. Some of them are mixed, right? And there's nothing. What can I say? I love the kids when they come out. They more or less become like us. They're on the black side because they experience it. So like a black experience.
Yo,
But
most of the people I see in England and Europe, man, all they kids is half white.
It's a big problem. You would need a black woman really to speak on it here. It is a big problem, right? It's changing though. The last 10 years has changed. A lot of people switch back to black, okay? But our attitude of our sisters, who when they're brought up in England and places like that, they forget, okay, where they're coming from because their parents coming from a harsh background, they want to escape poverty. And they think they can do that by jumping into white society. White society don't
Right,
change. Even if you
right.
get, right? You see most of our footballers now coming out. When you live in white society, right, you are pressured to be like them. And then after that, to get in a way in position, you have to, some people try and marry into that position. Like the girl who married Meghan Markle, who married Prince Harry. Most black, I would say 60% of black women, that's what they want to do in England. I'm telling you, 60% of them, that's what they want to do. And you can see Meghan's mom, she was in the background. She couldn't even get any black man to give her away. She had to get Prince Charles, the father-in-law, to give her daughter away. And I thought I couldn't believe this. An African-American lady? You couldn't ring up Jesse Jackson, get one of your people there, come and give. No way.
I mean,
That
Meghan
goes to
Markle
show you.
she ain't really a black woman.
No, her mom. Her mom is pure black.
No, she's not.
No, her mom. Have you seen her mom at the wedding? Did you see her mom at the wedding?
Her mom is half black. So.
No, you sure? No. I think her
I
mom is
think her
pure black.
mom is mixed. Well, see, here's the thing, and I'll say this: is
Meghan
that
Markle whiter than most Italian women.
well, look,
I know that. I didn't know she was
I'll
white
say
and
this.
black until I saw before the wedding, right? But her mom is full Rasta and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
mom is
look,
pure black.
Hold on. You know, Al Sharpton said, "Now this
Where?
is progress. We got a black woman as royalty."
Oh man, he's one of the worst.
That's how
Oh
far
man,
gone
God.
we
I
are.
mean,
And this is
look,
oh
man.
man.
When are we gonna realize that these black figureheads like Sharpton and Obama and stuff, they're not even masculine men. Like no black man is gonna listen to these guys.
Nah, at
They're
least
No,
trying to get
before,
Obama
us to
married a
listen,
Gullah.
to
before,
At
try to
least
get us to worship these, these women. See, the thing is this, and I want to expound upon what Lewis was saying is that I agree with you, Lewis. Like when I observe the UK, I think, especially in the last 10 years, most of the couples there now, the black
yeah,
couples, they switching back to just black people dealing with black people. There was a
yeah,
point in their history where I don't know, maybe it was the 80s or 90s, where when you had a lot of newer immigrants in
yeah,
the UK, they got kind of integrated into going to school with whites and being around
yeah,
whites and thinking that
yeah.
you know
We only
if
about less than
if they
15%.
got around, but it's like this: if they think that if they got around whites, that somehow their life would be better. But what they don't realize is even in America too, you can swirl. I don't know how many stories of black women I've seen who they
Mm-hmm,
swirl, they get with a white boy. And then they
mm-hmm,
meet the white boy's family, and they find
yeah,
out that the white boy's, his mom is racist,
he's
or his
listen.
aunts are
ostracized.
racist,
They
Oh,
find out the dude
their
ostracized.
family, they have some
yeah.
real horrible thing going
Real
on in
quick.
their family, or
Right. Listen.
But you know
I
what's
want.
funny though? You know what's funny
Mhm.
though? I don't want to sound like like a apologist for my country though, but I don't
Mhm.
really see that with the Jamaicans in England like that. I don't really see them like
What, bruh?
I'll say
Listen.
they're the biggest
Right, you need to
swirlers,
come
bro.
on holiday. Right, you need to come on holiday here. Wait until you speak to one of my Jamaican friends, and they will tell you. Right, but the good thing is with my Jamaican friends, I remember years ago, one of my best friends, I used to go to their house, and their dad is Jamaican brother, very conscious. he had such a strong accent, right? My friend told me you won't be able to understand my dad. When I spoke to them, I had to ask him questions about 2 or 3 times every time he spoke for me to hear him properly. But this brother, his eldest son got married to an Irish girl, nice Irish girl. I was only about 14 at the time. The man refused to go to the wedding. He never went. To this day. The kids can come. The man, he don't know, because the experience he went through, his people went through chattel slavery, and they ain't having it, and that's that. Right? I understand it. But in England, now they live in England, not in Jamaica. There's even more pressure. Now it's more accepted. I would say about 3/4, about half. They're half of black people here in England. 9 out of 10, their kids now they're going to be marrying, because black women can be very harsh here in England, just like in America. They're very demanding, over demanding, and what tends to do, they tend to drive the black men into the hands of the white girls. I'm not against, like I said, it's up to each individual. My experience tell me stick to your own. You're better off, because I don't want my kids going through the bullshit I've been through, trying to get this thing colors. That's why I want to get back home. I haven't married here in England. If I wanted to get married just for the sake of it, I could have switched over a long time ago. My first girlfriend was a white girl. Yeah, right. But in England, it's a big problem. Among Jamaicans, that's what Jamaican women complain about. It's a big problem now, because
right now,
yes, right. I'm looking at celebrities in England in London. Coming out of London, just look at their partners they go with. Even if some of them were actually with black women and then switch to be white women, there's more of them, right? There's less demand from them. Because you're black, they don't expect you to be rich anyway, right? As long as their status hasn't dropped too low, some of them will go out their way to go. Once you're with a black man, no matter what the black man does, you're black to them. They don't care. Your status you already dropped down in white society. Don't matter what even if the person is more educated than you. Especially if you're in the academic circle, 9 out of 10, you're going to marry a black woman and white woman. That's just the fact, because you move in those circles, black people end up there in mass. Yeah? Right? Our sister Naomi Campbell, we love her and everything, but most of the partners she's had, white men. Because she's got that riches, she loved the riches, she likes blacks, yeah, but she loved the riches. Right? When you put materialism above everything else, this is what happens. Most of our people are not that, they're not going to be, I want big money and so on, but if that's what you want, then you're going to do, And the ultimate prize for them is someone like Prince Harry. Most of the black women was watching that wedding, that's what they really want. Yeah, so we got the same problem here, but here is even worse, because there's less of us in celebrities world in England. It's not like Hollywood. Okay.
Yeah,
And
it's bad. It's bad in America, but when I be seeing like England and certain European
go ahead.
countries, it's like
it's even
damn.
worse in Europe. It's even worse, but in England, things have got worse. So you can't really trust me. Listen, but I'm telling our sisters, you're not helping. The sisters are not helping with the high demand. All right, because when they're working in these offices, they go, white guys looking at them too, right? And now from school, they're hitting them up way before. Right, and trust me, those boys are there for a good time. They don't care where you're from. You could be look. They got fetish for anything outside
Louis,
you.
man,
So
the UK women. They want to go to Dubai. They want to go to those places, man.
I don't trust any girl going out there. Probably a whore, but I don't really listen. I don't bother with the girls here. One, I don't want to get stuck in England. That's made up my mind. So I don't rush no relationship. Right? I check good-looking girls. I'm like that. I'm artistic. I got eye for pretty girls. Trust me, most girls I want, 10 out of 10 boys want them. That's why I make sure I put myself in a position where when I get you, I've got you. Right? But I'm gonna ask men, we just gotta go for our ambition, our achievement. The girls will come. There's loads of them. Listen, I get back home, I got family members giving me students in Harvard University, sending me their pictures. I said, poor girl, I don't even know it, but listen, I don't like those, but that's how it is. It's a cultural thing. Right? But here in England, trust me, 9 out of 10, go ahead.
It's an epidemic in Africa too. I'm seeing white women flying to Ghana, Nigeria. They
picking up those boys, right?
I'm seeing white women getting accepted as Ashanti chiefs and all type of.
No. I know white women get accepted as Ashanti queen mother. No, right? No, that one there, no. Right? Listen, one or two of them hit headline because they're doing charity work. So they give them like a development chief or something, but they ain't getting. You're not getting it deep like.
No, I'm seeing
Professor
white
Bowley.
women. I'm seeing white women in Yoruba trial. I'm seeing white women
Okay, I
speak
can't
the
speak for the
tree.
Yoruba. I can't speak for the Yoruba, right? Maybe Kidola could come here for that today. But what I'm telling you is, if the black women stop being so harsh, so demanding on a black man, expecting him to have a Rolls Royce like that, you know, they can stop that, we'd be cool. But if you got an attitude like this lady's got, right? And would you marry a bus driver? Oh God, man, what an insult. But anyway, apart from that, bus guys get some good-looking girls. We don't really have to struggle that much. We earn good money. Guaranteed each week, money's in the bank. Hey, we're all right. But if you want big status, you're not gonna go for that. But that's a problem for someone like that. Yeah. Now you inject
Look,
yourself
I
with
don't
hormones.
believe.
Come on.
Here's the thing. I don't even
Mhm.
believe that these women, when they talk that stuff about, oh, a man gotta have this and he gotta have that. Because I've seen these women go out and get with the poorest,
White people.
like white
Right.
trash,
Thank you.
ain't shit white, not even ain't even trying to get with a white boy that have a job.
Thank you. They don't care
No
as
job
long as he's
having
white.
white
As
boy.
long as he's
I've
white.
seen black
Yo,
women
and they'll
go
take care.
and
They'll take care of the white boy too.
Yeah.
I've seen that shit. And see, here's the thing. That's a very when you see that, what that
That's sickening.
is well, hold
Yeah.
on, bro. What that is that's a woman that did not have a father in her life, because
Thank you. Thank you.
any man, no man is gonna raise his daughter up to be in a non self-respecting relationship like that,
Yeah.
where you gotta
Yeah.
pay for a dude that's a loser and shit
Oh.
like that. You know what I mean? Ain't no way. So that's
Yeah.
all that is. It's just a degenerate thing. And
It is.
you
It
know,
is. Some of our people want to get away from. You see, you got to see the background we're coming from. Some of our people that left some of our nations were not that well established in their place. They didn't have that good background. So when they get here now, they want to marry up. Great, fair enough.
Yo, especially in America, you will see a black doctor with degrees, or a black woman in
Yeah,
IT
yeah.
with some trailer park white dude that don't got no job. He don't got a
Thank you.
future.
Yeah,
They just
they
got
don't.
him home. He collecting all her checks.
Yeah, because they think by marrying white, you're going to come up. Let me give you an example, right? I went out with this beautiful mixed race girl, lovely, right? I met her. I went to. We was in London. She moved outside London. We kept in touch, right? And that time I had there was a music shop on East Ham High Street, and underneath there was a big basement. And I knew the white guy, so I made the arrangement, and I had a workshop downstairs, and I was making like chest drawers, tables, and things like that. I made something for her, and she came down once and saw me with my like portable tools, power tools, making tables and chairs, and I made a chest of drawers for her. She gave me the deposit. I made the stuff for her. Man, she came and saw me working. She was so proud. We ended up going out together. Right, this girl was beautiful. That was the one I really should have married her. And it's a long story. She didn't care about all that, right? Because she wasn't her being mixed race. Her mind is sort of. She didn't care about. She just liked the fact that I can work with my hands, because she was an artist. She done artwork, right? She came to London to study at one of the arts colleges. I met her there. Her attitude completely different from a regular black person attitude, whereby she knows the tradesman and she was happy to go along with that. Most black girls, they don't care. They just want to see you driving a fat car. They don't want you to be a carpenter or a bus driver. They don't want that title. But anyway, I went to her place one time. Her mom is darker than me. Beautiful a Jamaican lady. But she married this white guy. The guy took her from London, outside of London, the place near Wales. Way out in the middle of the boondocks. Way out. And then when I got there, I realized I met the brother reminded me of Bob Marley. He had a rasta hair and everything, but he was married white, and he was very uncomfortable with me, because as you see me, I don't compromise with who I am. You see me,
Wait,
and I turned up
you
there.
seen a roster with a white woman?
Yeah, he's a rasta guy. Her sister was a rasta guy, right? And he was living where he was going out with white girls and so on. He just done it for fashion. He wasn't really into the blackness side of it. So that pulled them away from the black community they used to live in, going way outside London where there weren't no black people there at all. So she got 4 other sisters. So when they saw me turn up, and I had my Dakish, my African Fugu on, the African suit, the Ghana one. And I turned up down there, looking smart and everything. And they were out like in that town. They were like, "Ooh, what the hell are we eating?" But the other sisters, right, loved that because she was the first one I brought a black guy back, and their mom was happy. But the dad, I can tell, the dad and the brother who had a rasta hair and the deep in the back of their head. I stayed there for about 3 days. They were not happy at all. We didn't sleep together nothing that time. You know, I respected the dad and the family. I was just happy to be outside London for a while. But the dad, I can tell secretly when I spoke to the dad and so on, and the remarks he made when I was leaving, right? I can tell that this geezer was making those sliding remarks, right? That was like he was not comfortable with a daughter, with a black person, not just a regular black, but a black person that stick up for black. But their mom was happy. I can tell her mom was happy. And her mom would tell me certain things to let me know. One time she told me that she had to struggle when they moved out to that area, right? And that she goes through a hell of a lot because of the color thing. But her dad was feeling uncomfortable with her sharing that with me. But her mom was just happy that she can have a black person to speak to. Right? In the end, something happened that I end up losing touch with her and I end up moving on. But I know that most of these girls who do this for states. After a while, they regret. Many of them regret. So my thing to the sisters there, it's up to you who you marry. The guy loves you. I've seen some good marriages between black and white. I know some strong ones. But some of them are who just doing it for status, especially you black women just want to jump in there while thinking, okay, for status, you're going to regret it later on. Be careful.
Hey, to all the black queens in the chat, man, black kings forever, snow bunnies never. I mean,
Yeah.
snow
You know, if it's
polar bears
genuine, look,
never.
I'd rather you be with a white guy gonna take, but he's got to realize he's got something special. Most of them don't realize they don't care because you girls are just throwing yourself at them. At
So
least make them work for it.
you want to see an Israelite sister with Esau? That's what you want to see?
No. I'm just saying what's out there already. I'm just saying, right? Because some of us people are not woken up. I'm just saying, from what I've seen, right? You want to go through that struggle, you have to at least make sure the guy is genuine. Don't just jump because you just want to be a white person. I remember going to a club one time outside London again. I lived there for a while. And
Louis,
there's
you
a
know
black
that's part of the revelation, man. We can't have the Israelite sisters with Esau.
Nah, that can't work. Well, you're gonna be in trouble with that when that thing happened. But like I said, I've been in England 40 years. I've got stories for days when it comes to that. I remember like another time I was outside a club in London and we was out there, right? And I saw a sister, a black sister. She was crying, sitting on the stairs, and it's an all-white club and so on. And then I went to comfort her. I said, "Oh, sister, how are you doing? Listen, everything okay?" She said, "Like, get off me!" Like an alien came down and touched her on her head. This woman shot at me. I felt so ashamed in front of these white people. And they just turned around and walked on, right? All I was doing was trying to comfort her. Ask her if she was okay. When she found out I was black, my God, that's when, from that time, I just leave them. If I go to a club out now and see a sister in trouble, unless she's bleeding to death or something, now I tell her what the situation can before I go anywhere near, especially outside London, because most of them are trying to get away from black. I'm telling you straight now. Most of them are trying to get away black, and I never forget that was so embarrassing for me. And I didn't live in the town, I was only there for the night or so on, right? And that was the first time I went out in that place. And I met this sister trying to come, and she shouted at me so like, "Don't you even dare come near me." And God knows what her background is and what her life experience. I'm telling you, as a black man looking like me, living in England, right, this is the sort of thing you come across. So if you see it's someone outside of London, in the all-white area, you go in, she's trying to get away from black, most of them. They're not there by accident. They're trying to get away from black. And if you come in as a black person trying to unite with her, she's going to let you know. Yeah, so in England, most of them, they willingly do it. Yeah, they feel that they want light-skinned children. They feel it's a step up for them. You black person, you trying to pull her back into black, which is poverty for her. Some of our people are weak. You know, so just be aware.
As much as it's people like to say it's pseudo, man, I think we gotta bring back that teacher, man. The black woman is God.
Yeah. Nah, well, I wouldn't go that far. But I hear you. Listen, the only way we can do it is that at least now people are beginning, we're talking here, people are now going back to Jamaica, Africa, and so on, and that's the good thing. But even with that, most of our people are trying to escape poverty, and they think by marrying out of the race, all the sufferings will be over. Some of our black women are weak like that. Our black men
Nah,
are weak like that.
some of them they just want their kids to have thinner nose, whiter hair, lighter skin.
Hey, you got that sick, colonialized mind. The only
Yo,
way for
sometimes I can't even. Most of the kids that I seen in like London and stuff, they clearly mix. They
Yep, most of them.
clearly.
Yep, most of them are. If it wasn't for the fact that we've had recent migrants in the last 20 years, 15 years from Africa, who already clearly got black kids and who haven't been here long enough to really fit into white society to marry white people, if it wasn't for that, trust me, London will probably be like Brazil. Easily. If it wasn't for the new migrants coming in, we'd be like Brazil.
Yeah.
That's a fact. If you would have left the people in the 80s still be here without new migrants coming in, because half my friends, most of them, half of them that got married, you know, whites, and then their kids come out more mixed. And then 9 out of 10, because in society they want to go up, they will rather get with them. The only thing is that black man still here, still got the swag.
It's something about them Anglo-Saxon G's, because when them kids come out, they turn out white as white. At
It's
least
weird,
over
yeah.
here,
No,
in America, you can still see. You know what I mean? They may have the nose, the hair, something, but
no, it depends. Don't forget, a lot of our people already got mixed blood from, say, the Caribbean. So when they come over here, if the gene pool ain't strong, the kids are gonna come out looking very white. Okay, so if they get over a white
Megan,
person,
they come out looking like Meghan Markle.
well, unfortunately, we do have that as well. But the good thing is that a lot of the girls who are mixed race, they do tend to like black guys in terms of what they want to be with. But financially and status wise, they're gonna go with a white cat person. All right, and this is what you're always grappling with. You know, so we just got to be careful there. I mean, I'm not against any particular race in particular, but experience tells me you're better off your own. But some of our people don't want to be with our own because some of our people are escaping poverty. That's why we've got to develop our societies so they have an option. Yeah, on YouTube, a lot of them mixed race girls actually go to places like Ghana on holiday, and that's what they want to get. They don't care about it. They're going to be with people that are of
Right
their
now
own.
they're bringing their mixed couples and families to Ghana. You know, that's all.
Yeah. You've seen it. You've seen it, right, Carla? Right?
Yes, of course.
It's cool.
Listen, one lady.
Listen, I'm like I said, right? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Carla, are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I'm waiting for Carla to speak. Carla was speaking.
No, I'm not done.
He said there was one couple. All right. Yeah, there is a couple of them.
One couple that went with Dynasty, a mixed couple went with Dynasty and whatnot. You know, I was like,
oh, okay. Yeah, I saw a clip of that.
Tell you what, he asked me before he did.
I
Like, what do you think about? I said, business is business. I thought he was just hypothetically asking me. You know, and
listen. Look. It's gonna be hard for you to say, okay, you can't let them because we don't want to be the same.
All money ain't good money, man.
Yeah. We don't want to be racist. I'm not gonna be racist. If a big couple come up to me, I'm not gonna be racist to them that way. I'm not
either. But the bottom line is, listen, what I say, right? I have to now. If we had strong relationships with black male and black female, we wouldn't be threatened by mixed couples, you know. But
No, Carla, listen, man. You gotta listen to John Henry Clark. That has been one of the biggest problems especially in the diaspora. Those mulattoes and mixed kids.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're only a small percentage, right? The problem is the fact that black women, for the most part, do not have any loyalty to black men as far as like races. They, I said, prefer mixing and stuff like that. So we don't have the advantage. They rather get with a mixed guy or a white guy than a black guy, you know. So that's
listen.
I'm tired of seeing black women with these kids with the blonde hair, these blonde Afro kids.
So, and then what gets me is they dump those kids on our community that we got to freaking rear them. We got to alter our identity. White people stay. What I hate is white people stay pure. You know,
Yeah,
they're
they don't even accept the mixed kids into their white
No,
race. Like,
they
nah,
don't. They don't.
now.
They
those are
detect
y'all
people.
those are y'all
Now,
black
I
kids.
say here in
Colin,
Virginia, white people are starting to accept more white kids into their full. Like a lot of mixed kids are now part of white society, and that's different numbers.
Yeah,
But Virginia is the exception. You know, every other
yeah,
place where right away you have mixed couple, they automatically get dumped into the black community. So now we
yeah.
got to
Colin,
redefine our
Colin,
community.
Colin.
Somebody say, look? Bottom line is, if 90% of us around between dark skin to brown skin or not, and you got somebody that's pale or not, so we got to alter our identity to accommodate that 1% of the population in Black America. You know, I don't think that's
Uh-huh,
right.
uh-huh.
We got
But Colin,
we gotta
Colin, that was the purpose of the one drop rule, to purify
Yeah.
the white race
White
and
race
to
pure
denigrate
and
black.
damage us and mix us. And
Mix up more than anyone.
Now we got the Steph Currys with blue eyes and the Klay Thompson with light
yeah,
eyes.
that one football player, his kids now white. You know, that one football
Yo,
player in the Chiefs.
yo,
You know,
it's a dude that play on the Thunder called I forgot his name. Yo, this dude is white as snow, white hair, white everything. And because his father is like a quarter black, he's considered black. I'm like, yo, this is crazy.
like I said, he gets to speak on our behalf and represent us like the fucking Colin Kaepernick ain't black at all. You know,
Yeah.
this motherfucker's a straight up Arab. Colin Kaepernick's a fucking Arab. You know,
I heard someone saying that Meghan Markle's child is black. I'm like, what in the
Yeah, I haven't seen a picture of him of the child yet. But
that
I can
kid looks like a
guarantee
little Irish baby, man. You know.
you know, I mean, you know,
When I heard Meghan Markle was black, I said, "Nah, we going too far now. We going way too far
listen,
now."
if I'm going to
When
look
they
at you
call it black, they have a nerve to call it African American. I mean, when they call Kamala when they call Kamala African American, I just lost it, man. I said, no.
Yeah. Oh boy, like I said, look, I don't really individually have but I know my life experience, so I know who I am. I know, and I want to keep it.
But the thing is, you gotta understand something. White people play this game because they don't want to deal with a friggin' a strong, united black community, which we're trying to build.
That's what they can't have. They must
the
always.
Bottom line, they want to be able to put people like Barack Obama. He's African American. Wait a minute, Barack Obama. We always said Barack Obama. Although he was black, he married a black woman. That was only a good part. Was he married Michelle? That was it. You know.
Yeah, that was it. Michelle. Listen, Michelle was the trump card for him. Listen, I'm not joking.
Yeah, Michelle was sold him to the black community.
Yo,
you know?
we got to deal with the Patrick Mahomes of the world.
Yeah, all these people.
But listen, you can be a black person, right? But if you pushing the LGBT like Michelle, and Michelle when she walked on stage, I was like, okay, she's married, but woo, the girl was pretty, right? When
I have a question.
Right, the day when he won the presidency and there was a speech he made and he walked out with Michelle. Michelle was wearing a black dress, a white, red inside the collar, and the family stepped out. Oh man, I tell you that on that day, you black Americans. Oh man, I mean,
yeah, man, that night, man. I went out that night. I went up there.
Oh man,
when the results came in. This is the next president of the United States. And he brought his family out there, man. I was so,
bro. That
was it. I bought like 5 copies. The next morning, I bought like 5 copies of the front page of the newspaper. You know? I still got them.
That picture, bro. When America sold that to the world, right? We were watching it late night here. They were watching it live in Ghana. I mean, listen, that was the PR of PR, right? And it just was beautiful. That was that was like Ebony Light magazine heaven. Okay? But later on, what comes with the policy? The LGBT, the assassination of this. We just gotta be careful and be aware always what goes on.
Hold on, Kyla. Can you play this video? It's 1 minute long.
First of all, Diaz, you wanted to ask me something?
Yeah, Colin, do you think if Kamala Harris had a black American husband, it would have been more acceptable? She would have been more acceptable to
probably
black men?
Probably, but
I think she would have done it.
The thing is,
But
hold on, she was, but look, she's not a bad looking woman because they always played her younger picture. They
yeah,
still play her younger pictures throughout the
yeah,
campaign.
yeah,
But she's not bad on the eyes,
yeah,
But
yeah.
the thing
This
is,
is it. And she looked more black when she was younger.
yeah. So the bottom line is her record as a prosecutor in California wasn't good, and
Wasn't
also
good, yeah.
basically, yeah, that would have helped her out a lot,
Yeah.
And also the fact that although basically Barack Obama, right? His childhood roots was in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
She said Jamaica, but when she would go to Jamaica, it's an Indian
Yeah.
person, right?
Yeah.
So that's the difference,
Yeah.
That difference. Black men were looking at that, where your race loyalty is. Although people get the impression that black men like light-skinned women and stuff like that, when it comes down to our race or whatnot, we don't like light-skinned women that identify black.
Listen, you put up Michelle to next most mixed black women, and most men at that time when she looking like that, most black men would have picked Michelle all day long. But this is what black women confuse themselves. They make excuses. No, you carry yourself well as a black person or what God has made you to be, uncompromised, but beautifully, and you do it well, right? Most men are gonna gravitate. Even most of the white men would have gone for Michelle. You just gotta carry yourself well. But stop putting on blonde hair and all this nonsense and trying to be what you're not. Men, we could sniff through all that nonsense, man.
All right. Hold up, let me play this video. Let's play this video. Let's see, stop sharing. Video, folks. Share screen. Okay.
Cool. That's great. No, that's great. Let's just jump right into it. Are you black?
I really wanted to cover that. I'm actually happy about this. Explain your blackness or level of blackness.
So my level of blackness, I mean, I put, it's like light skin.
White guy.
I'm bright skin.
Ooh.
So, like,
okay,
above,
bright skin. I like that.
I'm above.
My child's bright skin.
I'm above light skin. No, but yeah, my dad's black. Anytime people find out, y'all know Key and Peele, the show?
Yeah.
So, like when Barack Obama's going in, white man handshake different, black. When they find out I'm black,
you got the good handshake.
It changes. It's the whole vibe. The whole vibe changes. It goes from, hey, Zay, how you doing? Hey, yo, Zay, what up, man? You good? So the whole vibe changes.
They were giving you one of these before, the straight hand?
It's really like I think Hart did the same thing. He's like, oh,
it's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, pleasure to meet you.
You know I'm black. It changed. Like, oh,
yeah, I heard you was black, but I found out he was black. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
No, but yeah, my dad is probably the same skin tone as y'all, but my mom's genes kind of took over with that.
I was growing up.
If you own a local business,
that's what I had before.
This may sting a bit.
That's what I had before. Yeah, man. The bottom line is this: because you got a black parent, man, you can't just say you're black. Can't do that stuff like that. We talking about Murray. You want to come up on the panel? Come up ahead. Here you go. Don't be shy. All right, shy. Don't be shy. There you go. Come up on the panel. There's a link right there.
In 2025, that we got dudes like that walking around talking about they black.
And so they basically the white power structure will say, "What do you think about the Negro?" When not, and he's a whole ass white man. And when I talk, well, I think this. That's when you don't have no power. You don't have no power of who represents you. If you have your own nation, you put out there who represents you and who like that. You have control over that. Yeah. We have no control over who represents us or whatever like that because we're a minority group. That's what being a minority group is. We can't sustain being a minority. When we hit 50 million people in Black America, 60 million, we're gonna keep going down this road right here. Yeah, we're gonna eventually destroy this country. That's why we need an outlet. We need a nation of our own.
That's why. Well, with me as a continental African, our aim.
The bottom of the talks in the next year have to be Black America. Like I said, I can't be the only one. I don't know what search for Huru's doing. I don't know what Brandon's doing. I don't know what all these guys are doing. You know, if you're not talking about nationhood after all the evidence, everything like that, what the hell are you talking about?
Well,
You know?
point.
Hold on, let the gorgeous Mari speak. Let Mari speak.
All right, you guys gonna make a love connection. All right, let me shut up. Go ahead, Mari.
Oh, hey, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mari.
Okay. Well, no, never mind. Because you guys got on a different topic. It's okay. I'll
No,
I'll
go
just
ahead.
say
Say what's on your mind.
Speak your mind. Speak your mind, Queen.
no, because Kala is always talking about Black women dating out, but it's mostly Black men that date out. If you look at the statistics, mostly Black men date out.
Let me say this, sister. It's mostly Black men who flirt out. Black men are big flirts in public and stuff like that. But as far as like somebody in a serious relationship taking on that, that's very rare with Black men. You know, trust me. You know, white women like to fling with Black men. Maybe they might even have sex with them. But as far as like getting into relationships, stuff like that, that's almost non-existent. You know, unless you're rich.
Yes, but as far as statistics, they said that Black women and Asian men and Asian men are the most race loyal. As far as statistics go, and it says that
let's be honest. Yeah, that's true. But let's be honest. Asian men are more incel. Black women are very, very reserved and they're not out there in the scene on the scene like this. They're not when Black women go out. I noticed this, right? They're using groups by themselves and they go to venues where there's Black women are the most race loyal as far as like this because Black guys will connect and they'll go to a heavy metal club. They'll go to a rock and roll club. They'll go out to spaces where there's other races of people mixed like that. Black women are consistently, I noticed for years working in clubs, right? They will only go to clubs where there's R&B, a black, you know what I'm saying? A black vibe, everything like that. It's a place where white people don't hang out. Black men do go in places so they have more chances, opportunities to be around other races. Black women don't do that. They usually go to places where there's Black people, you know, when there's something going on, a jazz thing going on. There's one club that opened up that says adult night or grown and sexy. Black women love the grown and sexy night. You know, what are you going to see there? You're going to see married couples there. You're going to see older Black women there, older Black men there. Those are the, and you be seeing younger women in their 20s, Black women in their 20s, hanging out with older Black people in their 40s and 50s, you know? But the bottom line, but Black young men basically are not included in that. They more likely to be in a club where there's young white kids who listen to hip hop like they do and stuff like that. You know, watch sports and then so there's a mingling difference, you know, and that's what it is. Black men and white women more likely to be interact with each other on that level, social level, than white men and Black women. You know, now one white man say, "Oh, I don't know about a Black woman. I don't know how to approach her," because they usually don't have only in the workplace they come together. They don't go into the same social spaces as Black women, you know? So that's why that is, you know, that's what it is. The Black women want more white guys, they got to start hanging around places where they at, you know, but they refuse to do that, you know, because they like to intimidated by white girls, you know. That's what I see it. I just think Black women don't go out. If more Black women went out and hung out in spaces like Black men, interracial marriage would be up there too, you know, and relations would be up there too. But Black women don't do that. They only hang in all Black with familiar environments and stuff, you know.
And Carla, you used to work at door, didn't you? You used to work at door in the club.
Yeah, I used to work in the club for years. I've seen all this stuff for years. You know, I used to observe all this stuff for years in a club. You know, I noticed that. I noticed one thing I did notice. I noticed that the average age of women stop going to the club. Black women are usually older than every other group. You know,
Okay.
You know, Asian women, Latino women, and white women second under Black women. And then Asian women and Latino women, they freaking stop going to clubs like around 21, 22 because they usually married by then, you know, or got a man, you know, stuff like that. You know, Black women stay out there, you know. So
I'm sure if I was in America, I would have married an American black lady because I meet them on my tour bus and I really get on with them.
Michael said, "Colin can't be serious saying black women date white men more than." I'm not saying they date. I've said there's not an opportunity. I said black men. What you see if you see a white guy with a black woman, right? He has the power to basically get that woman, right? Because he has money and power in society. Black men don't have that power. You know, you need power to get women, right? You may see a lot of black men who are very, very rich with white women, but they're very, very small numbers, you know? Mm-hmm. What you do is you see average white guys, blue-collar white guys, bagging black women who are way over their pay grade, but they still see that white man is buying into a power structure and an ideology, you know?
Yeah. This is the problem, you see. When
you I see. Like I said, I see that a lot.
Kala, that's a lie, man. Come on, you need to stop this, man. Are you kidding me? Are you going? Come on, man. No matter how much you want to twist it about power, this and that. What the hell is power? Wait. First, that power crap you just give example you give about money, whatever.
Hold on. White people, white males in this country hold the power, you know, and the power and the prestige.
Yeah, I mean, no. Okay, first of all, let's even deal with the statistic. You gotta admit that more black men date outside of race than black women in America.
What black men are you talking about? You talking about NBA players?
No, just in general.
Nah, that's a lie. That's a lie.
You know.
Okay, most. Wait,
this
is how we come up with. Hold on now.
A lot of black guys out there.
Okay, wait.
Out there
this is how we come up with these numbers.
Hanging out with somebody.
Most mulattoes you meet, ask them which of their parents is black. They will tell you is dad.
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, a growing number of black women are bearing half black kids. I see it all the time, you know.
Majority of mulattoes you meet, at least 90% of them will tell you my dad is black.
Oh, we don't know that, you know.
It's a fact, man.
You talking about an NBA player or an NFL player?
Yeah, you're talking about NBA.
You guys like to shame people about they did outside the race, but most
there's a growing number.
Do you know that
women single mothers with?
We're talking about blue collar and white collar workers. We're not talking about athletes and superstars on stage.
Even in community society, First of all,
hold on. Let Mari speak.
Let's even look at it. Who's the most
hold on. Let Mari speak. Let Mari speak.
Who's the host tonight? Is it Kala or you?
Oh no, it's okay.
Let her speak. I respect her. She's a lady anyway. I like her anyway. Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
No, it's okay. Let Mike speak. That's fine. I'll wait.
No. Go ahead.
Okay, but like it says, the most interracial couples are black men and white women and Asian women and white men. Those are the two you see day out more. I'm telling you, Asian men and black women are the most race loyal. It's Asian women that dates mostly white men, and it's white women that dates black men. It's true. If you look at the statistics, it says that.
Now, Mark, I agree with you when it comes to marriage. You know, yes, that's true. You know, because black women have a hard time getting married. But as far as like dating and whatnot in this hookup culture, I see just as many black girls hooking up with all kinds of white boys. The hookup culture is different than marriage. Marriage, yes.
What are they hooking up for?
What?
What are they? Why would it? Okay, so a black woman that wants to hook up, that wants to have. Hold on, wait, Kala, I'm trying to ask you a question. Wait, are you telling me
the hookup culture means you just basically random? So we got a serious hookup culture that basically.
But let me land the question.
Marriage and serious relationships.
Let me land the question. Are you saying when people want to hook up, right? They just want to hook up with a hot person, whatever we enjoy the pleasure with. Most,
whoever
right?
they
wait, let me land the question.
That moment,
Calm down.
You're attracted to them today, but you move on tomorrow.
Well, you don't let someone land the question before you start answering. Right. Can you come now? So, are you telling me that when a white woman wants to hook up with a guy, she find the white man more attractive than the black guy?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you do have a lot of hookup culture and whatnot. And a lot of times, there's a lot of black girls basically like, hey, look, they think the white guys is cute and whatever like that, and they hook up with them and like that. Same thing with black guys who like white girls. They hook up with white girls and whatever. The hookup culture is mostly interracial, you know? People want to hook up something fast. It's not serious. Now, serious relationships and marriage, that's what we're talking about, right? Talking about serious marriage. That yes, black women are most race loyal when it comes to serious marriage and relationships, right? Same thing with Asian men. But when it comes to hookup culture, man, anything goes. Trust me. I've seen it. I've seen white women in their 40s when I go home with friggin' guys, young thug ass black guys with a do rag on.
You went from dating to hookup now.
Man.
Yeah,
I've
you
seen
changed it to hookup.
That's hookup culture.
I
Hookup
think the
culture.
initial argument was who's dating outside that raised the most.
Well,
Meaning,
dating outside.
now you change it to hookup. I don't know. No one knows
It's
who's hooking
talking
up.
about black and white relationship.
Dating saying you're courting somebody with the prelude of getting into a relationship. That's what dating is.
Okay, who has more desire to go outside of their race between the black American men and black American women?
Of course, black men. Because
okay, thank you. Okay, that's what she's saying. That's what I'm saying too.
Yeah, of course, black men do. Because the bottom line is this. Let me tell you something. When you're in your 20s, right, and the early 30s, right, you going out to a club, you are not thinking about some social thing. If any girl even says hello to you, if she looks good, you're trying to get with that. I seen dudes that was, I never forget this shit. I just remember a funny story. Oh, it's a funny story. I just remember this shit. I was working at iHouse, right? I tell you, I got stabbed at iHouse, man. I got jumped and stabbed and almost killed at iHouse one time working there. Anyway, a couple of months later, I'm in iHouse. This is right after the Million Man March, right? This brother's in there talking about, see, the stun moon of the white man, and the white man, blah, blah, blah. And these two white girls over there, this after the club, right? There's two white girls in there. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Two white girls sitting there giggling, laughing and whatnot, right? And all of a sudden, the dude was like, basically like, what are you freaking snow ice princess laughing at one night? All of a sudden, that's what I'm talking about. A black man, you gotta respect the black man, right? And he walked outside, right? All of a sudden, the one girl said, oh, she just said she thinks you're cute. And he goes, what? This nigga came back and said, yo, what's up? That shit was so fucking funny. Let me get your number.
Well, Carla, one thing I can say for sure,
like nation events on shit.
Carla, what I can say from my experience is that what I do notice is the black guys, they're usually more loyal to the other race of women they hook up with than they are to the black women. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not saying this a fact, but from guys that I know, like I literally know a guy that was always mean to his black girlfriend.
Who
once
actually
hook up with his
married.
white
Well,
girl,
Mike,
he became very humble and very good. I'm like, damn.
Well,
I thought you were
Mike, I know why.
you were always mean to women. You're so
Yeah,
nice.
but hold on, but most black men still marry black women, right?
What's that?
90% of black men marry black women.
These days?
No,
but
but
it's
the
a
marriage,
hookup
but the
culture.
marriage
It's a
rate
hookup
is
culture.
low in our community.
The marriage rate is low, yeah.
The marriage rate is low in our community. Only 30% of Black Americans are married. And the men say because the reason why they're not marrying us is because we're too masculine, we're too loud, we're overweight, and all this other stuff. So that's why that's probably why they're starting to date out more. That's what they say. Yesterday, that's what that's what red pill manosphere people say. Black men say.
Well, I'm not red pill
not
manosphere,
Right. The reason why you got the reason why you got a red pill, blue pill, what a manifest. Remember that lady we showed earlier on, Carla, and the one who said if she wouldn't marry a black driver. It's because of people like that.
I really heard what the manosphere had to say about that.
Yeah, it's because of people like that, right? But what I was gonna say is that thing is gone. David is gone. Right. What I was gonna say. Are you guys familiar with that mayor? I don't know if he's the mayor of New York, right? He's a white Jewish guy, right? He's got a blackity black wife, and then his husband.
That was a mayor. What's his name before Eric Adams? That freaking
yeah. Because listen, I'm not joking. I couldn't stand him. That couple I can't stand because he's just using her the black woman and his black connection through the marriage. Because what I couldn't stand.
Are you talking about Bloomberg?
I don't know what
Bill de Blasio, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's
Bill de
Blasio,
right? Yeah, facts.
This geezer, right? I hate the son, right? The mixed race son, he had the biggest afro, like over the top afro, right? standing next, always have to be in a picture of overblown afro hair, let you know, oh, I got a black side. And then the daughter was sort of, I can't remember it too much. But all I remember was this boy had over the top afro. Why nobody told him to cut his damn hair? I couldn't get it. But every picture, he's got this black woman.
Mixed people try to be blinketed black and blink.
Yeah, but he was over. Oh, that one. Listen, I got loads of mixed friends, but that one there, right? Listen, those mixed guys were there, right? They would tell him to cut your damn hair. This guy, you can tell his daddy told him, blow your hair, you look more black, have a black lady there, and then he's there. Like, so basically, the white man in authority over these blacks. I used to hate, whenever I see that picture, first I didn't get out, so cool with it. Later on, I got to know that he's just using his black people jailed for his state so he can get votes. And I couldn't stand, that's what I don't like about the Democrats. They were peddling that crap constantly. And then they push the LGBT when push comes to shove, they kick the black out the way LGBT crap. That's the sort of thing. When they weaponize it and use it for white supremacy ways, that's what I don't like. And they use the black struggle to push the LGBT. This is what I do not like about
everybody uses the black struggle for their own benefit.
Yeah.
You know?
That one there, that used to sicken me when I used to see
that's why when people talk about they're gonna get rid of DEI, black people are like, okay. They said we'll get rid of affirmative action in college admissions. Black people are like, okay. You know?
No way.
It's like no matter what they throw out to try to upset us, we're like, all right, whatever. Get rid of DEI. So who cares? You know, get rid of affirmative action. We're still here like, damn, we did all this, and they're still not rioting, not upset. No, because white people realize in America they don't have the power over us like they used to have. You know, they don't have the power of life and death over us like they used to have. There's nothing they can do to us. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for
all
sure.
they can do is get online, talk a bunch of shit that upset us or whatnot. But like I said, man, the bottom line, the day they start a race war in this country, will be they're freaking dead.
But Colin, I think the next step is they're pushing the pardon. What's his name? That killed George Floyd, the guy that.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if they did that, I think black people are like, you know something. When we look at it, maybe we did kind of overreact. Black people pivot like that. That's how we are. You know, the bottom line is this: we're not going to get off our square. You know, now only thing that'll get black people out there is something that'll make black people like that. But George Floyd won't be it. You know, I know black people upset over that, the Black Power riot, but that's not enough. You know.
Wait, let me ask the brother. What did you just say, brother? You said that they're pushing the what?
Derek Chauvin.
They're pushing the pardon.
I thought that. Look, I'll be honest with you, man. You guys may hate me for saying this. I think that sentence he got was over the top. You know,
Derek Chauvin. Who's that?
He wanted to choke George Floyd out in that.
That guy.
George Floyd was on drugs and everything like that. When you look at it, and he had complications going on. So there was no evidence that thing, but it was so emotionally charged. So that's what happened.
Well, wait.
How long did that guy get anyway?
How many years did he get?
How many what? They gave him like a life sentence, whatever, you know?
Life sentence. Okay. Whoa.
They gave him like 25
life sentence?
Yeah.
I heard he only done 7 years. He only got 7 years or something. That's what I heard.
Yeah, so yeah, well, no, they gave him, let's see, let me look it up. Let's look it up so we know. I thought it was life sentence, you know, Derek Chauvin.
Wow.
I don't
Well,
think it
that's
was a life
interesting.
sentence.
Derek Chauvin. Pop right up. Derek Chauvin. Born 1976, you know. Pronounced it as Chauvin. Okay. When can Derek released? His federal sentence date is 2035. It's 22-year sentence. You know, and then he'll do another 8 years of supervised release. You know, so the bottom line is he ain't gonna do that full time. Trust me.
Yeah,
he ain't do that full time. You know, so
I heard that Trump was trying to get him off or some crap like that. I don't know.
Well, the bottom line is this: I just think the whole thing is, if they would have got him for manslaughter, criminally negligent manslaughter, right, and gave him 3 to 5, that would have been more. Right, you know, but they just, and then they gave George Floyd's family nothing, $25 million. It was all a shit show, you know. And they burned Minneapolis to the ground. They burned the city to the ground.
Well, the
So many
Democrats are
black
really
people
using that.
lost their homes, businesses, everything. Over fucking George Floyd, you know. As I said, we got to do better. You know, we got to do better. You know, and you think these white people, they were sitting back. All this racism you see right now is because white people are patient. They sat
Oh
there
yeah.
for 2020, watched black people burn city after city.
Is it, the thing is that blacks in America have allowed the Democrats to represent them fully. That's the problem. It's a big problem. I think the time has come for black people to have their own separate party, even if they ain't gonna win. At
The
least it be a
racism you
pressure group.
see now is real, you know.
Yeah.
And they basically saying, okay, and black people understand when in 2020 you basically declared war on these people. Now you got to live with that, you know.
Yeah.
You declared war with you got in the streets and you were burning burning buildings down, stuff like that, you know. So if you basically did that, right, you challenge them to a war. Now you got to finish it, you know. Now black people walking away. You can't sing kumbaya with these people right now.
No,
because you
Yeah,
already declared war.
Robert. Yeah, Robert Mann is right in the chat. He did do porn.
He was doing a lot of stuff, you know. I don't say he deserved to die, but he had a rough life, man. The guy had drugs, heroin.
All right. Oh, thingy, yeah.
Wasn't he with a white woman too?
Yeah, and the white woman, they had her up there as this woman. She was just some prostitute he was with, and they had her up on stage at his funeral. Remember that? And I'm like,
Yeah, the Democrats were milking it to the bone.
They invited her to the DNC, the convention with Kamala Harris. This was insane, man. You know.
I remember when at his funeral, Al Sharpton got there. It's like, you better vote Democrat.
I mean, you know they were gonna milk that.
They told us to get out there. They get out there and told us we could change it. We gotta get Trump out of office. What the fuck does Donald Trump in office have? This is what I'm saying. All this was going on, and you wonder why these people were seething with anger. You know
why?
Man, I'm not gonna lie. The race war is brewing in America.
But let me just say this. Let me just say this, Colin. And maybe I'm a different generation. I think I'm a little bit older than some of the people on here.
You're gonna try to say there's no race war.
No, my thing is this, Colin, is that when I was a baby, being born in Los Angeles. I was born in 1991. About what was about 4 or 5 months after I was born. That's when you had the 1992 Los Angeles riots. Okay, and I was a baby, during that. And so, I've lived through that. I lived through the the Rodney King thing. So when the George Floyd thing went down, it didn't really faze me because I'm like, well, we've seen this before. We saw this with Rodney King.
The Rodney King was much more realistic, like fierce.
It was nothing because it happened. This is business as usual. That's how I saw it.
Well, the bottom line, most of the people that were rioting and Rodney King were black people. This time in Minneapolis, you had white people, Antifa types. They were the ones really rioting. Black people get the blame. We get to pay the bill. It was Antifa and these white anarchists that were causing all the violence.
We did most of that. Yep. That's why I'm saying that.
Who did
be careful with the Democrats.
Now, those same Antifa could disappear back into white society.
Easy.
We can't. We wear our identity on our skin. So the bottom line is this. So they went out there rioting for all this time and everything like that, throwing bricks. They wasn't even sending pallets of bricks.
Giving it to people to throw.
Burning tires, mashed up, and all types of.
So like that. So the bottom line is this, and so therefore they burned down the police station. That wasn't black people don't do shit like that, Burn down the police station and all stuff like that, and have Nancy Pelosi said sometimes you got to break a few things or whatnot. They were egging this shit on, and whatnot, and then basically just to get Donald Trump
that was crazy.
That's what I mean.
All that stuff that happened there. Now Donald Trump has a mandate to straighten this country out.
But Kyla, to be fair though, we never seen this level of where politicians is pushing race boundaries.
Yeah, because we've got no one representing us. That's why you got to move away from the Democrats. Have your own party, even if it's a pressure group. Have that. I think that's the best thing.
Like it's different before when it's just some powerless white people talking, but when you got the heads of some of these head of state or some of these people
And the
pushing,
news outlets and stuff like that talking this stuff is crazy.
Right. And the worst thing is when they were trying to get Donald Trump, they were using black judges and black. That's what I hate.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. They were using black judges. They had people like Fannie Willis and Cesar James and all the people. Dude,
I don't want to
They were
sound like a
using black people.
conspiracy theorist, but I feel like ever since Obama was president, and then white people had to see a black family in a White House and stuff like
That's
that.
what triggered all this.
Yeah,
that's offensive to them, but that's all right because in terms of that, Obama done his job for us. In terms of that, he broke that glass ceiling in the mind of the
Man, we
people.
don't care about no
because you
black
gotta
civilians.
you gotta think about it, right?
That
You
did
gotta
absolutely nothing for our people.
Yeah, no, I understand. Going forward, when he came in, he didn't change nothing.
A few months in office, I said, "This is what." That's when it was actually Obama's presidency that made me start really talking about nature. I said, "Okay,
yeah, because you knew after that, right?
That don't mean shit to us, you know."
you gotta think about it.
Because the reality was, right, for America
It's not
was
the
like,
reality.
okay,
I just think America just basically we're living a lie. You know, it's a lie.
yeah,
You know?
no, that's what I'm talking
Yo,
about.
you got to think about it. Trump is like the first president I've seen that wasn't a Senate or anything with politics. That
Yeah,
literally got
right,
it from his rhetorics.
right. To hit the point home, what Carla just said was that it was always if we could. Well, we had a black family there. They were doing everything right, blah blah blah. And after that, then what? Now what? Still back to the same thing. So that tells me that for us now, we now got no excuse. That dream ain't gonna work for us. We gotta have a stand on our own continent. If we can't have a state of your own in America, we need something on the continent. So people coming back home.
Just said after Obama's presidency, and the way
Reality
America, some parts of America treated the Obamas while they was in office is unforgivable. You know.
Yeah, of course. But come on, that's white supremacy. You know their true colors will show through.
So I'm like this. I do I would love to have a conversation with any white person.
Man, you had white people calling Michelle Obama a transsexual, which is
They'll call her transsexual. They really hate Michelle, you know. And so the bottom, you can tell their kids are really angry. You could tell, like,
because
angry.
what Obama's done, right? They let you know that glass seed in terms of the visual thing was shattered by them, and they hate that because they've been using this sort of stuff to keep us that a white Jesus, a white this. And in the modern day, listen, in the modern day,
rising up in their world one night. Their world doesn't mean shit to us.
Right.
In Black America, we try to build our own shit one night. The richest black man in America is richer than Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump. You know, which we call it. Robert Stewart, Dave Stewart. They're both richer than Donald Trump, Warren Buffett, and Mark Cuban, all of them combined. You know,
right?
So the bottom line is, black people, we got our own thing. We just got to basically just declare ourselves sovereign in mind, body, and spirit. We don't need these fucking people. You know.
I hear you, but to me, all that money, when that money is in under white control in a white country.
These are black people that got their own wealth, their own business. These are billionaires, man. They could do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, but this is it. This is
$40 million right. Morehouse.
I understand,
you know?
but for if we don't get the economic transformation going on in terms of black empowerment, black people getting access
even if that happens, don't happen. I'm glad that we do got black billionaires. I'll say that for a fact. As long as we got black billionaires and stuff like that, you know, I'm happy. You know,
it's a good thing. But Carla, if their money is not being served for your purpose, that's like
I don't want their money served. Look, Lewis. I'm not Umar Johnson. I don't want their money. I don't need their money to serve.
No, I'm not saying that. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is this. Okay, give an example. Say our brother Mike, all right? As successful as he was, okay? All his kids who are gonna inherit that, they're all going back to white. This is the point I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I get that. Look, I get that. If they're basically making sure money goes to their descendants and generations, so that's fine. But the bottom line is they don't have to do anything to the black community, but those their families and the legacy is like that, and you inspire other black people today. Like I'm inspired by Robert Smith. I'm inspired by Daniel Stewart, and all these other black billionaires and stuff like that. I'm inspired by them. That I could do whatever they could do, I could do. And I say when I think about building my business, when I'm thinking of Daniel Stewart, trying to model my business after him and his work ethic and drive, and whatnot. We could do that. We need hundreds of Robert Smiths. We need hundreds. I need a Pan-African version of Robert Smith.
Thank you. Now you're talking to me.
But I'm not going to put that on him.
It's in their bank.
The thing is, if we had a cooperative African continent, right, we would have that, but we don't have that right now. So
then that's the same situation in America. You'd be waiting forever. All you need is
America produced black billionaires. Africa has never produced an African American billionaire. We
got billionaires in Africa.
No, you got billionaires. We don't have any billionaires.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, those billionaires.
You guys got billionaires because you guys have monopolies and control over government.
Listen, those billionaires.
Man, to make $1 billion in America, that's remarkable right there. And I always say, what if we had our own nation state, whatever like that? Hey, we have like hundreds of them. Right.
Jordan is a billionaire.
We do not have. Like we have never produced a black billionaire on the African continent, African American.
Listen. It don't matter what you produce. If those people are gonna leave their bank and leave their money in
they're gonna flip the money. They're making money.
It's the same thing.
Where you got to have a continent where people can actually make real money. It's not gonna happen.
Listen. We both hit the same point. If those so-called black billionaires we got in Africa, okay, are going to put their money in Swiss bank accounts, make all the money go out of Africa, the amount of money that goes out of Africa does not come back in.
That's their issue. So if that's
no, it's our issue because
the continent never develops.
Right. So that means it don't make no difference to us. So them people are sellouts to me. Right?
Well, if you got all that money, you think they care about you being sell? In order for you to sell out,
I know that. That's what I'm trying to talk. That's what I'm saying.
Look, if their allegiances to the money and corporate business and whatnot, and you don't have no allegiance with them,
I don't expect any man. Hear me out, bro. I don't expect any man take their personal money and go, here, you have it. No. But if you're a billionaire, you got billions in the bank, and you got a country like Liberia, or whatever part of Africa that need investment, and their government gonna go and beg these other white people come and invest, and you got that money that you need to die. I don't give it that.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing, And so till this black national sin becomes real, I don't know how it's gonna become real, right? But that's the way it is right now. No one gives a shit about Africa. No one gives a shit about Black America. No one gives a shit about the black race. No one gives about building infrastructure.
Most of us are still there.
This is how it is, Lewis, right? The people with money and power have no ideas. The people with ideas have
ain't got no power. Ain't got no money.
That's why they have no money, That's why I have no money and power, I got a lot of ideas, but I ain't got the money and power, People who have the money and power have no fucking idea, no clue about what's going on. All right.
Yeah.
So, all right, fellas. This is late. Anybody want to say something else before I wrap it up?
Nah, I'm done.
All right.
Show.
I'm gonna hit
all
that.
Right.
Like a few minutes.
For me.
6 hours.
Hey, peace.
Yeah.
Peace to everybody.
Right.
Peace to the African citizens of the world.
Oh yeah. We got to we decided to make it real and whatnot, and make this thing real by basically saying, look. The only thing I want to see is I'm a citizen now of the African. Then start doing your own thing. Draw up your own what you believe in African looks like and whatnot. Do it on your own. Get into AI technology and whatnot. And say, this is what. So the bottom line is I can't do it alone. I just need people need to be contributing all across the board. Talk about, Kyle, I do CD AutoCAD. I in the spare time I design cities. I got the software. I'm gonna get that software. As soon as I get mine, I'm gonna get that software. It costs like $500, And then we're basically designing new cities, states, and territory. We're gonna take portions of Africa and say, what if we develop it right here? Well, just give people a visual. You got to do that. And then one
one
day,
step at a time.
but you're putting it down and putting it in people's minds. You know.
Mhm.
Anyway, fellas, y'all have
All
a
right.
good night.
Catch you later.
I'll take care.
Mm.